You will see it when you create it. The path to your personal transformation. Wayne Dyer. He was an American psychologist and writer of books on spiritual growth. You will see it when you create it. The path to your personal transformation. To my wife, Marcy, my soul mate, who walks this glorious path with me, and to our son, Sans J, who after 5 exquisitely beautiful daughters is living proof of the subject of this book. Believing is seeing. John Quincy Adams is fine, but the house he currently lives in is deteriorating. It staggers on its foundations. Time and seasons have almost destroyed it. Its roof is quite worn. Its walls are badly destroyed and shake with every wind. I think John Quincy Adams will have to quit soon. But he's doing pretty well himself, pretty well. John Quincy Adams. Introduction. You cannot drink the word water. The H2O formula cannot float a boat. The word rain cannot make it wet. You must experience water or rain to really know what the words mean. The words themselves keep you several steps away from the experience. And so it is with everything I write in this book. These are words that are meant to lead to direct experience. If the words I write ring true, chances are good that I will take the ideas presented here and create your experience with them. I believe in these principles and see them working all the time, and I want to share my experience of how they have worked for me. You also see, in your own life, essentially what you believe. If, for example, you strongly believe in scarcity, think about it regularly, and make it the center of your conversations, I'm pretty sure you see a lot of it in your life. On the other hand, if you believe in happiness and abundance, think only about them, talk about them with others and act on your faith in them, it is a very good bet that you are seeing what you believe. Oliver Wendell Holmes once said, "The mind of man, stretched out towards a new idea, never returns to its original dimension." The principles I write about in this book may require you to stretch out into new ideas. If you take these words and apply them to your life, you will feel the stretch marks on your mind and you will never return to the self you were before. The word "it" appears twice in the title of this book and refers both times to what might be called personal transformation. That transformation comes with the deep knowledge of you that each and every human being is much more than a physical body, and that the essence of the human being includes the ability to think and feel, to possess a higher consciousness, and to know that there is an intelligence that permeates all forms of the universe. You can access that invisible part of you, use your mind in any way you choose, and recognize that this is your essential humanity. Your humanity is not a form or a body at all, but something much more divine, guided by forces that are always at work in the universe. The principles of this book begin with the premise that you are a soul with a body, rather than a body with a soul. That you are not a human being who has a spiritual experience, but a spiritual being who has a human experience. I have illustrated these principles with many experiences that are part of my own personal transformation journey to bring the essential messages home to you. I know that these principles are working in the universe even as you sit and read these words. They work regardless of your opinion of them, much like the principles of digestion and pulmonary circulation are working in your body right now without your help. Whether you believe in these universal principles or not, they will work. But if you decide to tune into them, you may find yourself living on a whole new level and enjoying a higher kind of consciousness, an awakening, so to speak. As long as you resist, you won't see the benefits. By this I mean that you will stay with your old ways, you will live the mentality of "I'll believe it when I see it." Put away your toys and work even harder to accumulate more money. Keep making looks more important than quality. Live by rules rather than ethics. If you are only wavering slightly, then stick with what you are familiar with, until you can take no more. Because once you start on the journey of transformational awakening, there is no turning back. You develop knowledge that is so powerful that you wonder how you could have lived otherwise. Waking life begins to take over, and then you just know inside that you are on the right track, and you don't even listen to the protests of those who have chosen something very different for themselves. I never imagined needing to change. I did not have a plan to change my old ways, nor did I have a set of goals to improve something in my life. I was sure I had my life working out the way I wanted it to. I had great professional success and I did not think that anything was missing. However, I have undergone a major transformation that has added a glow to each of my days that I hadn't even contemplated a few years ago. I was born in 1940, the youngest of 3 children, all under the age of 4. My father, whom I have never seen, abandoned this family when I was 2 years old. By all accounts, he was a troubled man who avoided honest work, drank excessively, physically abused my mother, was in trouble with the law, and spent some time in jail. My mother worked as a candy girl in a dime store on Detroit's East Side, and her $17 weekly salary barely covered her trolley and babysitting expenses. Then there was no help for dependent children or social assistance. I spent many of my early years in foster care, where my mother visited me whenever possible. All I knew from my father was what I heard from others, particularly from my 2 brothers. I envisioned an abusive and carefree person who wanted nothing to do with me or my siblings. The more he listened, the more he hated. The more I hated, the angrier I got. My anger turned to curiosity and I constantly dreamed of meeting my father and facing him head-on. I became obsessed with my hatred and my desire to meet this man and get the answers firsthand. By 1949, my mother had remarried and reunited our family. None of my siblings voluntarily mentioned my father, and my questions were met with a look that implied, "It's not a good thing. Why do you want to know more about him?" But my curiosity and my nightmares persisted. I would often wake up sweating and crying after a particularly intense dream sequence about him. As I became an adult, my determination to meet this man became even fiercer. I became obsessed with finding it. His part of the family protected him, because they felt that my mother would have him arrested for years without support. However, I kept asking questions, phoning relatives I didn't even know, and took trips to meet his ex-wives in distant cities to find out what this man was like. Always, my search ended in frustration. I would run out of funds to search for a lead, or I would have to go back to my own personal responsibilities of being on active duty in the military, going to college, or raising my family. In 1970 I received a call from a cousin I had never met, who had heard a rumor that my father had died in New Orleans. But he was in no condition to investigate it. At the time, I was completing my doctoral studies, moving to New York to become an associate professor at St. John's University, going through a painful and stagnant divorce when it came to writing. In the following years I was the co-author of several texts on counseling and psychotherapy. I knew I didn't want to continue writing for a strictly professional audience, and yet I couldn't think of anything else. He was stagnant, personally, divorce, physically, overweight and out of shape, and spiritually, a pure pragmatist with no thoughts on metaphysics. My dreams about my father intensified. I would wake up in a fit of rage, having been dreaming of hitting my father while he smiled at me. Then came the turning point in my life. In 1974, a colleague of mine from the university invited me to do a job in the South. She was the coordinator of a federally funded program that was investigating the rate of compliance of Southern universities with the civil rights legislation of the 1960s. She wanted me to pay a visit to the Mississippi State College for Women in Columbus, Mississippi. When I decided to go, I telephoned the New Orleans infirmary where my cousin had reported my father had been, and learned that Melvin Lyle Dyer had died there 10 years before from cirrhosis of the liver and other complications, and that his body had been shipped to Biloxi, Mississippi. Columbus, Mississippi, is about 200 miles from Biloxi. I decided that was it. When my visit to the university was over, I was going to complete my journey and do whatever it took to close this chapter of my life. I contemplated bringing this unresolved relationship to some kind of resolution. I was curious if my father had told the hospital officials that he had 3 children and if our names would appear on the death certificate. He wanted to talk to his friends in Biloxi to see if he had ever mentioned us. Did you ever secretly try to find out how your ex-wife and children are? It cared? Did he have a capacity to love that perhaps he had hidden from everyone? Above all, he wanted to know how he could have turned his back on his family all his life. I always looked for a loving reason why he could have left, and yet my anger at his behavior in those years still haunted me. At 34 he was controlled by a man who had been dead for almost a decade. I rented a new car in Columbus to make the trip to Biloxi. I mean brand new. The odometer read 0.8 miles. When I got behind the wheel, I reached for the lap belt and discovered that the right-hand belt was missing. I got out of the car, pulled the entire seat off the bench, and there was the belt, taped to the floor of the car, the buckle wrapped in plastic wrap, and a rubber band around the plastic wrap. When I ripped off the tape and plastic, I found a business card tucked inside the buckle. It said, "Candlelight Inn, Biloxi, Mississippi," and had a series of arrows leading to the inn. I thought it was strange, since the car had not been used before renting it, but I put the card in my shirt pocket. I got to the outskirts of Biloxi at 4:50 p.m. on Friday and walked into the first gas station I saw to call the cemeteries in Biloxi. There were 3 on the list, and after a busy signal on the first and no response on the second, I marked the third and least impressive list. In response to my question, a male voice that looked like an old man said that it would check if my father was buried there. He was gone for a full 10 minutes, and just as I was about to give up and wait for Monday morning to investigate further, he came back with the words to end the trip of my life. "Yes," he said, "your father is buried here," and gave me the date of his burial. My heart was pounding with the excitement of this powerful moment. I asked him if it would be all right if he visited the grave right away. "Certainly, if you just put the chain in the driveway when you go, you can come now," he said. Before I could ask for directions, he continued, "Your father is buried next to the Candlelight Inn grounds. Ask someone at the station how to get there." Shaking, I reached into my shirt pocket and looked at the business card and arrows. It was 3 blocks from the cemetery. When I finally stared at the scoreboard on the grass, Melvin Lyle Dyer, I was paralyzed. For the next 2.5 hours, I chatted with my father for the first time. I screamed out loud, oblivious to my surroundings. And I spoke out loud, demanding answers from a grave. As the hours passed, I began to feel a deep sense of relief and became very quiet. The calm was overwhelming. I was almost certain that my father was there with me. I was no longer talking to a tombstone, but somehow I was in the presence of something that I could not, and still cannot, explain. When I resumed my one-way conversation, I said, "Somehow, I feel like I was sent here today and you had something to do with it. I don't know what your role is, not even if you have it, but I'm sure the time has come to let go of this anger and hatred that have been carrying me so painfully for so long. I want you to know that from this moment, right now, all of that is gone. I forgive you. I don't know what motivated you to lead your life the way you did. I'm sure you must have felt many moments of sadness knowing that you had 3 children that you would never see. Whatever was going on inside of you, I want you to know that I can no longer have hateful thoughts about you. When I think of you, it will be with compassion and love. I am letting go of all this mess that is inside of me. I know in my heart that you were simply doing what you knew how to do given the conditions of your life at the time. Even though I don't remember ever seeing you, and even though it was my biggest dream to one day meet you face to face and listen to your side, I will not let those thoughts stop me from feeling the love I have for you." As I stood before that lonely tombstone on the South Mississippi, I said words that I had never forgotten, because they meant how I would be conducting my life from that moment on. "I send you love. I send you love. Honestly, I send you love." In a pure and honest moment I experienced the feeling of forgiveness for the man that was my father and for the child that he had been who wanted to know and love him. I felt a kind of peace and cleanliness that was completely new to me. Although I didn't realize it at the time, that simple act of forgiveness was the beginning of a whole new level of experiencing life for me. I was on the threshold of a stage in my life that was going to encompass worlds that I couldn't even imagine in those days. When I returned to New York, miracles began to appear everywhere. I wrote your erroneous zones with ease. An agent came into my life through a series of strange circumstances at the exact moment. I had a meeting with a Thai executive, Crowell Publishers, and a few days later he called to tell me that Crowell was going to publish my book. Every step along the way in the Your Erroneous Zones story was another miracle waiting to happen. Strange and wonderful events occurred with delightful frequency. The exact right person would be there when needed. The perfect contact would materialize from the strangest coincidences. My lecture hours increased and my presentations in front of the public became effortless. I abandoned my notes, although I often spoke for 6 or 8 hours at seminars. Later, these seminars were turned into a series of hit tapes. My personal family life improved almost immediately and I made decisions that I had pondered for years before. In what seemed like rapid progress, he had achieved what most authors dream of. I had the best-selling book in America and was having the time of my life appearing on talk shows. In the years that followed, my writing seemed to take me in new directions. I went from writing about how to use specific strategies and self-understanding to how to become a more assertive human being. I went from telling people how to do something to writing about the importance of being at transcendent levels as a human being. Today, I am convinced that my experience of forgiveness, while emotionally draining at the time it was occurring, was the beginning of my transformation. It was my first encounter with the power of my own mind to go beyond what I previously considered the limitations of the physical world and my physical body. Pablo Picasso said, "While I work I leave my body outside the door, as Muslims take off their shoes before entering the mosque." I did the same thing that I wrote this book. I left my body outside the room. By that I mean that I left out of the world of the pains and the intrusions that are experienced in the form, and I let only my mind enter my domain of writing. In this world of pure thought there are no limits. What is the limit of your imagination? This part of me that is my thoughts is pure energy that allows ideas to merge into words in my mind and then form on my typewriter. No excuses, no fatigue, no fear, no anguish. Just energy that somehow flows through me to you without any limitation. While I believe, I know that these words and ideas are not mine. That I am the conduit through which they flow, and that when I am open and detached, when I leave my body at the door as Picasso used to say, I am part of the creative process that is related to awakening. This awakening process and the rewards that come with being bitten by transformational error are precisely what this book is about. To begin the awakening process, you must be very comfortable with the concept of paradox. Why? Because you are a great paradox that walks, speaks and breathes in all the moments of your life. It is simply the way of things. The Bhagavad Gita, one of the oldest spiritual books on our planet, sums up the paradox as follows. Out of passion for the pairs of opposites. By those twin traps of like and dislike, Prince, all creatures live in disarray, except for a few who, freed from sins, holy in action, informed, freed from opposites and fixed in faith, join me. And you will remain puzzled until you are very comfortable with opposites like the following. You are simultaneously in form, with all the rules and laws that apply to form, and in no form, with a completely opposite set of rules and laws. They are both shy and aggressive within the same body. You are lazy and hard-working. You get the most approval when it matters least to you. The more you squeeze the water, the less it will have. The things that bother us in others are the lessons we have to learn ourselves. You cannot exclusively examine the North Pole of a magnet. No matter how thin you cut it, there is always a South Pole to consider. Dualism is always there. Rather than dismissing this concept with the linear left brain side of the brain, remember that you have, at the same time, an intuitive right brain side that can allow opposites to live comfortably with each other. I delight in the description of the Ram Dass paradox in Be Here Now. The most exquisite paradox, as soon as you drop everything, you can have it all. As long as you want power, you cannot have it. The moment you don't want energy, you will have more than you ever dreamed of. Until you are happily comfortable with this concept, and until you face your own situation of being fit and shapeless simultaneously, you are struggling with this paradox. After listening to my tapes on transformation, one woman wrote to me, "Wow, this really works when you really let it in." Couldn't say it better than that. But William James, writing in 1926, put it this way: "The ulterior limits of our being sink, it seems to me, in a completely different dimension of existence from the visible world. Name it the mystical region, or the supernatural region, whatever you choose, we belong to it in a more visible world. When we communicate with Him, it is actually working on our finite personality, because we become new men. One thing I know for sure, by being in communion with all these universal principles, by writing about them, by living them every day, I have become a new man, a happier, more determined and more alive man than I ever had dreamed of possible for me. Now I hope that my efforts and energy are visible in this book and that they also help make a positive and loving difference in your life. In Love and Light." Wayne Dyer. 1989. Transformation. Transformation is the ability and the will to live beyond your form. I feel as if I have walked through a door that does not allow me to return to the place where I lived. For me, walking through the door symbolizes transformation. But what do I mean by that? Start with the word shape, the transformation center. It is a term that describes the physical self. It includes all the physiological properties that you have come to associate with the human being that you are. The shape includes the total weight of your bones, arteries, blood vessels, skin, eyeballs, toenails, heart, lungs, kidneys, and whatever else you can name in your physiology. However, you are certainly much more than a bunch of bones, skin, and components. Everything you would see in that lot of shapes you will also find in a pig or a horse. The true self, the only self, is 99% invisible, untouchable, unmistakable, and impervious to the physical senses, which only know form. Most of who you really are is something beyond form. It has been called your mind, your feelings, your thoughts, or your higher consciousness, but whatever it is certainly not form. All your thinking and your spiritual consciousness are in this other shapeless dimension. Now consider the prefix trans, which means beyond, above or, in literal terms, finished. When we put that prefix in front of shape, we get transform. Now we add the suffixation, which means action or result, and we have the word transformation. For me, this word means the result or the action of going beyond the form itself. And it is literally the challenge of this book, to help you see yourself as someone much more advanced and divine than a mere form. Your form must follow the rules of the form. It will change many times during your life. In fact, every single cell in its full form will change roughly every 7 years, and yet it will continue to exist. You were already in a tiny baby body, a pre-adolescent, a teenage body, and depending on the current age of your form, other bodies as well. The form has completely changed many times and yet the real you has remained constant. Once you understand this concept, you are on your way through the door. All man-made creation begins with a thought, an idea, a vision, a mental image. Then the thought is applied in some way to form a new product. Right now I am taking my thoughts, applying them to a typewriter, and creating a new product called a book. We all go through this process thousands of times a day. The last thing to become a transformed person is to see ourselves as limitless by our form. When you live exclusively in shape, you live in a world of limitations. Think of all the limits that are placed on your form. Limits are limits that dictate things. You can only lift so much weight. You can only run so fast. You can only work so hard. But the limits are all in the dimension of the form. Now consider the part of you without physical limits, the dimension of thought. There are no limits to your ability to think. You can imagine doing anything. You can have a perfect relationship with your partner in pure thought. You can be anything, go anywhere, experience everything you want, in this dimension of thought, exclusive of form. I am suggesting that you can experience a large part of your life in this dimension of transcending your form, that is, in transformation. At the same time, you will be able to maintain your shape and meet your requirements and lovingly understand your signals, while still knowing that the real you is serving you. The emphasis in our culture is on the value of the external, the physical appearance. I am suggesting that the emphasis be shifted to a concern with the formless self, always being aware that the form houses the real self. With enough practice in this dimension, you will remove virtually all limitations from your life. It will pass its form and do what Paul suggests in Romans 12:2. And do not conform to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, so that you can prove what is the good, pleasant, and perfect will of God. This is the place of transformation. This is the place where you can not only live a miracle, but also create miracles. You can make higher and higher standards of living a regular part of your daily regimen without going to a guru or mastering courses in metaphysics. How? Believing that you are a soul with a body instead of a body with a soul. You will create for yourself a life that is literally without limitations. You will begin to see miracles happen simply because you believe in them and expect them to materialize for you. In fact, you yourself will become a miracle worker. You will begin to see what a phenomenal miracle you are when it comes to healing your own body. You'll start to change counterproductive habits like overeating and avoiding exercise, without having to set goals or work on self-discipline. Your new habits will automatically follow your new sense of appreciation for all that you are, even if you can't define it in physical terminology. Your belief in your body's ability to heal itself will begin to reflect how you care for the precious temple that houses it. The fear of death will dissolve as you get closer to the awareness that thought, thinking, your essential self, never dies. Thought cannot die. It is the energy that makes up the very existence of the universe, and once you create this within your being, you will never have to fear death again. A beautiful woman named Peace Pilgrim walked this country a few years ago, spreading her message of peace, love, and personal transformation. She described the characteristics of personal transformation in this short list. Some signs and symptoms of interior peace. A tendency to think and act spontaneously rather than fears based on past experiences, an unmistakable ability to enjoy every moment, a loss of interest in judging other people, a loss of interest in interpreting the actions of others, a loss of interest in conflict, a loss of the ability to care, frequent and overwhelming bouts of appreciation, happy feelings of connection with others and nature, frequent attacks of smiling, and increased susceptibility to extended love from others, as well as the uncontrollable urge to extend it. This is what there is for you. Life will become a fascinating journey, full of joy and wonder. The part of you that resided for so long in the limitations you imposed on yourself by living exclusively in form will become free to see a whole new landscape, if and when you believe it. You will find yourself slowing down and living in that quiet inner space where you can appreciate whatever comes your way. You will know in your heart that you don't need to feel threatened by anyone else's opinions or actions. You will receive more joy and tranquility in your life, because that is what you will send. It will be easier for you to accept opposing views, knowing that nothing and no one outside of you defines you. You will find great joy in the tranquility that replaces resentment and pain. You will eliminate conflict and confrontation as it seems unnecessary to prove your worth to anyone. In fact, you will begin to harness the enormous power of your mind. You will meditate peacefully even when other people around you are frantic. You will be the power of a calm mind and you will choose to go there often. You will discover things about yourself that you may have never considered before. You will be in that perfect intelligence that is within every form, in that miraculous inner space where everything you can visualize is possible. I have come to know that there is an invisible, untouchable, odorless, and yet very real intelligence behind, or supporting, all forms. This intelligence has been labeled many things. Some call it God, others the life force, the higher consciousness, the divine spirit. The label is not important. Living it is immensely important. It is a sentiment similar to the one Carl Jung was expressing when an interviewer asked him if he believed in God. His surprising answer was, no. After a thoughtful pause, he continued, I know there is a God. Observe a tree and contemplate the intelligence within or behind that tree that allows it to function perfectly in shape. Leaves come and go, sap drips, blooms when it's supposed to. It is much more than just a shape. It contains a vital force that gives it life. We cannot see that life force, but it is very real. I look at the skin on the back of my hand quite often these days. When I pinch it, it no longer recoils as before, it kind of snakes back to its original position. There are wrinkles around my eyes that were never there. I liked that the hairs grew out of my ears and that the hairs fell out of my head. I see that my shape changes all the time. If I thought that is all I am, I would feel distressed by my physical changes. But I know that I am much more than this form that I occupy. I know that I am a soul with a body, more than a body with a soul. This thing that some call soul and I call my being or myself is the very essence of what we are. It is the intelligence behind the form, and the biggest difference between me today and me several years ago is that I now live the fact that I am not exclusively my form. Buckminster Fuller once said that 99% of who you are is invisible and untouchable. It is your ability to think and go beyond your form that determines the quality of your life. Being able to express and experience the affirmation, I am my ability to think and feel, I am not just form is the main transformative difference in my life today. I see myself having chosen a variety of roles in this life. I used to believe that those roles were the real me, and that everything I did determined my essence. I experience my form doing what I have chosen to do, and at the same time I can mentally return to that form and observe myself doing the movements of my humanity. So I work and sweat, play tennis, write, speak to large audiences, make love to my wife, walk the beach, pay my bills, make an effort to save some money, and talk on the phone. About my investments, I hug my children and do all the other actions that I choose for myself. Those actions, those roles, have a magically enhanced quality when my being is in action. When I involve that invisible and untouchable part of myself, or of my being, then I recognize that my physical being, my form, is not all that I am. When I bring my thoughts and feelings to my physical actions, I experience a balance, a fullness, a meanness. My ability to be thought of itself is the true miracle of which I am a part. No one can get behind my eyes and experience my inner reality, and in the same way, I cannot enter anyone else's form and become the process that is that person's. But I can and do allow myself to become my mind rather than my form. Now I live every day as if that intelligence that is in all living beings, including myself, were the true essence of life. I am no longer afraid of death, as I know that we are never formed, but are always in a state of transition, and that although the form finally appears to have died, the thought simply cannot be killed. The main difference I notice in myself is the phenomenal new compassion that seems to have invaded my being in recent years. Where before I could ignore others or live in my own world, so to speak, I now find myself more emotionally connected to the inner energy of all life forms. For example, I travel a lot to give lectures, and in the past I purposefully walked through a crowded plane to get to my seat. Now I find myself helping someone store carry-on luggage in the overhead compartment, when that person would have squeezed me in a few years ago. I love this new compassion. It empowers me for more important things and of course also helps create a more loving experience in others. I have also discovered that I am developing a new style of intelligence for myself, without conscious effort. I find that I have sensitivity and understanding of concepts that at some point seemed confusing or strange to me. I enjoy reading about quantum reality, relativity, metaphysics, and every measure of Oriental thought. I find it fascinating, where before I found it unfathomable and even boring. In bookstores I find myself in the sections of philosophy, New Age, metaphysics, and the like, regretting not having time to read everything that is out there. I have a new fascination for these topics, but more significantly, they seem to fit my level of personal preparation now. I've become more open-minded about everything in the universe. My vision allows me to explore without the judgment that previously clouded it. Even more intriguing is that it now makes perfect sense to me. I understand what was entangled before. This is quite an extraordinary awakening experience for me, and frankly, it amazes me. I often find myself reading books or listening to tapes that blow my mind with inner enthusiasm. I do not know if it is my openness to these new ideas, or if I have simply developed a greater intelligence through my studies, but in any case, I love it, and even more, I love sharing it with you and with others. It is as if in a brief instant I have begun to understand and live the teachings of the spiritual masters. Not through lengthy study programs, not trying to improve my spiritual awareness, simply changing into a new me that is filled with awe at the miraculousness of it all. I also have a lesser sense of attachment to acquisitions and possessions. I no longer identify with my achievements and my resume. It is as if now that I am a me without limits, I have less rigidity to define myself. I feel that I can be behind myself, of my form, and allow my being to be what I want to be, without having to define myself by my actions. I am defined by some inner knowing or beingness that defies outer descriptors. It no longer matters so much what I achieve, but rather that I am in tune with my own sense of belonging to the human race. Self-labels are no longer required. It is not that the events have ceased, but that they are expressed in the process of my own self-definition. The less importance I have given to these external aspects, the less restrictions I find in my life. I feel capable of anything as long as I follow the inner voice that only I can hear. I feel a strong change in my personal ethics. Anyone in my life who tries to control or judge will not engage my emotional energy. I have lost the need to prove myself or justify my beliefs. I have no attachment to convincing anyone of the correctness of my position or of being on the confrontational receiving end of their point of view. A peaceful sense of who I am radiates and mingles with respect for otherness. I have found that some of my personal relationships have become deeper and deeper, particularly with my wife and immediate family, while others have become less important. I still enjoy being around others immensely at a social gathering, but I no longer define myself as needing to be a part of these activities, whereas they played a much larger role in previous years. I prefer to spend time alone or in the rich close personal relationships that I enjoy with my family and some associates. Virtually all dependency relationships, except those with my young children, are non-existent in my life. I am not interested in others depending on me for their emotional or other support. Paradoxically, I have become more generous by giving myself to others. I enjoy more than anything else in my life helping others. It is strange and wonderful to work exclusively on what I know to be my truth and, at the same time, to welcome without judgment those who operate on a different frequency. Similarly, I find it easier to radiate at my own frequency and ignore the pleas of others to live my life in their own way. What has happened is that the border between my being and others has been dissolved. I see others in their own ways and now I can love them for being precisely where they are. When others try to impose their selfish values and attitudes on me, as I once did, I know that this can upset my balance and harmony. But now I just become a peaceful observer of what they are expressing about themselves and their truth. The authentic me, the inner thoughts and feelings that I live, are no longer engaged in defense, and I can observe without having to prove them wrong. My path is still crystal clear. This is a new type of vision that allows me to live without form and without form at the same time without being threatened or controlled by anyone. It is a gloriously peaceful place. I have lost the ability to blame others for the circumstances in my life. I no longer see the world in terms of unfortunate accidents or misfortunes. I know in my being that I influence everything, and now I find myself considering why I created a situation, instead of saying, why me? This heightened awareness directs me to look within myself for answers. I take responsibility for everything, and the interesting puzzle becomes a fascinating challenge when I decide to influence areas of my life where I previously believed I was not in control. Now I feel like I control everything. I know that I believe what I have and what I need, and that I am capable of working miracles when I am inwardly balanced and use my thought dimension to create the world I want for myself. Now I know that my circumstances do not make me who I am, but rather reveal who I have chosen to be. The calmer I can make my mind, the more I can perceive the link between my thoughts and how I feel. The calmer my mind, the less critical and negative I tend to be. Having a calm mind gives me a peaceful life and helps those around me choose a peaceful, serene, and effective life for themselves. Consequently, my way of thinking can directly affect those around me. It was said of Jesus and Buddha and other highly spiritual beings that their presence in a village could raise the consciousness of everyone in the village. Now I can value and appreciate that idea. I have found that when I am totally at peace within and radiate that serenity outward, the consciousness of those in the same room with me can become peaceful. I recently gave a speech to a large audience in Chicago, and there were about 500 children in the room, many of them toddlers and babies. The noise level was quite high, but after a while I got used to it and it didn't bother me. At a particularly poignant moment in the speech, when I was about to recite a soft poem that is very meaningful to me, the entire room, including the babies and toddlers, fell silent. A kind of magical communication was transmitted to everyone, through the dimension of thought. The changes in me and my life patterns have occurred without goals or any life plan. However, these internal changes are as much a part of me as are my lungs and my heart. Similarly, there have been many changes in my physical way of being in the world. I run a minimum of 8 miles a day and haven't missed a day since I started at 36. Not even once. I tell people that running is not something I do, it is something I am. It is part of my being. It fits as regularly into my health regimen as being scrupulous about dental care. Simply what I am as a healthy human being. My old me was well aware of the benefits of my form. Those benefits remain and continue as I now experience a new level of benefit that involves my inner self, a loss of myself, a lack of awareness of my taxation while running. I now have higher energy levels than I have ever experienced, and I attribute this and my involvement in being healthy and fit to my higher consciousness approach to life. I find it interesting that I don't eat red meat, which I once prospered, that I eat my food without adding salt, where I used to use the salt shaker before tasting my food, that sugar, caffeine, and other nutritionally empty foods are rarely part of my diet. I find all of that interesting, but what strikes me is that this trend toward healthy eating habits has grown out of a more loving approach to myself and all of life, not out of a desire to improve my physical attractiveness or strength or to achieve physical achievement. Longevity. I seem to rely on a kind of perfect inner consultant rather than relying on cultural norms, old habits, or what I was taught when I grew up. The part of me that wants to be in balance is choosing my food intake. I feel balanced on the inside, and somehow this almost magically translates into a healthy approach to nutrition and exercise. I rarely wear a watch, but a few years ago I wouldn't be caught without one. Time has lost its importance in the linear sense and I don't feel compelled to keep track of when, where, and how fast I live my life. This happened without goals or objectives. I just stopped wearing a watch and referring to time and scheduling my life, and as a result I have found that I am more efficient. I am intrigued by the paradox of letting go of a need or desire for time limits and feeling like I have discovered unlimited time for the things I want to do. Even more than that. With no physical time constraints, my life not only flows more efficiently, it has increased in richness and texture. I experience the paradox of neglecting time limits quite often in places like checkout lines in stores. I'm sure you also know the feelings the old me had when someone in front of me in line took too long to complete a transaction. I was impatient, agitated, critical, I even moved closer to try and cheer up the slow person. The new me doesn't feel stuck in time and therefore doesn't need to worry about leaving the store in a set number of minutes. Instead, I often experience a new level of being over time. I discover my being in thought as part of the person who looks. My thoughts are of kindness and gentleness towards my slowness or clumsiness, a loving message of relaxation and not pressure for the self that has been there, is there. The permission of unconditional love that I would choose for myself in that situation seems to carry over to the other person and help them find the right coin or whatever else they need. And often this thought process creates a smile, an energy of understanding between that person and myself, a richness and texture. One of the most beautiful and at the same time most difficult interactions to describe is the experience of physical and emotional intimacy with another person. Physical orgasmic sensations are truly wonderful aspects of our sexuality. But the growing inner emotional feelings of love are a beautiful part of this experience. For me, sex is now perfect love, rather than the obligatory role of a married man. Making love is an expression of the inner love that we can achieve when we are both balanced and fulfilled, and it is our mutual expression of that love. I have lost the desire to organize myself in a strictly linear way, and in the process my life has become richer, more fluid, and perfectly balanced. My new perspective allows me to approach any project with a sense of inner enthusiasm and the awareness that I don't have to prove myself or be judged on the results. I am simply who I am, doing what I choose to do, with a sense of acceptance about the outcome or lack of outcome. Interestingly, I achieve more and acquire more, which is largely a gift. I accomplish more than I ever dreamed possible in my old linear days. My diminished motivation to achieve and acquire is particularly noticeable when it comes to competition. At the beginning of my life, I always had to beat the other to prove myself. In recent years my inclination has moved away from the competition. I still play tennis, but I wish my opponent good wishes in the middle of a difficult match and somehow, paradoxically, raise my own level of play. I feel that this is a natural result of radiating from my being the feelings and thoughts of unconditional love and not judging. Cooperation has replaced competition in every facet of my life, and the results are amazing for me and everyone else I touch in one way or another. I am strongly drawn to the message of the statement in a world of individuals, comparison does not make any sense. External events are irrelevant to me, except insofar as they produce order or disorder in the world. I evaluate everything I do. If an act produces some kind of harmony for myself and others, it is a positive act. If it creates turbulence or clutter, I will work to reverse the impact. I see my mission as helping others to change their consciousness so that all their waking thoughts and actions are in the direction of order and harmony. It means living as if the intelligence behind all forms really matters and not doing anything that destroys or damages life. Harnessing the inner energy that is our being with an attitude of acceptance contributes to a personal sense of balance and harmony. As more and more of us evolve to this level of personal balance, we will create the outer form in our world. In this way, we will all participate in the transformation of our universe. I delight in the love of life and learning of my 6 beautiful children. I teach only love and I see that they treat each other and people outside the family in the same way. My wife and I have come to love and respect ourselves and our own uniqueness so that we can radiate that inner glow outward. We have a wonderful absence of judgment and negativity towards each other, because we have both learned to be that way within ourselves. Disagreements, yes. Unpleasantness, never. I want to emphasize that this new me is still assertive and firm about my own life. I am not advocating throwing sugar and honey at the ills of the world, hoping that they will disappear. On the contrary, what I am experiencing is a much deeper involvement with life, where I know exactly what it is all about, and I cannot be deterred from that path. I am able to stay on my way, doing what I love and loving what I do, precisely because I have transformed from a person who had absolute judgments that required fixed and rigid responses to a person who sees and knows that any human experience is an opportunity to reflect on where I am or not. It all comes down to giving up some old and deeply ingrained patterns. It means getting caught right in the middle of acting in a non-harmonious way, and seeing that this is where I am and also where I am not right now. So it means using my mind to be where I want to be within myself, and moving slowly but surely more in the direction of that inner harmony. I recently had an experience that illustrates how this works. My wife told me that one of the boys had done something wonderful in her first grade class and concluded by saying, "I am so glad I worked with her on this project and taught her how to act in front of the class without anxiety or doubts." At an earlier point in my life I would have said, "Wait a minute. I'm the one who taught him that behavior and you want to take all the credit. You do that all the time." My reaction now is, "Great. I am very happy that she is gaining confidence and you are of great help to her in this regard." On the inside, I feel that I have also contributed to its success and can appreciate my inner feelings without demanding external recognition. I know that our daughter's confidence is the result of numerous contributions from both of us, from her own inner being and from many others as well. My happiness is for her, it is not based on needing some credit or taking some credit from my wife. The competition and turbulence within me have been replaced by inner peace and harmony. It is unconditional love, starting with yourself. When you withdraw to your peaceful inner loneliness, you enter that fourth dimension that opens up a whole new world. But, before you can get there, you may need to examine your resistance to this powerful new idea of self-transformation. Why you may be resisting this principle. Why would anyone choose to resist this state of being? Possibly to remain in the illusion of security. As long as you are convinced that it is just your form, you don't need to consider your own greatness and the risks involved in transformation. Think about it for a moment. All impediments to your success and happiness can be clearly explained as simply the limits of your physical existence. In this frame of mind, you may decide that other people are simply lucky, or that they were born with advantages that you did not get, or that they had every opportunity. These are the thoughts of someone who remains stuck in form. Experiencing transformation requires opening up to the possibility of a completely new idea. Most of us reject new ideas for the safety of those to whom we have become so comfortably accustomed. It is also quite comfortable and natural to take the opposite position from the title of this book. That is, I'll believe it when I see it. And not a moment before. Most people do not like to go beyond their comfort zone. You may know in your heart that life resists purely physical explanations and that science cannot conclusively answer questions like what is life? Where does it go when it dies? How do I think? Despite this awareness, you may prefer to stick with what you can see, that is, with the form and form only. Perhaps believing in formlessness is too creepy and weird for you right now. However, you know in your heart that you have to be much more than the body you live in. At first, it is risky to shed all the old comforts and take the step that will allow you to interact with your inner self. That's where you live, in that inner place. That's where you feel everything. That is where all your thoughts reside. And you may not be ready to explore this place where you have complete responsibility for everything you are experiencing. You may also resist transformation because you are afraid of change or of examining something you don't understand. I call this the head in the sand approach to your own spirituality. Let someone in a pulpit preach what I am supposed to do in the spiritual realm. I'll take care of paying my mortgage. All of this mystical material is for deep thinkers or dedicated religious believers. We have been conditioned to believe that matters related to higher consciousness are the concern primarily of organized religious leaders. However, if you consider the teachings of highly spiritual teachers, all they say the same thing in different ways. The kingdom of heaven is within. Don't ask God to do it for you, but in fact acknowledge your own great divinity and magnificence. Look inside, not outside. You may feel that an attempt at personal transformation conflicts with your specific religious background. But nothing that I am writing conflicts with the teachings of spiritual teachers. Any transformation is about love, peace, personal fulfillment, treating others with respect, and achieving harmony on this planet as one family of men. Nothing I write is in any way an attempt to criticize or ridicule someone's religious beliefs. While I consider some of the acts that are committed against human beings in the name of God or organized religion to be anathema, I find no fault with the essential beliefs of religion. A transformed being is incapable of behaving unspiritual with others. Finally, you can resist this transformation process because you feel that you really do not have the ability to transcend the life that you have created for yourself. You may feel like you've actually reached the limit of how far you can go, and you don't want the stress and anxiety that comes with it to rise above the life you've become accustomed to. You may not want to imagine what it might be like, because you are not ready to make that change. You want to stay familiar and within your own comfort zone. Most of your resistance to accepting the possibility of transformation comes from being willing to carry on as usual. However, I know you wouldn't be reading these pages right now if you weren't at least curious about the possibility of flying beyond what you've known as your customary lifestyle thus far. And I can assure you that there is very little real work to be done. Once you realize that you are so much more than a bunch of bones, muscles, organs, and blood, you're on your way. Once you start wondering who this person you've come to call is, you'll be on your way. Once you begin to realize that you yourself are divine just because you have a universal mind and intelligence supporting your form, you are already moving forward. The rest will happen almost automatically. Some suggestions for personal transformation. Practice thinking of yourself and others in an informed way. Take a few moments each day to evaluate yourself, not in terms of your performance in the physical world, but in terms of pure thoughts and feelings. Imagine that you are standing behind your physical self. See yourself acting and interacting and feel what you are feeling. Don't criticize or judge, just observe how your form is behaving and what you are feeling. Be an observer as your shape follows your chosen movements. Use the observer exercise with other people. Begin to notice how they destroy your potential for happiness and success because you identify exclusively with your ways. As you watch them go through your frustrating movements, know that this is not really the total human being at all, that behind each of the people you meet every day is a divine, invisible thinking being. In your close relationships, find your loved ones in a place where there can be no limits, in the thinking behind the form, and you will see that most of your differences are not important, that the real human being behind that form is much more than you. Physical eyes reveal. Promise to relate to that part. Strive to go beyond your own comfort zones regularly. Listen to the true inner self that is encouraging you to transcend yourself, rather than the old self that said you were incapable of such a task. Ask yourself, what patterns in my life do I continually repeat because that is where I feel most comfortable? When you have an honest answer, work to begin a new approach to your thought processes. If you haven't spent any time in nature because the idea violates one of your comfort zones, commit to doing just that. By extending yourself to new levels, you will bring transformation into your life. Make an effort to stop labeling yourself as a means of identifying who you are as a human being. It is a long time since I stopped identifying myself by any professional title. When people ask me what I do, I usually respond with a silly comment like "pleasure is my business." However, behind that little joke there is a lot of truth. I do everything because I am everything. Yes, of course I write, but that is only a small part of who I am, and essentially my writing is a means of expressing my thoughts. Yes, I speak professionally, but again that label would only serve to restrict me. My speech is also an expression of my humanity. Removing titles and tags reduces our inclination to compartmentalize and restrict our lives. Søren Kierkegaard said, "Once he labels me, he denies me." Almost all of our labels refer in some way to the shape and what we do with our physical body. When you stop identifying yourself exclusively through form, then your profession, age, race, gender, nationality, financial situation, list of accruals, awards, handicaps, fitness level, and any other labels lose meaning. Interrupting the labeling process will help you define who you are in deeper and more spiritual terms. If you must label, try this one: I am connected with the perfect intelligence that supports all forms and therefore I am an integral part of everything. I have no limitations or compartments. I'm not going to get everything, I already am everything. Begin to see your mind, your informal side, as something new and miraculous. Know that your mind is capable of transcending its form and that your body is largely controlled by your mind. Imagine yourself with a lemon in your hand. Now imagine bringing the lemon to your mouth and biting into it. This exercise will create a flood of saliva in your mouth, as your body's reaction to the imaginary invasion of citric acid. This is transformation in action. Your mind is causing your physical self to respond. That is precisely what hypnosis is all about. It is a way of directly contacting the state of mind that allows you to transcend your form, transcend pain by refusing to register painful signals. This amazing power is always with you. Work every day to clear yourself of the two factors that most inhibit your personal transformation, negativity and judgment. The more negative your thoughts are, the more likely it is that you will exclusively look at your physical side and behave in such a way as to destroy your body as well. All negative thinking is an inhibitor of personal transformation. It keeps it clogged just like cholesterol clogs an artery. When you are full of negativity, you cannot reach higher and more abundant levels of happiness. The inclination to judge others also serves as a gigantic inhibitor of your personal transformation. When you judge another person, you don't define them, you define yourself. Your judgment of another says nothing at all about that person, it just says that you should judge the person the way you are doing it. So you are saying more about yourself than about the other. When you find yourself thinking and behaving in negative or critical terms, remember that this is an indication of where you are at the moment and where you are not, that here it may be a sign that you are identifying yourself in some way with the person on trial. What bothers us the most about others is often something that we refuse to acknowledge in ourselves, or even something that we need the most. Try to be more interested in what is causing you to feel critical than what is wrong with that other person. After a while, you will find yourself replacing negativity and judgment with a gentle, loving inner look at why this is hooking you. Higher consciousness or personal transformation involves putting the golden rule into practice and, when you slip, applying that same rule to yourself. You will discover that the world has not changed, but that you are now a totally different human being, a transformed human being. It is really a great feeling to take charge of your own inner life. Examine how you treat the physical or visible self. As the above cleansing process begins, you will find yourself more and more in balance, improving your exercise habits and nutritional intake. As negativity and judgment fade, so will the self-abusing habits directed at your form. You will begin to know that the food you eat maintains the wonderful temple that houses your being. You will see the old self-destructive habits of form destruction disappear, and you will honor the form as a manifestation of yourself. Everything works perfectly together, when you allow it. Allow yourself time to meditate silently on your own. Meditation is a powerful tool and it is as simple as breathing. You must choose your own style of meditation. Maybe it will help if I tell you a little about mine. I go to a quiet place and with my eyes closed I visualize a pastel-like light. Any thought is rejected by the power of light. As I feel more and more peaceful, I see a white light in the center of the cake field and I feel like I am getting closer and closer to the target. When I finally pass through that light, it is a lot like walking through the door I described. I feel energetic and totally in control of myself and my surroundings. Exquisite peace is the best term I can think of for this place. I feel as rested as if I had slept soundly for 8 hours. When I leave this level I feel totally connected with all of humanity. In fact, I call this meditation my connection to all eternity, because somewhere deep within me I am completely released from my form. After meditating, I know that I can achieve anything. Some of my deepest insights, my best speeches, and my most personally satisfying writing emerge after meditation. And my appreciation for my loved ones can only be described as a culminating experience. Try it. Use your own method. But give yourself the quiet time and space to be alone with your invisible you. Miracles await you in this spectacular space. Go there. It is really exquisite. Above all, be kind and understanding to yourself. Be especially nice to yourself if he behaves in a way that you don't like. Talk kindly to yourself. Be patient with yourself when being a holy person is difficult. It takes a lot of practice, just as it takes a lot of practice to develop neurotic and critical habits. Forgive yourself, and then when you don't act the way you want, use your actions as a reminder of where you are and where you are not. The more you extend kindness to yourself, the more it becomes your automatic response to others. By way of summary, I offer the broccoli metaphor. Imagine going to your local grocery store and buying a package of frozen broccoli because you are drawn to the beautiful image on the package. When you bring the broccoli home, you are still so drawn to the image that you dump the contents in the trash and proceed to prepare the wrapper for dinner. When you put the image of broccoli on your plate, you suddenly realize that you are going to be very hungry if all you have is the packaging. Your life can be like this. You may be paying so much attention to the package that contains your true self that you are throwing away the most vital ingredients. Your form is the package, and while your beauty and appearance may seem of the utmost importance, it primarily serves to contain all the rest of your magnificent humanity. The container cannot bring you the pleasure, satisfaction, and nutrition that the content does. Even if you can't see what's inside that beautiful package, you know that whatever it is that provides you with important and irreplaceable nourishment. A lifetime of focusing exclusively on the pack will result in a person who is spiritually malnourished and quite unhappy. Thought. You are not a human being who has a spiritual experience. You are a spiritual being who has a human experience. Thought is much more than something you do. In fact, it is who you and the rest of us are too. Thought constitutes our whole being, except the part of us that is form, or the envelope that our mind carries. Try to think of thought as something that exists not only within you, but also outside of you. This can be difficult, because you are used to believing that your thoughts are an internal mechanism that guides the part of you that is form. Instead, try to regard thought as a universal into which it was born. It is something you do as well as something you are. Once you get used to this new idea, it will become easier and easier for you to see every thought as something that is part of you. Here's a mini lesson on what thinking is. Your desire to improve your life is really your thought to improve your life. Your will to live is really your thought to live. Your attitudes about your entire life are really your thoughts on these matters. Your entire past up to this point is nothing more than a thought. Your whole future from this moment on is nothing but thought. Your relationships with everyone in your life are nothing more than thoughts. Your determination to succeed is nothing more than your thinking to achieve it. The idea of success is really the idea of success. Since you can never get behind the eyes of another human being and feel like that person, you are actually one step away from that person's process and experience it through thought as well. You relate to everything and everyone on this planet through the mechanism of thought. It is not what is in the world that determines the quality of your life, it is how you choose to process your world and your thoughts. So many highly respected thinkers in disparate disciplines have concluded that thought, the mind, is the total determinant of how our lives will go. The Dutch philosopher Spinoza said, "I saw that all the things that I feared, and that feared me, had nothing good or bad, except insofar as the mind was affected by them." Albert Ellis, the founder of rational emotive therapy, stated, "People and things do not bother us, we bother ourselves by believing that they can bother us. We become what we think about all day," according to Ralph Waldo Emerson. There is nothing good or bad, but thinking makes it that way, Shakespeare tells us. Abraham Lincoln said, "People are as happy as they decide to be. Change your thoughts and you change your world," was how Norman Vincent Peale put it. Jesus tells us, "As you think, so you will be." Our future is shaped by the thoughts we have most often. We literally become what we think about, and we all have the gift of being able to write our own history. To me, this is the closest to absolute truth of all I know. In my parable Gifts from Achis, Achis says, "There is no way to happiness, happiness is the way." My thoughts have always created my world. After my mother successfully reunited her family, we lived on the east side of Detroit. I spent many nights watching The Tonight Show, starring Steve Allen, on a small black and white Admiral TV, while everyone else slept. I loved Allen's madness. Sitting in that little room on Morass Road, I would imagine myself on The Tonight Show and in my mind I would practice talking to Steve Allen. In fact, I was working on routines, editing this and that of my conversation, as I envisioned myself being a guest on the show. But the image in my mind was not me at 13, it was me, as an adult, who made an appearance and spoke about things that I knew to be true. Most of these guest appearances focused on my beliefs, held even then, that we are capable of choosing our own destiny, capable of making others laugh. These thoughts were so real to me that I was telling my siblings and friends what I was going to say on The Tonight Show when it appeared. They considered me a child with a wild imagination who was always in another world anyway, so they indulged me and moved on to something more realistic. But my internal images were never damaged by the attitudes of others. For as long as I can remember, I have been able to enter this world of pure thought, and it is as real to me as the world of form is to all of us. Many times as a child, I knew what was going to happen to me before it actually happened, because I had experienced it in my mind so often. When I was young, I never did anything with this skill and eventually stopped telling others about it. As I mentioned in the introduction, when I returned to New York City in 1974 after my transformative experience at my father's grave, I knew that I had to make big changes in my life. Even though I loved teaching at the university, something inside me said that I had to go on my own, that I needed to change gears and go in a whole new direction. I struggled for almost a year with the idea that I had to go out on my own and leave the safety of a bi-monthly paycheck. I had wonderful images in my mind's eye. I saw myself talking to everyone in America about the ideas I had just finished writing about in Your Erroneous Zones. I could see in my mind that the book was going to be very successful. And so one day I announced in my advanced doctoral seminar that I would be leaving college very soon and going out on my own. After I made the announcement, I was shocked. Here I was alone in the conversation stages with my family, and yet I was making a public announcement. Apparently, my form followed the invisible force of my inner world. The morning came when the image was very clear in my mind. I saw myself completely alone on my adventure, without any guarantees, and yet as peaceful as I have never been in my life. I knew this was the day, that in a few hours I would be officially out on my own. I could no longer depend on a paycheck. When I got to campus, I immediately went to the dean's office. I had not told my wife or family that this was the day. It was the vision I had that morning that made it clear to me. The entire process of my entry to the dean's office was mental. All thoughts. All the visions that were private to me. All the images of myself that I could no longer erase. I could hardly believe it myself. Here I was waiting to announce to the dean that I was resigning, effective within a few weeks at the end of the current semester. Our conversation was brief. I told him that I wanted to go out and do something that I really believed in. He asked me to reconsider and discuss it with my family and some of my colleagues, but I told him that I had already achieved it in my mind, my thoughts, and that now I was simply going through the formality of making it real in the physical world as well. He pointed out all the risks, how unlikely it was that I could make a living writing and speaking, and that jobs like the one I had were extremely hard to come by in the 1970s due to too many faculty and too few academic vacancies. I told him that I was aware of the risk and that this was one of the main reasons why I was taking this turn in my life. I was heading down the road that Robert Frost called the road less traveled. Two roads diverged in a forest, and I took the one less traveled. And that has made the difference. When I left the dean's office, I walked into mine with an inner glow. I was free to move confidently in the direction of my dreams. I cleared my desk, made some announcements to my PhD students and advisors, and drove home on the freeway knowing I was taking the biggest step of my life. Here I was, completely unknown to the media, leaving my safe position to go out and tell the world about the ideas in my new book. However, I was ecstatic, because I had seen it all in my mind before experiencing it in the world of form. I discussed my new adventure with my wife and daughter, and they gave me their full support and encouragement. As I had always been a responsible person, I had always met my financial obligations, I relied on this story, rather than creating in my mind some kind of impending disaster regarding my family obligations. We would use our accumulated savings, I would borrow money if necessary, and we would reduce some of our expenses if that became a necessity. My family completely agreed with me, money was not going to be the reason to avoid following my happiness. They seemed to know that this was something I had to pursue and, as is almost always the case when people love you, not only did they cheer me on, but they also seemed to have the same intuitive feeling that everything was going to be okay. Penalty fee. They too were willing to take risks, knowing that we would all be happier for the effort. Every obstacle that came my way became an opportunity. They told me that there was a minimal number of printed copies of my book and that even if I went out and talked to people in the media, it would be of no use because most bookstores would not have my book in stock. So I decided to buy a large number of books and bring them to people myself. I literally became my own distributor initially. I left my books on consignment with store owners across America in 1976, and I was extremely fortunate that some wonderful people came into my life at just the right time. One of those people, Donna Gould, became such a fervent believer after reading my book that she worked in her own time to help me get reservations across the country. Donna knew that I was paying most of my own expenses, and she contributed many hours of her time and tons of her energy to help me. My editor became more of a believer when he saw the results of my enthusiasm for this project. Before long I was out in my own car, traveling from one small town to another, appearing on talk shows and doing interviews in local newspapers. I first went up and down the East Coast, then the Midwest, and finally on a long tour of the country with my wife and daughter, paying my own expenses, staying in cheap motels, and most importantly, enjoying every minute of my life. This new adventure. He rarely thought of making money. He had published 3 successful textbooks and many professional articles for no financial gain, consequently, he was now not motivated by the desire to make a fortune. I was just doing something that I loved to do and was not responding to anyone on the road. As I was using my own savings to finance this trip and purchase the books, I had full control over all aspects of this promotion. As the months went by, my talk show increased to 15 a day. The bookstores in the cities he had visited began placing new orders with the publisher. At first, I had been able to get bookings only in the smaller cities, but now the media in the larger cities were starting to hire me on their shows. An advertising and publishing expert had told me that the only way to talk to everyone in America in the 1970s was through the television network, but that this option was practically closed to me because I had no national reputation. He suggested that I would be happy if I sold a few thousand books in the local New York area, had a couple of prints, and got a publishing credit for a promotion in college. This was the opinion of many others who knew the publishing industry from the inside out. They seemed to me to ignore the great truth of Victor Hugo: nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. What is an idea but a thought? The experts had their own ideas and put them into practice. I also had my idea. I agreed that the easiest way to talk to everyone in America was through the media, but I believed that it was not the only way. I could reach everyone in America if I were willing to take the time, expend the energy, and absorb the risks that approach entails. He was willing and very eager too. He would use each barrier as an opportunity to see if he could overcome it. And it worked every time. As much as I made things happen through my thoughts, I also allowed things to happen by not fighting with anyone or anything, by doing everything with good cheer and love. It was so much fun, every day, every interview, every new city, every new friend. All very exciting. The months turned into a year, and my family and I kept traveling. Somehow the financial things sorted themselves out, and then one day while appearing on KMOX radio station in St. Louis, I got a call from Arthur Pine, my friend and agent, who informed me that my book would appear on the New York Times National Bestsellers list the following week, debuting at number 8. He had achieved what almost everyone said was impossible. Without an appearance on national television or radio, I had been able to go to the people of this country and get enough of those people to buy my book to put it on the national bestseller list. I was amazed and in shock. But this was only the beginning of how my internal images, my thoughts, began to manifest. I was becoming what I had been thinking about every day and, most importantly, I was opening myself up to allowing my purpose to find me. I had begun to cleanse myself of the negativity and judgment that had previously interfered with the flow of my process. Then other changes began. I started exercising every day. Slow at first, but very every day. In August 1976 I ran my first kilometer without stopping. In the end I was huffing and puffing and in a state of exhaustion, but nevertheless I ended up with a wonderful sense of inner satisfaction. The next day I made the effort to do this task again. Then again the next day, and in a week I was running a mile comfortably. 2 months later, I ran 8 miles non-stop, and so began my running streak, which continues today, 8 miles a day, every day without fail, since October 7, 1976. I became more attentive to my eating habits and gradually discontinued many foods that we now recognize as nutritionally inadequate. The clearer I became, the less negative and critical, the more I began to treat my physical self in healthier ways. When I allowed my purpose to find me, I began to feel happier and more in harmony with myself. In the end, it was as if I forgot myself and automatically tuned into my strong sense of mission and purpose. This is how the lighting process seems to work. You go through a series of phases where you first focus on yourself and consciously work to improve yourself until the inner turmoil subsides. As that inner turmoil fades, you feel much more determined to share with others. When you have a true inner sense of love and harmony, that is precisely what you have to give away. As my book began to appear regularly on bestseller lists across America, the demand for me to make personal and media appearances increased dramatically. Programs that had previously turned Donna down were now calling to check my availability. One by one I began to make stops of the circuit. And within months, the book had catapulted itself to the top of the list, where it was supposed to stay for nearly 2 years. Then one day I got the magic phone call that would lead me to the realization of that image that I had as a kid watching television on the east side of Detroit. Howard Papush of The Tonight Show staff received a copy of my book from someone at a party on Long Island. He took the book with him on his flight back to Los Angeles. The following week I received a call from a member of The Tonight Show staff, asking me if, when I was in Los Angeles, I would be willing to go to the Burbank studios for a pre-interview for the show. Within 10 days I was sitting in Howard's office talking to him about all the ideas he strongly believed in. By then, I'd done hundreds of interviews and learned that the best strategy was to just be myself. Just me, talking to whoever I was interviewing as if we were in my living room. Howard and I get along very well, and to this day we remain very close friends. In a week I was going to make my first appearance on The Tonight Show. The guest host that Monday night was Shecky Green, a well-known Las Vegas comedian. While standing in the hallway next to the green room before the show started, I noticed a cluster of pay phones. I decided to call my wife and share the excitement I was feeling. As I spoke, I noticed that someone was using the phone next to me. He was the first guest of the night, the man I had spoken to so many times in my mind almost every night almost a quarter of a century before, Mr. Steve Allen. The recording of the night was sensational from my point of view. I had almost 15 minutes on national television to share the ideas that were so important to me. It was a dream come true. When I went to the airport to catch an overnight flight back to the East Coast, I was overjoyed. Then, over a loudspeaker, I heard a page for my name. It was Howard on the phone to give me the bad news that the show had been interrupted for the first time in many years, due to an overcrowding at the Republican National Convention. It would not show until an unspecified future free date. I flew back home wondering if the show would ever air, but the next day I got another call from Howard, asking me to fly in the next day to make an appearance with Johnny Carson that would air that week. So I made a third cross-country flight, got to Los Angeles and did the show with Johnny on a Wednesday night. But we had only 6 or 7 minutes left at the end of the show, and due to the brevity of the interview, Johnny asked me on the air if I could stay longer than 2 days and reappear on Friday night. I stayed over 2 days and did the show that Friday night, and it went really well. 1 week from next Monday, the anticipated program aired. So he had gone from being an unknown person who could land a contract only on local shows to one with 3 appearances on Tonight Show on national television, all broadcast in an 11-day period. It seemed clear to me that Thoreau was absolutely right when he wrote, if you confidently walk in the direction of your dreams and strive to live the life you have envisioned, you will find unexpected success in ordinary hours. Your Erroneous Zones was finally published in 26 languages around the world. Other books followed, as well as tapes, articles, international travel for professional talks, and an opportunity for me to make a difference in the lives of millions and millions of people. I received more money in the first year that I was alone without the security of a regular paycheck than I had received in the 36 years of my life prior to that date. The how and why of visualization. I am firmly convinced that thoughts are things. Thoughts, when properly nurtured and internalized, will become reality in the world of form. You see, we think in images and these images become our inner reality. When we learn the how and why of this imaging process, we are headed for unexpected success at ordinary times. 4 Principles of Effective Visualization. View the process of producing thoughts as an internal visualization without any of the limitations of the physical realm. You can move forward or backward in thought and you don't need all 5 senses to enter the world of thought, you do it in dreams while you sleep. Cause and effect are not a prerequisite. You can thoughtfully create any image you choose, and these images are the very essence of your life. 4 basic principles will allow you to make this shapeless realm work for you both physically and mentally. 1. Your actions come from your images. All of our behavior is the result of the thoughts that preceded it. If you visualize yourself as incompetent in a certain area, and continually reinforce it with a mental image, you will eventually enact this scenario. Suppose you are about to load your car and discover that you have 6 suitcases to put in a trunk that was designed to hold only 5. The image that forms in your mind will determine the amount of luggage you will take on this trip. If you think, I'm going to have to cut down to 5 bags, this car can't hold all 6, then that's what you'll do. But if you imagine yourself going on a trip with all 6 suitcases and you keep that image in your mind, then you will act on the basis of the thought I know I can fit them all. I'll just change things and work on it until they fit. I mean thoughts as things, because they have as much to do with the way you drive on vacation as other things, like your car, your bags, your maps, your gas supply, your money, and everything. More in the world of form. Understanding that a thought is the first step in this life process helps you see the value of visualization in a positive light. Apply the notion of thoughts as things to the acquisition of wealth. If you imagine yourself acquiring abundance, if you keep this vision in your mind no matter what obstacles you encounter, and if you see it absolutely for yourself, you will act on this image. You will allow this image to be the dominant image in your mental world. You will make 15 calls a day instead of 3 or 4. You will find yourself saving a portion of your income and therefore paying yourself first, a crucial step in acquiring wealth. You will think rich thoughts and surround yourself with people who encourage your visions. You will find yourself attending classes on the important topics that make up your life mission. You will be in a continuous state of self-improvement. You will seek the knowledge and experience of those who have achieved success in their field. You will spend time reading about people who have been successful despite their humble origins. Your entire life experience will revolve around the image of you with abundance in your life, all based on one thing, one thought. It is also important to examine the reverse of this image. If you imagine yourself poor, you will act out your daily life based on this image. You will surround yourself with people who lack abundance, you will read about failures, you will avoid trying new things or believing in self-improvement because the idea in your head is that you are poor. Your behavior will constantly flow from this visualization. You will consider successful people as lucky or born in the right circumstances. You will go into every encounter that can help you gain abundance with the thought that it won't work for you anyway. Virtually everything you do is the result of the image you put in your mind before trying. See yourself as incapable of standing in front of an audience, and you won't. You will just steer clear of that experience and justify it by labeling yourself a shy person. Shy people create shy images over and over in their minds, and until they can see themselves without fear, they will always act on the image they create. Regardless of your life circumstances, you are the writer, director, and producer of your mental images. You will always act out those images. Your circumstances do not determine what your life will be, reveal what kind of images you have chosen so far. From the quality of your physical appearance to your level of nutritional health, the state of your financial possessions, the quality of your relationships, and everything else that requires action on your part, you are acting on images. Your mind stores all the images that you choose and, on a daily basis, you carry out the assignments of those thoughts. You cannot have a feeling without first having a thought. Your behavior is based on your feelings, which are based on your thoughts. So what you need to work on is not changing your behavior, but those things within your consciousness that we call thoughts. Once your thoughts reflect who you really want to be, the appropriate emotions and consequent behavior will flow automatically. Believe it and you will see it. 2. Tell yourself that everything you visualize is already here. Remember what Einstein taught us about time. Time does not exist in the linear world, it is an invention of man due to his limited vision and his need to compartmentalize everything. There really is no time. Just let these words sink in and be open to the possibility that they are true. Now, in a universe where time does not exist, everything you can think of is already here. Where else could it be? That thing in your head that we call thought is already here in the physical world. It is not in another solar system or in another universe. It's here. But you can't just visualize something and then sit back and wait for it to materialize in your life. You must understand that the opportunity to bring thought into physical reality is up to you, and that physical reality is already here, on this plane, and available for you to make the connection. Your job as a visualizer is to learn to take it from the astral world of thought to the physical world of form. Suppose you visualize yourself selling 5 million widgets that you have invented. You could say to yourself, how is it possible that this image is already here if it has not yet been manufactured? Because everything you visualize is already here. But who is going to buy a widget each? Where are those 5 million people? On another planet? In another solar system? Of course, no. They are already here. Of course, there are many steps to shaping it. You must know how to manufacture, distribute, and advertise your product. The rest of the steps are already planned. All you have to do is connect your thoughts with your thoughts to buy a widget, and what you visualized begins to materialize in the world of form. Suppose you envision yourself as someone who can run a 26-mile marathon. Where are you going to do that? Right here. Not in another reality system, but right here, now. When the Wright brothers envisioned an airplane flying, that reality was already here. We didn't need to invent a new reality system to produce flight possibilities for humans. We needed to connect our thoughts to the reality that was already here. Once those thoughts were tuned into the frequency of flying as a possibility, that became our reality. The healthy person you imagine yourself to be is already here, albeit surrounded by earlier unhealthy thoughts. Understanding that everything you are capable of seeing in your mind is already here will help you take responsibility for your entire life. Everything is energy. Nothing is solid. Everything vibrates at its own level of reality, and although the shape appears to be solid, a simple examination under a microscope reveals that this solid object is actually alive with dancing molecules that vibrate at a little less than the speed of light, and therefore so much so, we seem to be solid. Energy is the very essence of the universe and thoughts are part of that matter. So when you have a thought about something that you would like to happen for yourself, remember that it is nothing more than connecting the two frequencies to make reality happen for you. Keep in mind that if you are able to conceive the idea in your head as an image of something that you would like, then it is here. And when you start to doubt it, remember to ask yourself, where else could you be if you are not here in our reality system? The thought that I had in my head as a child of appearing on The Tonight Show, difficult as it is for us to understand, was already here. If time does not exist, then 1953 and 1976 are essentially the same. If you know in your heart that your images are already here just because you can think about them, then you will stop waiting and start working on those images to turn them into your physical and inner reality. Where else could they be? Is a wonderful question to ask yourself when you begin to doubt that your images will work for you. 3. Be willing. Forget the word determination. Forget about perseverance. Forget about personal impulse. These are not the concepts to help you understand the visualization process and bring it into your life. Over and over I hear, I did my best. I really tried hard and it still didn't work. I persevered for months and still didn't get what I wanted. The missing keyword in these statements is will. For a visualization to be a reality in the world of form, you must be willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen. This is the most important aspect of visualization and images. Everything you can imagine in your mind is already here waiting for you to connect to it. What needs to be added is your state of will. When I dropped out of college to pursue my dreams, I was willing to do anything. If that meant moving to another part of the country, I was ready. If that meant borrowing money, he was willing. If that meant leaving my family behind for a while, I was willing, because I knew my family supported my dreams. If that meant working 18 hours a day for years and years, he was willing. When I give lectures on the topic of positive imagery and creative visualization, someone in the audience often says, I worked and worked on my dream and it still hasn't worked. Why? My response to that person is a question, what was it you weren't willing to do? The answer is usually something like, I just can't uproot my family and move to a new area just to pursue my own dreams. Maybe, I say, you need to examine how willing you are to do whatever it takes to make your dream come true. I think being willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your dream is a key factor in the achievement. The will is really a state of mind. It is an internal statement that says, I will be happiness and I will bring it to my companies. I will take the next step to make my dream come true. This is not a principle that presupposes a long list of goals. Quite the opposite. It's an internal statement that I'll do whatever it takes because that's what feels right to me. I believe that the will is proportional to the rectitude of its path. If you are constantly unwilling, I suggest you examine your dream closely. You may be getting an internal signal that this is not what you want. Otherwise, you will move forward with confidence and will not stop regardless of what others say, obstacles that are presented, or evidence that suggests that you will not fulfill your visualization. In my office I have 2 framed posters. One is an image of Albert Einstein, underneath which are the words "Great spirits have always faced violent opposition from mediocre minds." The other poster is made up solely of words, "I thank all those people who said no. It's for them that I did it myself." Great thoughts. Inherent in this third visualization principle is the notion of openness. When you are willing to do whatever it takes to formalize your images, your thoughts, you open your heart to all the possibilities available to you as a human being. Nothing will be too absurd for you to undertake. No obstruction or discouragement will enter your consciousness. You are open to everything. Also, when you open yourself to abundance, you begin to act abundantly. So many times along the way I had been told by experts how futile my efforts were to tell the world about your wrong zones, but within my heart was the understanding that while their advice might be true to them, it simply did. I was more willing to do what I had to do. And I loved every step along the way, rather than seeing my efforts as some kind of torture trail that I had to traverse to get to the picnic field. I would have my own inner celebration every time I overcome another obstacle. And I came to know that this future picnic area was just an illusion, since the future does not exist at all, only the work unit of our lives, which is now. Once you are truly willing to do whatever it takes regardless of the obstacles, your openness will lead to an inner harmony that will not allow you to give up. Being willing does not mean having to suffer, or having to do everything. The disposition itself is usually sufficient, and the disposition is a thought. 4. Realize that there is no such thing as failure. Keep this in mind and you will achieve everything you envision in your mind. It never fails, it just produces results. Always results. If you try to hit a golf ball 100 yards and it swerves to the right, you have not missed. You have produced a result. Your concept of failure comes from believing someone else's opinion of how you might have hit the golf ball. But in our reality, he couldn't have hit the golf ball other than the way he hit it. You have produced a result. You then scold yourself or put the ball back on the tee and proceed from the result you got. If you do this 200 times, you have not failed yet, you have simply produced 200 results. So, following visualization principles, if you want to be able to hit a golf ball on the fairway 100 yards or more in the air, you have to be willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen. Very, very simple. You don't do what it takes for your spouse or Arnold Palmer, you do what it takes for yourself. 100 swings, 200, 6,000. If you want to realize your vision in the world of shapes, you must be willing to do whatever it takes and remember that you cannot stop being yourself. You can only produce results. Suppose you weigh 250 pounds and you would like to weigh 125 pounds. You have not failed, you have produced massive results. Now apply the 4 principles of thoughts as things. See yourself as the 125-pound person. Get an image of this person in your mind and never, ever let that image go. Then you will begin to act on that image and find that your eating and exercise habits change to fit the image. Second, remember that the 125-pound person you envision is already here, even though they are surrounded by 125 extra pounds. Third, be willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your visualization, to achieve your goal. It's not what worked for your sister. For your viewing. Finally, remember that you cannot fail in this process, you will only produce results. If the results are continually not losing weight, get to work uncovering the belief system that is keeping you fat, because it is your thoughts that are creating the unwanted results. The most effective methods of doing this, in my opinion, are in programs that emphasize that you have your own answers. Find the approach that works best for you, an approach that involves self-responsibility and an understanding that what you believe is what you see. You can try dream work, in which you seek to get to know yourself better by inviting solutions, answers, and clarifications that come to you from your inner consciousness through your dreams and meditation. You are the dreamer of dreams. The you that is beyond form is eternal and is alive in a formless world. A cheeky statement, perhaps, but would you be convinced of that if you could leave your body, exist in a formless world, and then re-enter your body and exist in the state we call form? I suggest that you do exactly that every night and that you spend about a third of all your time here on this planet doing just that. We call it dreaming, and a lot can be learned about ourselves as part of pure thinking by seeing what happens when we leave our bodies and enter the world of dreams. Every time we go to sleep and start dreaming, I think we actually leave our body and enter a new dream body. We convince ourselves that our dream body is real while we dream, otherwise we could not have the dream. Where would it take place? Let's take a look at the rules that apply while we dream and see how different they are from the rules that apply while in waking consciousness. First of all, in dreams, time does not exist. We can go back and forth at will. We can be with someone who died many years ago and that person will seem very real. We can go back to being teenagers, and that too seems quite real while in the dream body. We can live a lifetime in a 14-minute dream sequence and everything is real to our dream body. Second, there is no cause or effect to dreaming. One moment we may be talking to someone we know very well and the next moment we are on a bus talking to a stranger. We can participate in an activity that produces the opposite result of what would occur in waking life. Third, dreams may have no beginning and no end. We can switch in the middle of a sequence to another place, and then go back, years younger than a moment ago. Fourth, in the dream, every obstacle turns into some kind of opportunity. If in the dream we are driving on a road that suddenly ends in a cliff, we can turn that into an opportunity to fly over the ground instead of hitting an abyss. In a chase scene, we somehow develop the amazing ability to catch bullets out of the air. Fifth, we create everything we need for our dream. This is very important to my hypothesis. If we need a person to scream and scream in the dream, we create that person as well as a screaming episode. Everyone and everything we need for sleep, we create it. If we don't, who does it? Sixth, our reactions within the dream manifest in our physical body, but the things that create the reactions are all illusions or thoughts. For example, if you believe someone threatening you with a knife, your heart will start to beat faster, and that is real. But the knife and the person who wields it are illusions. And finally, the only way we know that we are dreaming is by waking up. If we dreamed 24 hours a day, that would be our reality. We are convinced that the body is real, but everything that we experience in the dream is entirely in the realm of thought. There is no physical reality, it is an illusion, we realize it when we wake up. We spend about a third of our life sleeping, and a large percentage of our sleep time in sleep activity, which is pure formless thought that seems very real before waking up. In fact, we are capable of quite fantastic feats while in our dream bodies. We can fly, transcend time, create whatever we choose, and male dreamers can even create the entire dance of life in this state of pure thought. What is a nocturnal emission or a wet dream if not the ejaculation of the protoplasm of life? Pure thought creating the opportunity for the dance of life. No physical contact. Pure thought that creates life. Quite an amazing process in this fabulously mysterious world of sheer absence of form, of thought. I am not referring here to the interpretation of the content of dreams. I write about the dreaming process to encourage you to become a daydreamer. That is, to help you understand that rules that seem to apply only to your dream body can also apply to your waking body. This lesson was advanced by Thoreau, who put it this way: our truest life is when we are awake in our dreams. For comparison purposes, think of 3 levels of consciousness. The level at the bottom we will call our dream consciousness, we will call the next level our awakened consciousness, and we will call the third level a higher level of consciousness. Now let's see what these different levels are like and what they mean in our lives. I will use a personal example. When I was young, I often dreamed of shoveling snow, and sometimes I would mutter loudly on my shovel and wake up one of my brothers. He found that if he disguised himself as part of my dream, by speaking softly he could get me to pass him the shovel from my dream, which of course he found hilarious, and would wake me up with his laugh. But as long as he disguised himself as part of my dream, I would cooperate from my dream level with him at his waking level. I think this illustrates our ability to communicate between our waking and sleeping consciousness. What if someone from a dimension higher than waking consciousness wanted to walk and talk to us? That person would also have to disguise himself and pretend to be one of us, although he would know that there is a much greater consciousness beyond the waking level of consciousness. If that being were charismatic and compelling, many could listen and achieve a sense of the potential of higher consciousness beyond waking consciousness. That is, I believe, the process of highly spiritual teachers who have come here to teach us about the dimensions that are there for us in the world beyond our form. What would be a good costume? How about a carpenter who gives us an idea of what is available to us, and who tells us while performing miracle after miracle, "He who believes in me, the works that I do, he will also do, and greater works that these will do." How about a teacher, a writer, or a gas station attendant? Yes, there are miracle workers who can take us to the edge of our waking consciousness, to glimpse something else. The great spiritual teachers who have lived among us and who continue to do so have transcended the rules in what we believe to be the only set of rules. While we are in our dream bodies experiencing the part of our lives that we spend in this world of pure thought, we can have transcendent experiences whenever we want. We do not need any of our senses in this shapeless state. We do not need to touch, feel, or smell anything using our senses to know that it is real. Thought is real. By becoming a waking dreamer, you will enter that higher level of consciousness beyond waking consciousness, the level that spiritual masters have allowed us to glimpse through their teachings and their examples as human beings. But to do so, you must challenge your reality thinking belief system. To become a daydreamer, you must learn to die while alive. Let's start by briefly looking at the process of dying. I believe that, 1. We cannot kill thought, and 2. All forms are in transition. It follows then that death will be very similar to the dream consciousness I described earlier. We, our thoughts, leave our body when we enter our sleep, and then, the thoughts that we are, re-enter the body for awakened consciousness. Similarly, when we die, our thoughts leave the body and we can look back at this dream we are living now that we call waking consciousness, with the same kind of vision that we look back within our dreams. This is a powerful idea. It could free us from the fear of death if we learn to internalize it. The reason we have a hard time accepting that this waking consciousness is a dream is that it all seems too real. But let's go back to our dream consciousness. The same reasoning applies here. While we are in the dream body, we are convinced that it is real, but it is real only for the dream and it becomes an illusion when we wake up. Everything we experience in our waking consciousness is also real to us. Dying while we are alive gives us the only opportunity we will have to get out of this package that temporarily houses us. An ancient parable repeated generation after generation by the spiritual teachers of India illustrates this point. A traveler from India went to Africa to purchase some local products and animals, and while in the jungle he saw thousands of beautiful multicolored talking parrots. He decided to capture a talking parrot and get it back as a pet. At home he kept his parrot in a cage and fed him wonderful seeds and honey, played music for his pet, and generally treated him well. When it was time for the man to return to Africa 2 years later, he asked his parrot if there were any messages he could deliver to the parrot's friends in the jungle. The parrot told his master to tell him that he was very happy in his cage and that he enjoyed every day and to convey his love to him. When the traveler returned to Africa, he delivered the message to the parrots in the jungle. Just as his story ended, a tear-eyed parrot fell dead. The man was alarmed and decided that the parrot must have been very close to the parrot in the cage and that was the reason for his sadness and disappearance. When the traveler returned to India, he told his pet what had happened. When he finished his story, the pet parrot's eyes filled with tears and he fell dead in his cage. The man was astonished, but thought that his pet had died out of desperation to learn of the death of his close friend in the jungle. The merchant opened the cage and threw the dead bird into the garbage can. Immediately, her pet parrot flew up to a tree branch outside. The merchant told him, "Then, after all, you are not dead. Why did you do that?" The parrot replied, "Because that bird in Africa sent me a very important message." "What was the message?" the merchant asked impatiently. "He told me that if you want to escape from your cage, you must die while you are alive. In fact, we must die while we are alive in order to look back at our waking consciousness and find ourselves trapped in our cage, which in our case is our body. And then we'll see how unnecessary it is to be caged." Let's take a closer look at those 7 rules that apply to our dream bodies and see how much more enchanting our waking consciousness will become if we learn to die while alive, to become a waking dreamer. 1. Time does not exist. Einstein's study of life was devoted to the simple message that we exist in a complete universe. If time does not exist, except for the convenience of man, then 8 hours and 80 years are the same. An 8-hour dream and an 80-year dream are identical, and the only way to know that we are dreaming is to wake up. In a dream, we can be a tiny baby or a small child or a teenager. We can get married, have children, pursue a career, go bankrupt, have grandchildren, move into a retirement community, and grow old, all in a matter of minutes. In the dream it is very real and we can reduce it all to a small segment of what we call time. While we are awake, on the level of waking consciousness, it is also possible to recognize that time is an illusion and redefine ourselves to include our ageless and formless nature. 2. There is no cause or effect. In the dream body, we come and go freely without being restricted to the laws of cause and effect. In thought we are exactly the same. We can have a thought that is not related at all to the previous thought within a larger thought process. We can have a dream within a dream within a dream. Also in waking consciousness we can choose to recognize that we do not need to be confined to the rules that determine form. The physical law of gravity does not apply to thought. In fact, beyond our atmosphere, even our shape is not limited to gravitational constraints. A daydreamer can dream any thought without referring to the previous thought. We can move from one thought to another and use only those thoughts that are useful. In waking consciousness we can understand that we are capable of changing gears at any time in our life. If you train to be a doctor and it no longer applies in your life, simply choose new thoughts and begin applying the concepts of making your visualizations your waking consciousness reality. 3. There is no beginning and no end. In our dream body we do not disappear or end, because it is only in the form that there are beginnings and ends. We never die in our dream in the sense that we simply cease to be. We also do not do it in waking consciousness, and we must understand this if we are to overcome our fear of death. We can't kill the thought, and we try it over and over again every night. Your dead grandmother may be right there in your dream, at 53 and 83 years old, with no restrictions on the rules of form. When we enter our dream body, it is not necessary that we have a beginning for every dream sequence, we are simply there, pure and simple, there is no need to start. We can also be here now in waking consciousness, disregarding beginnings and endings, imagining forever. Within the concept of eternity, the notion of a beginning and an end is absurd. Try to imagine where the universe begins and ends, and you will see how silly all of that is. Try to imagine a thought that has a beginning and an end and you will know that the thought does not conform to such rules. The universe, and everything in it, including humanity, is thought, and the daydreamer strives to understand rather than worry about where it ends and how it begins. The truly enlightened souls knew that they cannot die. They know that death is only a transition of form and that the dimension of astral thought does not experience any phenomena such as an end or a beginning. 4. Obstacles are opportunities. Our dream body knows how to turn obstacles into opportunities, and in dreaming we all do it all the time. We are often transcending difficulties and shifting to new realities within our dream body. This is also one of the lessons we must learn about our waking state. Everything we encounter in life has something to teach us. All disease has within it the seeds to overcome disease. Every relationship, no matter how harmful it may seem, has something to teach us. Every addiction has the power to overcome it, and all the ex-addicts I have ever worked with always say the same thing: I bless my addiction for what it taught me about myself and about my own ability to transcend the trap I created for myself. The daydreamer knows as it happens that there is a blessing in disguise in every problem he faces, and he becomes better and better seeing that blessing in the moment. We can develop this daydreamer attitude if we discontinue our need to curse problems and instead stop to see what we are about to gain from them. We must keep first of all in our waking consciousness that whatever we fight or curse will only weaken us and hinder our ability to see the opportunity in the obstacle. We know all this in our dream body. In fact, while in our dream body, we can rage at someone and wake up still angry and tense. The lesson here is important. Anger is real and we experience it both in our dreams and in our waking bodies, but the people or things we were angry with are all illusions. What a great lesson to have! All of our anger will be experienced by us, but the source of that anger is not real at all, it is in a character that we create for the purpose of our dream. 5. You create everything you need for sleep. In our dream body we create everything that happens. We create all the people, the events, everyone's reactions, the time frame, everything. We also create everything we need for our waking consciousness. Let it sink in for a moment. That is one of the lessons that spiritual teachers have been trying to teach us since the beginning of recorded history. Take responsibility for everything. Imagine dying and looking back at this level of consciousness from that dimension of lack in a way so similar to dream consciousness. As you transcend your cage, your body, you will see that you created everything you needed for sleep that we measure in years, rather than hours, but that is exactly the same if we understand that time does not exist. Now try to get that notion back while you are here in this body. Keep reminding yourself that you are a multidimensional being. From this perspective of being in the dimension of pure thought, creating all your experiences, it will not seem such an absurd notion. Look at everything in your life from the perspective of knowing that it is impossible to retain form when you transcend it, just as you cannot hold on to the things and people that you create for your dream when you wake up. A little bit weird? Yes. A little creepy? Yes. But imagine what a powerful and transcendent idea it could be in your life. You start to drift out of your way and you see everything you have and don't have, all your possessions and all your relationships, all your business ventures, everything, as something that you have created for this dream. Now you can learn how to make your creations work to make this the best dream anyone has ever had, or you may feel upset, immobilized, depressed, worried, and stressed about the things you have created for this dream. For all the illusions. So why not start taking responsibility for everything and enjoying your 80+ year dream? 6. The reactions are real, the characters are all illusions. While we dream, we have many emotional reactions. We feel ecstatic as a result of some thoughts, and our body reacts with changes in blood pressure, increased heart rate, flushing, erections, smiles, and the like. We feel hurt as a result of other thoughts that are our dreams, and our body reacts with frowns, tears, and other physical manifestations. Anger is produced by dream thoughts, and our body responds with clenched fists, rapid breathing, gnashing of teeth, and even tears. But remember, we have created all the characters and events and we are representing them with thought only, but we still have physical reactions. The characters are really illusions, but the reactions are real. And the same is true of waking consciousness, although you may find it difficult to accept the concept of the waking dreamer in your life right now. I have no desire to debate what exists or does not exist in whatever reality is or is not. For me, the reactions, the manifestations of our feelings, are real. If those feelings are interfering with our enjoyment of this life, then we must examine what we allow to interfere with our happiness. Whether the people or events are real or not is just a matter of perspective. The value lies in examining what is happening to you, rather than whether what is happening is caused by something real or an illusion. Examine your anger, hatred, or stress in this new light. No one can create anger or stress within you, only you can by virtue of how you process your world or, in other words, how you think. So instead of debating who or what is real, focus on what you are doing to process your thoughts, your feelings. And just like in your dream, when you really wake up, you will see by looking back that only your reactions remain, the residue of feelings in your body. Are you able to let those feelings and thoughts flow uncensored as you do in dream consciousness? In waking life, can you think what you think without judging, repressing or stopping it? In dream consciousness, you feel and encounter the whole of human experience without judgment. Try doing that in waking consciousness as well, and it will become what I mean by a daydreamer. Consider the realm of love. Your love reactions are real and you experience them in your awake body, but only you can create those reactions with your thoughts. The more you choose to have loving, positive, and beautiful thoughts towards yourself and others in your life, the more healthy reactions you will have in your body. We create everything, including the people in our lives. More important, however, is how we allow or reject our internal reactions. This is the true essence of being a daydreamer, not judging how we emotionally react to all the characters and events that are part of our lives. Focus on what you do with what you think and feel. If you learn how to die while you are alive, you will be able to look back at all these external ones and see that they are illusory, but that their reactions within you are very, very real. In fact, those reactions are what you are, your thoughts pure and simple. 7. The only way to know that you are dreaming is to wake up. If we dreamed 24 hours a day, that would be our entire reality. We know that we are dreaming only when we wake up. The same applies to this level of consciousness that we call wakefulness. Once we awaken, that is, we examine the principles of the dimension of formlessness and thought, we can see all our activities in the same way that we look at our dream consciousness. From the perspective of awakening, it is pretty silly to be attached to things that we have to be asleep to experience. This is certainly why my neighbor has a sign in her laundry room that says, after lighting, washing. Allowing the actions of others to control our thoughts is unnecessary when we have the ability to process our world and the people within it as we choose. Awakened people know deep down in their soul that they are much more than a body, that they create everything they need for their sleep. Looking back at our dreams when we are awake, we see how useless it is to be upset about the content of the dream we create, and we can also see the insanity of being upset about anything we create in a waking state. The key to understanding that we are thought and we are thought is to wake up now and use our new perspective to make this life as glorious, harmonious, and loving an experience as possible. This does not preclude examining the content of our dreams and waking life circumstances for greater self-awareness and understanding, although that is not the subject of this book. Now I suggest that you re-examine the 7 principles of being a daydreamer and think about how you can apply them in your life. Use this new awareness to make this waking awareness all that it can be, and also to free yourself from the fear of death. Use the potential of your own death as an experience to wake up and begin to live the best life that no one has ever dared to dream of. Why we resist? We have become used to thinking of ourselves as our physical body and not as an inner energy. We look in the mirror and believe that what we see is who we are. We live in a culture that reinforces this belief. Every day we are bombarded with messages to remind us to perfume, shave, cleanse, feed, rest, and decorate our bodies so that we can be happy, healthy, and successful. Many of us have been subject to this philosophy since childhood and therefore treat ourselves primarily as a package whose content is irrelevant. Understandably, we resist the idea that we also have a meaningful self that is invisible and impervious to the demands of an external world. The story of the man looking for his lost key outside his house, under the streetlight, illustrates my point. When asked by a stranger if he could help him find the lost key, he was extremely grateful. After 30 minutes of fruitless searching, the stranger asked, "Where did you leave your key?" "Oh," he replied, "I dropped it inside the house." "But why are you looking outside under the lamppost if you dropped it inside the house?" she asked. "I have no light inside the house, so I came here to see where there is light." This is precisely what we do every time we look outside ourselves for solutions to problems. We live inside, we think inside, our humanity resides inside, yet we spend time incessantly searching outside ourselves for the answers because we fail to illuminate the interior with our thoughts. We resist the principle that thought is all we are, because it seems easier to look outside. It seems easier to define ourselves by packaging than by internal qualities that we cannot touch, see, smell, taste or hear. Taking the path of the easier appearance is one of the predominant reasons for resisting the principle of thought as the basis of our humanity. Also, when everyone else is perceived to define themselves in this way, it seems easier to move on than to be different. I notice it with the young people in my neighborhood. When I suggest the possibility of thinking of themselves as separate from the crowd, they tell me, then they would see me as a freak. They worry about how others perceive them, not realizing that their thoughts are a crucial component of who they are. They don't realize that they can process their world in any way they choose and often go for the seemingly easier option of just fitting in. Many of us choose to act as others do without examining our informal reality. We may not be willing to accept the criticism that comes with thinking independently. We can resist seeing ourselves as something beyond that form, because we have totally identified with this kind of approach to life. To change, we have to redefine ourselves and our priorities, give ourselves permission to observe where we are without becoming defensive or judging our point of view. We facilitate the next step on our way when we notice our current position without criticism. By identifying with form, we can function exclusively in the realm of things, excluding what may seem like annoying thoughts. Acquisitions become a way of demonstrating our competence in life, while our nonconformist nature is relegated to a closed closet. We behave as if we have no responsibility for the feelings and thoughts of others by insisting that they find happiness in the material things that we provide them. We justify ourselves by saying, "I work hard, I pay the bills, I give them everything they want, what else can I do?" What else we can do is be receptive to what they are thinking, talk to them about their aspirations, touch them in that divine space behind their form, and encourage them to experience their life in their own way. We work to accumulate, achieve, set goals, and acquire wealth and possessions. We identify success by measuring things, without ever knowing inner happiness. We continually strive, we never arrive. I believe that we are more, that we are intelligence within our form, just as the rose is an intelligence that delivers the fragrance and appearance of the flower. We can never create a rose by ourselves. We need the life force in the form we call rose. Similarly, we need to touch the intelligence or divine force behind the way we are, as well as those with whom we come in contact. We can resist simply because we are unfamiliar with this aspect of humanity and because the unknown is scary. Ask yourself if that's a worthwhile reason to stay exclusively in shape. In the world of forms, guilt is a convenient excuse for why our life is not exactly what we would like it to be. We blame the world for illness, the stock market for financial conditions, the bakery for causing us to be overweight, and parents for our personality. In the world of thought, however, we are responsible for everything. We think as we choose and we are what we think. Not what we eat, what we think. If we do not want responsibility for how we have created ourselves, we ignore this aspect of self-creation and live exclusively in the form that we inherit. If we know that thought is capable of healing, of creating a happy life, and of making a difference in the lives of others, then we respond to life with our ability. So we live responsibly. Once our focus includes the inner world of thoughts, we shift to a more responsible way of being in the world. Look within yourself to discover how it feels to be more responsible to the world. We can enjoy the dream part so much that we don't even want to consider that there is much more available if we wake up. Therefore, we choose to remain asleep, not realizing how great it is for us upon awakening. When we stick with the familiar, we don't take risks. If we don't take risks, we don't have to change. Avoid change and we can explain to you that the reason for our lack of growth is a multitude of external circumstances. It is a seemingly comfortable circle that keeps us safe, yet trapped in a place, and in a place that rarely serves us or those we love on a very high level. Resistance is a basic part of the fear of change. When we approach metaphysical or spiritual questions, we come across a long history of trusting in seeing is believing, and that becomes an obstacle to looking anywhere but where our senses seem to point. I suggest that you turn the stumbling block into a stepping stone by reviewing our thoughts like, I'll see it when I create it. It's out of the cage. Remember how to get better at whatever you want to achieve in the world of shapes. For example, practicing the piano for 2 hours a day will improve your piano performance. Hitting a bucket of golf balls every day on a practice tee will improve your golf game. Imaging is the equivalent of practice in the reporting world. Before going to sleep at night, practice having a picture in your mind of exactly what you want for yourself. If you want to be in better physical shape, practice seeing yourself exactly how you would like to see yourself. Let the image settle in your mind. Remember to also do this several times during the day. The job here is to use your thoughts to focus on positive imagery, to grow from the perfect person you have chosen to be thus far to even higher levels of perfection in the present moment. Don't consider yourself imperfect. Get the image in your mind of exactly what you would love to be and you will find that you will automatically begin to act on that new image. In other words, start acting like you're already where you'd like to be, and the actions will follow automatically. Work on your thoughts every day instead of concentrating on your behavior. It is your thinking that creates the feelings you have and ultimately your actions as well. So give this dimension of your being all the attention it deserves. Be surprised when you verbalize self-defeating thoughts. For example, if you say out loud, I will never get out of debt or I just can't communicate with my partner no matter how hard I try, stop and gently remind yourself that you are acting on your thoughts, rather than your thoughts come from the conditions of your life. Now rearrange those thoughts and see that you are debt-free. Refuse to think thoughts of debt. You will soon begin to act on your image of yourself as a debt-free person. You will find yourself shredding your credit cards, or consolidating your debts, or working on additional work and doing the things that flow from the images you make in your mind. In the same way, with your spouse, instead of acting from the image that you have of being married to an impossible person, start acting like someone who is going to solve your relationship in one way or another. Create an image of yourself in a relationship full of love and harmony, and you will act that way. If you do not receive feedback that is consistent with the image, you may consider going your own way alone or with someone else who is more in tune with you. But instead of being confused because your spouse is unapproachable, you will begin to act on the image of you as a human being in harmony. If you figure things out, it will be great, and if you don't, you will move on in peace. In either case, you will be resolving your relationship rather than feeding on the frenzy of a mental image of being in an intolerable situation. Make the situation perfect in your mind and you will act on that perfection. The quality of relationships is inextricably linked to our images and thoughts. What we see is evidence of what we believe. Remember that your circumstances do not make you, they reveal you. Some people tell me that they think it is easy for me to give advice on how to be happy and successful because I am rich and famous. My reaction is that I feel my circumstances reveal me. I mean, I don't give advice because I'm rich and famous. If I am rich and famous, it is because I have followed this advice. I have lived these principles all my life, and I think that is why I have achieved the measure of wealth or fame that is part of my life. Look at your life, whatever the condition it is in. Your relationships, your financial situation, your level of happiness, your health. Now try to consider that these circumstances reveal something about you. Acknowledge your involvement in your circumstances and view them as a reflection of how you have been thinking and consequently acting on those thoughts. You can use that viewing power to make the image stay the same, deteriorate, or become whatever it is that illuminates your inner screen. You are what you think all day. And even if you are thinking of people who barely exist in miserable conditions, remember that these people, more than any other people on our planet, need to hear and believe what I am writing about. If they could somehow change their internal images of despair and hopelessness to an image of something greater for themselves, and if they steadfastly refused to imagine anything else, they would somehow begin to make that image a reality in the physical realm. The evidence is overwhelming when you consider people who have escaped seemingly hopeless conditions and who report that their belief was the impetus for their achievement. Second, know that you are not that person. You are here, right now, the result of all the previous paintings that you have painted yourself, and you can paint new ones, including one of yourself helping those who need help, if that is what you want to do. Remember every day that thought is not limited to the confines of time, cause and effect, beginnings and endings, and all the other rules that govern form. There are simply no limits to the astral realm of thought. Armed with this awareness, you can begin to meet others in this realm. Relationships can exist in this area, and you can bring them about by reminding yourself that everyone in your life is a divine entity with an intelligence behind all forms. Your loved ones share their bodies, just like you, with God, or whatever you want to call that perfect intelligence that permeates all forms. Relate to them in this way, reach out to them in this new place, stay in touch with their perfection within their form, and you will find that the quality of all your relationships will improve dramatically. Also, you can relate to strangers in the same way. See everyone as part of the wonderful, mysterious, and invisible force that is in each and every one of us. Treat other people like the divine creatures that they are. Study the 7 principles for becoming a daydreamer by applying one to each day of the week. Here's a sample of how you can make this your own reality in the coming week. 1. Sunday, time does not exist. Spend some time today outdoors, in nature, looking up. Try to imagine that the increase lasts an eternity, since even our rational mind tells us that the universe cannot just end. If it goes forever, then it is already complete, mysterious as it may sound. Everything is complete. In a complete universe, time is simply humanity's way of helping organize days and keep track of things. Eternity is forever, there is no time, only always. Now what can you do with this? It can eliminate worry about time, aging, type A behavior, your life scheduling, and rushing. Everything is so perfect, this universe we are in. Slow down and enjoy it all. Your life of approximately 90 years is exactly the same as your sleep of approximately 8 hours. I did not invent this notion of no time. Einstein gave it to us in a mathematical sense, and philosophers from the beginning of recorded history have reminded us of it. The Bible is full of references to eternity. Your life and shape should be honored and celebrated, not calculated and compartmentalized. Go beyond your bondage to time and live fully in this, the only time you have. In the now, the work unit of your life. 2. Monday, there is no cause or effect. Today, take some time to understand what it means to just be. You are not a human being, but a human being. While form follows all the rules of cause and effect, lack of form is causal, just like the time you spent dreaming. Now here, now there, your thoughts are independent of each other. You can overcome sheer cause and effect by tuning into your invisible humanity. You don't need to continue doing the job you trained for, simply because as a teenager 30 years ago, you made some decisions about what you were going to become an apprentice or specialization in. You don't need to remain governed by the belief that past decisions make you what you are today. You can be a creator without the old rules that govern your life. You can be anything you choose, no matter what others say or do, and no matter what you have or have not done before. If you can imagine it, you can be, and your imagination, your thinking, is not restricted to the rules of cause and effect. Today, Monday, work on not being the effect of anything, but the creator of what you imagine yourself to be. You do not need a consultant on this matter, you simply need to bring your form into harmony with your thoughts and then allow yourself to be. 3. Tuesday, there is no beginning and no end. Practice living this day as if we are forever bound on this day. This is forever here and now. Without time as a factor in this metaphysical experiment, today and a million years are the same. You are eternal and your invisible essence can never die. Knowing this, all the small and worrying areas will become insignificant. Attachment to things that you will never be able to possess will also decrease significantly. Look in the mirror this Tuesday morning and say out loud, I am not my shape. I am something much more divine than mere form. The fact that you can come and go in your dream body regardless of time constraints gives you evidence that the dimension of thought is not something to fear, but something to savor. Today Tuesday, live each moment as if it were the eternity that it is, savoring all that there is to appreciate in each moment. Make it a habit starting today. One moment at a time. One eternity at a time. And be patient and loving with any scary thoughts. Reassure your fears that you understand their need to warn you of what they believe to be a danger and invite them to experiment with you today, to test this new way of thinking, safely and lovingly. 4. Wednesday, every obstacle is an opportunity. Today, welcome any disorderly or unpleasant behavior towards you by other people, as an opportunity to remind yourself that they are only speaking to your form. Know that they cannot have your divinity unless you choose to share it with them, and then, perhaps for the first time, you will be able to see the divinity in them, in a way that is distasteful to you. Use the obstacle, the annoyance, as an opportunity to connect with your inner self. Today, see how many times you can take what would have been an uncomfortable reaction within yourself and transform it into a blessing for yourself and for other divine beings as well. Use incidents as opportunities to practice and experience non-judgmental observation of what is happening in the world of form. Put aside your judgment of yourself and others, and instead watch what you are feeling and let those feelings release you. Over time, in this way, you will discover the blessing or opportunity in what you previously allowed to be an obstacle to harmony in your life. Today, Wednesday, you are becoming the daydreamer, turning obstacles into opportunities while in your awake body, just as you do when you are in your dream body. 5. Thursday, you create everything you need for sleep. As waking dreamers, we know deep down that when we die our consciousness will live in a new dimension, and that everything experienced at our current waking level will appear as an illusion. Thus, as in the dream body, everything we need for waking sleep is created by us, even the people we experience as difficult, they are in our life because we put them there. They have important lessons to teach us. Today, focus on asking yourself, why did I create this in my life? Take responsibility for everything in your life, believing that you created everything. Dedicate this Thursday to experimenting with this self-realization. Respond today as if everything that comes your way is put there, just as everything that you experienced last night in your dream was created by you. Everything that happens to us is in some way a reflection of our internal beliefs. When you really and truly know that you create every aspect of your daily life, you will learn to discontinue disharmony or discover its message. When you no longer need to learn to deal with disharmony in your life, you will stop creating it and create love and harmony practically everywhere. Today is your day to keep this foremost in your consciousness throughout the day. 6. Friday, the reactions are real, the characters are all illusions. Today is the day to fly in a transformative sense. See how you interpret the reactions to all the characters and events that you create for your life. Remember that all the feelings you experience within yourself, anger, joy, fear, stress, happiness, are all very, very real to you, like in your dream when you find yourself gasping and breathing hard because someone has been chasing you. The gasps and shortness of breath are real, but the characters are your creation. Your reactions are the very essence of which the quality of your life is made up. Today, study how you are reacting to all the external things that you have created for your life. Focus on how you are processing your thoughts. Reactions to life are determined by our thinking. Start today to study the counterproductive reactions instead of the event or the person. Imagine waking up from your dream and being upset all day because one of the characters in your dream did not behave the way you thought they should. You know enough to simply say, "That was a dream," and then move on with your life or examine this reflection of yourself. Today, you can use that same strategy and refuse to be pinned down by anyone else's actions. 7. Saturday, the only way to know that you are dreaming is by waking up. Today you can practice awakening, that is, dying while you are alive, and look back at what you judged you should do for your life. Begin to realize that all you experience is a thought. The cookie that you feel like eating but won't do you any good is just a thought. Anger towards your spouse or children because they refused to act in a certain way is just a thought. You are waking up, and in doing so you can see exactly how all your self-deprecating actions are actually responses to what you are creating for yourself. From this perspective, you are detached from your body and you are observing how you behave in a variety of situations. As an actor on stage, you see your body go through the hoops and roles that you have created for it, and you know that you are not exclusively that physical form. You are invisible and impervious to the senses for a day, and you can almost laugh at yourself for acting foolishly enough to immobilize yourself through the avenue of thought. As being awake, you know that you can only give away what you have inside, and that everything that is inside is there because of thoughts. If you give away something hate or anger today, it is not because of anything outside of you, but because of what you have inside to give away. Harmonious and loving thoughts produce gift-giving love and harmony, no matter what comes your way. Discordant hateful thoughts produce the hate and anger that you have to give away. They both reflect your beliefs about your world. In this life, in this waking dimension, you just can't give away what you don't have. Observe what you give away throughout the day and realize that the only way you will achieve firm and harmonious control over how to live this illusion is to wake up to another dimension and see all your actions from a new perspective. Thus ends a week of work each day to be a daydreamer. Knowing that we only have moments to live, rather than weeks and months, we can begin to use this awareness to make our daily lives as limitless as we experience in our dream bodies. Keep 7 words first in your mind and think about the wisdom behind them. From the Prince of Peace, as you think, so you will be. Unit. You are both a beating heart and a single beat in the body called humanity. Take a few moments to study the word universe, the term we use to describe this vast world of ways that we find ourselves thinking and breathing, day after day. When decomposing the word, we have uni, which means one, and verse, a song. A song. That is our universe, my friends. Just one song. No matter how we break up into individual little notes, we are all still involved in the one song. This is one of the most difficult concepts to grasp and apply to our daily lives, because we strongly believe in our separation. We recognize ourselves as a separate unit among billions of others. We exclusively identify with our own mind as unique and separate from everyone else on our planet. We look from our separation and we believe that through it is the only way to interact with the world and our reality. It takes a great shift in our consciousness to include the universal principle of unity. Once we make that change and begin to recognize all of humanity as a beautifully harmonious song, magnificent changes occur in our individual lives. But to make the change, you will need to suspend beliefs resulting from the narrow perspective of a personal life story and instead begin to think of yourself in relation to everyone else who shares this planet now, who has been here before. And even more surprising, who will appear in the future. A new perspective on our place in this one. Albert Einstein, a man I consider perhaps the greatest mind of our century, wrote these words regarding the perspective that I ask you to examine. A human being is a part of the whole that we call universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings, as something separate from the rest, a kind of optical illusion of his consciousness. This illusion is for us a kind of prison, restricting us to our personal desires and affection for some people closest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by expanding our circle of compassion to encompass all living creatures and all nature in its beauty. Einstein was much more than a scientist, he was a deep-thinking metaphysician, with little or no regard for established ways of thinking and doing. In the words that I have quoted, Einstein offers us a challenge to break free from our cages and see how we are all connected, not only in a spiritual or astral sense, but also in a linear physical sense of the real world. I have my own way of making that concept take shape for me. First, for perspective to deal with metaphysical issues, I ask myself, can I go back far enough to see the big picture? I envision being able to be in one place and see literally the entire scope of creation. Since this is impossible to do in shape, I try to look in the other direction, that is, towards the smallest speck, and magnify what is inside that speck, and so on to infinity. Victor Hugo put it this way, where the telescope ends, the microscope begins. Which of the two has the greatest view? So I suggest that you temporarily put the telescope away throughout the song and take a look inward, at what you know best, your own body. Here we will see that we are all Amy, that is us. To borrow a phrase from the wonderful Richard Moss's book of that title, let's take a look through this metaphorical microscope. We are replete with life forms, most of which are necessary to maintain us in a state of life. Our eyelids have many tiny organisms that work in harmony with the whole. The lining of our large intestines has hundreds of different types of microbes, all living, all with their own unique characteristics, but still part of the whole person. Our scalp is home to tiny organisms, each of which has a separate identity that can be examined under a powerful microscope. So too, our liver, pancreas, toenails, skin, heart and so on are full of life, all working in harmony with the whole that we call I. Yes indeed, you and I are a me that we are, and although those microscopic life forms that reside within our toenails will most likely never come into contact with those other very different life forms that live on our globes. Eyepieces, both are separate and unique and crucial to the survival of the whole we call ourselves. This became very clear to me when I saw a documentary about the life forms that live inside a raindrop. Using a very powerful microscope, the scientists documented that there were hundreds of life forms in each raindrop, many of which had no physical contact with the other life forms in the same raindrop. They were of different colors, shapes and origins, each with unique physical characteristics, and they were as far apart from each other as we are from the tribes of Afghanistan. However, they all made up the whole called raindrop. In an endless universe, it is conceivable that our physical size is proportionally the same as that of the smallest microbe within the smallest microbe, within the even smallest microbe, all within that raindrop. The infinitely tiny life form residing within the toenail will never make physical contact with the tiny microbes on the inner lining of my retina, in my eye, in the eye socket, on the head of my torso, ad infinitum. At the same time, he is a separate and unique part of the whole known as a person. From this perspective we can view ourselves as a person in relation to the totality known as the universe. With our narrow vision we can see that we are connected on a physical level, and we can validate this with physical measurement methods. But we tend to use those measuring sticks, which we have invented, as instruments to enslave ourselves to a restricted and narrow interpretation of our place in this song. We do this by believing that reality is only what we are capable of measuring, rather than what we can measure and what is still immeasurable. Germs and bacteria existed in our lives and bodies long before we could examine them under the microscope. The invention of the microscope did not create germs. Just as we have created devices to measure what existed before but could not be measured, it is also possible and, for me, probable, that each of us is part of a we that is immeasurable by contemporary technology made by him. Man. If we thought of all of humanity as a being, and of ourselves as individual pieces of the gigantic being, and if we could somehow get back enough to see this whole life form, we would immediately notice if a part of the being was there. Present. Missing. Our eyes would automatically go to empty space. This space shows how important each one of us is. You and I complete the body of humanity. If we are not fully alive and working in harmony with the whole body, it lacks harmony and balance. And if we lack enough of us, the body will die. This is the perspective we must take to understand and begin to live the principle of unity. Of course, it is a paradox to be unique and all at the same time. However, it is our reality, and once we know how this principle of unity works in this endless universe, we will begin to see how we can make the principle work not only for each of us, but for this whole song that we make up. The harmony will be felt within you, and it will radiate to make the song an ecstatic melody, fully in tune, harmonizing with all the individual notes that make up this universe. Let me tell you the personal difference it has made for me in all aspects of my life. My first contact with unit. My mother's mother holds a very special place in my heart. When my mother was beset by so many difficulties after my father left us, my grandparents took my older brother to live with them. And of the role of mother to my grandmother, I had my first inkling of the concept of unity and uniqueness. My grandmother had breastfed each of her children and had been extremely protective of her young, including my mother. She had spent most of her time rocking, singing, hugging, and lovingly caring for her babies. My grandmother was 94 years old when she began to lose some of her physical faculties. He needed constant care and help as he approached 95 years old. I saw my mother take care of her in those last days of my grandmother's life. I watched my mother bring clean clothes to her mother and made absolutely sure that her underwear never got dirty. And one day I saw my mother holding my grandmother and peeling a banana for her and actually squashing it in her own mouth and massaging her mother's neck to help her swallow it. Then he helped her put on clean underwear. He rocked his mother and talked to her almost as if she were a baby. As I watched, I asked myself the question that was spinning in my head: who is the mother and who is the child? Didn't my now defenseless grandmother change the mother-child diapers once and crush her food to make sure she was well fed? Weren't these two human beings actually fulfilling the same role for each other? The unity of all this impressed me in an astonishing way as I watched this scene. I realized that everything is a great circle, just as the universe is a great circle, and although we tend to identify with our separation, when we can get a different perspective, we see that everything is one, and that it exists in the world. A great being called human being, and that each one of us is born in that being. My second encounter with this concept of unity occurred when I began to read some literature on the collective consciousness. I had read The 100th Monkey by Ken Keyes and was trying to put it in personally meaningful context. Very briefly, The 100th Monkey is a theory about how all members of a species affect each other. A group of monkeys was being studied off the coast of Japan, and a monkey within the group began to wash their sweet potatoes in a certain way in the salty water. Soon all the monkeys began to imitate this monkey and to do the same. When a certain number of monkeys behaved in this way, the same behavior began to appear in a group of monkeys hundreds of miles apart, even though the two groups had not had physical contact with each other. The 100th monkey symbolizes what scientists call the critical mass within the species. It is theorized that once a critical mass number is reached, the same behavior begins to appear in all other members of the same species. It seems to be true for all species that when a certain critical mass of its members begins to think or act in a certain way, so do all other members of that same species. In Ken Kese's book, he uses the example of nuclear warfare and suggests that if enough of us as members of the human species believe and act as if there is finally a nuclear war, then when we reach that critical mass, of course create our own reality as a species. On the other hand, if many of us believe and act as if such an occurrence is impossible, then we can create that reality for our entire species as well. The invisible connection between all members of a species is more verifiable now than it was a few years ago. Physicists describe it as a phase transition. Scientists report that when the atoms within a molecule line up in a certain way and a critical mass number is reached, the rest of the atoms spontaneously line up in the same way. Quantum Reality by Nick Herbert, The Tao of Physics by Fritjof Capra, The Dancing Wu-Li Masters by Gary Zukav, The Lives of a Cell by Lewis Thomas, and A New Science of Life by Rupert Sheldrake are some of the books in the growing literature that describe a connection between the principles of physics and a collective consciousness. Imagine the astonishing implications of this fledgling scientific notion, a scientific basis for the unity of everything, and the idea that if enough of us who share this way of life called human beings begin to think and act in a harmonious and loving way, it can affect to all being called human being. The entire history of the human being is full of wars and disorders. How many mothers have wept for their children who have gone to fight one war or another throughout the centuries? An endless cascade of terror and division marks this being that we call human being, and you have appeared in it. Does it support the divisions that have become part of the history of this being, or can it be a voice affecting the voice next to it and so on until we reach that critical mass where the whole being will align itself with the harmony that is the only song? It is only the human being that has been out of harmony with the rest of the totality that is God or unity or whatever we decide to call it. When the individuals within this total being are aligned in a certain way, just like the atoms within a given molecule, then they can affect all the beings within the human being. I have heard scientists from virtually every field of study talk about the invisible forces that connect all members of a species. They report how when liquid matter crystallizes in one part of the planet, the same crystallization process occurs almost simultaneously in another place without physical contact or information. I've heard researchers talk about microbes in Europe suddenly behaving differently, while microbes in other parts of the world demonstrate this new behavior almost simultaneously without an exchange of information. The entire history of the human being seems to follow these unwritten rules of a collective consciousness. I am not trying here to defend scientific verification of this point of view, but to show that the idea of unity enjoys credibility in scientific circles as a means of explaining what was previously scientifically inexplicable. Certainly, if many of us begin to think of harmonious non-aggressive ways to reach critical mass, there could be an end to the war. As each reacted harmoniously rather than with enmity towards the being adjacent to him, it would not be long before there were no soldiers to follow the orders of the generals. Harmony would begin to resonate with those who design weapons of destruction. When designers stopped creating weapons, government officials would stop contracting for weapons of destruction and the side effects would begin to be felt in all fields of human endeavor. People carrying weapons would find this behavior incompatible with their own internal harmony and would simply refuse to participate. Advertisers would begin to feel the pressure to line up on the side of harmony rather than tumult. The transition would work within the human being, much as it does within a molecule. As more and more align in harmony, the pressure becomes overwhelming and the unity of humanity is the winner. And how does it all start? Symbolically, with that monkey picking up that sweet potato and having the courage to behave differently, and then the next one, until it reaches critical mass. A person with a conscience actually becomes a majority through this process of collective consciousness. One day I was running and thinking about this matter of myself being a me, that is us, when I noticed another runner about 30 yards ahead of me, and I asked myself a question that it was going to be a life-changing event. How can I be connected to that being, whom I have never seen before and do not know from Adam, and yet he seems to be doing the same thing as me? Then I remembered the question of perspective. I thought of my feet moving in front of each other, and all the life forms that are alive in and on me, that will never see each other and yet are inextricably connected and essential to form this being that I call Wayne. I decided to project myself back far enough, and realized for the first time that 30 meters of physical distance was absolutely nothing in an endless song that we measure in the distances that light travels in years. The other runner was no further away from me than the microbe in my eye than the one in my pancreas. For the first time in my life, I found myself connected to a being that previously seemed separate from me. It became very clear to me that regardless of where any of us are on this globe, given a world that is round, it is impossible to choose sides. I saw that we are all literally part of this being in which we present ourselves, with a mode of behavior and a personality of our own, and that each of us within that being can make a difference in how the whole proceeds and exists. A small voice within that song can influence the whole being towards destruction or harmony. It just hit me that day, and then when I got home and started talking to my wife about this amazing discovery, I opened a letter from a woman in Iran, a letter that would crystallize everything for me. An English-speaking person in Iran had read several of my books and had decided to translate them into Farsi and make them available to the peoples of Iran. She had translated the books and, in fact, had distributed 5,000 copies of each book, and then had opted for a second edition. At that time, the government decided to place a disclaimer in the book stating that my subversive ideas were inconsistent with the philosophy of the revolution that was taking place in Iran. The translator's niece obtained my address from the American publisher and wrote to tell me that my books had had a notable impact on her. His letter came the day when I realized astonishingly that he was not only connected to that corridor about 30 meters from me, but to all of humanity as well. Maryam Abdullahi's letter in Iran helped me to see that we are all connected as human beings, regardless of the borders and divisions that we have drawn to make us believe otherwise. Maryam wrote in detail how important my words were to her and said that there was a growing awareness within Iran of the need for people to stop hating each other and join the rest of the world. He began to write regularly and organized the sending of gifts to our children, tapestries that now hang in our house, books about peace and love. She showed us that there was another aspect of people who were caught in that vicious cycle of war. One Friday afternoon I received a long-distance phone call from Tehran, and there was Maryam, crying with joy over some of the audio and video tapes I had sent her, along with other gifts from this part of the song. Since then we have become friends. We talk on the phone periodically, and she tells me that the words I wrote and the tapes I made several years ago are now having an effect on people who speak Farsi. The unity of all this struck me dramatically again. Then a beautiful letter arrived demonstrating again the universality of us as human beings. Listen to Maryam as she writes from the other side of our circle and understand how impossible it is to choose the sides of a circle. Wayne. It was November 20th, 2 weeks ago. I was a little tired from working for a week and wanted to rest. My mom, get ready, the guests are coming. Oh, I'm tired. Tell them I'm not home. No, this time it is different. Get ready as soon as possible. I did not know what was happening. The doorbell rang. Open the door. My niece came. In his hand, he couldn't believe it. My package. Oh, how long had I been waiting for it? Aunt Maryam, this is for you. My brother had received the package and he did not tell me about it. I kissed the box many times. After a while my sisters, our friends, relatives came. What's up tonight? I asked. They wanted to participate in this celebration. My mom had invited them. There were about 30 people at this party. I said to my sister, "Oh Layla, what did I tell you on Tuesday?" On Tuesday night, my sister and I went to buy meat and milk. You can hardly get meat and milk at 7 p.m., but we had to. On the way I thought to myself, Oh, if we get meat, it means that I will receive my package. But if not, oh no. We call this intention. I was scared to try, but what about the risks Wayne Dyer talks about in his books? You are very lucky. All our meat is finished, this is the last one. 8 kilograms and 400 grams, you are very lucky, said the man. We wanted 8 kilograms. Oh Layla, I'll get my package, I'm sure. When I told people that Dyer had sent me a video, everyone was saying, that time you were lucky to get your package. But this time you will not receive it because they will open it and they will not give it to you. Oh, a kiss must come here to make a list of concerns, like if they arrest my son in the street and take him to the front, if today is our turn to be killed by Iraq bombs, or if I don't get my package. Layla, I finally got it, I said to my sister and kissed the box. Open it, people said. No, after eating cake, I said. Miriam describes her emotions after examining all the contents. He closes his letter with the following: listen, everyone, let's listen to his voice. Okay? Suppose he is here. We hear you on the tape, either go out and take charge of your life and be a responsible person and make things happen, or be one of the children of the orphanage. I have discovered that now everything is possible for me, just because I believe I can do it. My work really reflects the notion that you become your expectations. Whatever you hope to be. What a good night it was. I never forget. It was 2 o'clock. Okay guys, go home. I have to wake up at 5:30 a.m. No, they say, we have not seen such a happy face, such a real and genuine laugh, such bright eyes in many years. My brother-in-law, I bet you don't sleep tonight and read the letter over and over and listen to the cassettes. Thank you for making some of the moments in my life moments to remember. I attach some photographs. Submit as many photos as you can. The more the better. Is the disease too many? Descartes, I think, therefore I am. Miriam, I have a letter from Dr. Dyer, therefore I am. Very grateful for sending me the book, and I also wish you happy holidays. With love, Miriam. We can begin to plumb the potential magnificence of seeing the unity of everything, without threatening our individuality. We can allow ourselves to feel genuinely connected, knowing that our thoughts, feelings, and behavior impact everyone, even those we have never met. Each of us is a whole made up of an infinite number of particles of life, and each of those particles of life going inward continues ad infinitum. The opposite is also true, when we go from the microscopic to the telescopic point of view and we see ourselves as part of a life form in an ever greater being that is unity. The great parable on this subject is Gulliver's Travels, in which being a Lilliputian or a Brobdingnagian is a matter of perspective. Let's take another look at the whole unity thing and how it applies to your individual body. Getting a clear reference for everyone. If I turn my metaphorical microscope inward and look at a single cell within the totality that I am, I will find many cellular components, with quirky names like nuclei, mitochondria, DNA, RNA, centrioles, basal bodies, and the like. A single cell is a whole, a totality in itself, and carries within it everything that is required to reproduce the complete organism called the self. One of your cells carries them all. Assuming we have 6 billion cells, theoretically any one of those cells has in itself the ability to clone another whole person. However, there is also something else that constitutes a cell, something that defies physical explanation and requires going beyond the physical to the metaphysical. Something that holds that whole cell together. That's something we describe as the source, or as serenity, harmony, peace, or tranquility, or as my personal favorite, love. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin put it this way: love is the affinity that unites the elements of the world. Love, in fact, is the agent of universal synthesis. Love or harmony is that immeasurable and invisible ingredient that synthesizes and creates the form we call our body and our physical world. When a cell does not have internal harmony or ease, even though all the internal parts are there in the proper proportions, that particular cell will behave in a non-harmonious way and affect the whole that contains it. Thus, a cell with absence of facility, a diseased cell, lacks a reference to the whole, including itself. A sick cell lacks tranquility, harmony, or inner love, or whatever we decide to call it. That cell has absolutely no reference to the whole, to the individual person. Consequently, it destroys everything in its path by refusing to cooperate with the adjacent cell, until it destroys everything and, as a result, self-destructs. What I have just described is the functioning of a cancer within a body. It is an organism without reference to the whole, which does not cooperate with the other cells and ultimately kills the whole and itself in the process. Because it lacks that reference to the whole, it is heading towards its own destruction. Now switch your consciousness with me to the telescope and start looking out from that cell, and imagine the self as a single cell, among 6 billion cells in a larger body that we call humanity. The totality that you are is very similar to the functioning of a cell. You have many components and something mysterious and invisible that holds you together, the same thing that Teilhard described. Love is your universal synthesizer, if you are the universe. When you, as a cell, are composed of something other than that inner ease or harmony, you are sick and will react to cells adjacent to you in the same way that a cancer cell acts to its neighbors. You will not cooperate, instead, you will try to aggressively devour, destroy, or insidiously judge your neighboring cells. Therefore, a cancer in society is almost identical to a cancer in your body. When an individual acts destructively towards another person, it is because he has no reference to the whole. Without that feeling or belonging to the whole, he will act aggressively towards others and in the process end up destroying himself as well. We begin to see how a lack of affinity for total unity or a lack of thinking in terms of unity can lead to cancer in a cell and also in society. Now let's increase the focus of the telescope. Think of the entire planet we live on as a single cell. I have never read a better description than Lewis Thomas in The Lives of a Cell. I have been trying to think of the Earth as some kind of organism, but it is not possible. I can't think of it this way. It's too big, too complex, with too many work pieces lacking visible connections. The other night, driving through a wooded and mountainous part of southern New England, I wondered about this. If it is not like an organism, what is it more like? Then, satisfactorily for that moment, it occurred to me, it's more like a single cell. Seen from the distance of the moon, the amazing thing about Earth, to catch your breath, is that it is alive. The photographs show the dry, crushed surface of the moon in the foreground, dead as an old bone. High above, floating freely beneath the damp, glistening membrane of the bright sky, is the rising Earth, the only lush in this part of the cosmos. If you could look long enough, you would see the swirling streams of great white cloud streams, covering and uncovering the half-hidden land masses. If you had been looking for geologic long, you might have seen the continents in motion, separating into their crust plates, kept afloat by the fire below. It has the organized and autonomous look of a living creature, full of information, wonderfully adept at handling the sun. What about that? The entire planet as a cell? And why not, when you shift your perspective to the enormity of this whole song? All the characteristics of a single cell, just like the cell you are, and that cell inside the tip of your nose, and the cell inside that cell at the tip of your nose, and in and out to infinity. Everything is one. And what about cancerous or dissonant cells on our planet? Take a look at what we call the nuclear age. What have we done to our planet? Have we not in fact created weapons that have no reference to the whole, to our one cell called Earth? Isn't it functioning like a diseased cell, devouring everything in its path and ultimately destroying everything in itself in the process? Should we ever exploit one of those devices in an aggressive war against any of our brothers? Wouldn't we in fact be destroying not only our neighboring cells but also ourselves and our planet? Without a reference to the whole, a sense of the oneness of everything, we can only act like a diseased cell. And what is a diseased cell but one that lacks internal harmony, serenity, or, as Teilhard called it, love? The path to unity seems to be through the path of inner harmony. The path to inner harmony is through thought. And what kind of thinking? The thoughts of unity and unity. The thoughts that we are all connected. Although the ties may not be visible to the naked eye, they are still there, just as they are within each individual cell of your own body. As long as you do not see yourself as part of this whole, related to all of us in this being that we call the human being, then you lack inner harmony and you become ill. This disease will manifest itself in aggressive, unloving, and uncooperative behavior towards neighboring cells. Therefore, the problems of disunity in our world can really be traced to the individual cells that make up this body that we call humanity. As we work to eliminate cancer in our bodies by teaching a sense of unity and harmony and positive visualization, we can also help eliminate carcinogens in our society in the same way. Each of us, as a single cell, has the opportunity to affect the whole being in a harmonious and loving way, or in a disorderly and diseased way. Until now, the history of the human being has been one of too many cancer cells and too few cells full of harmony and tranquility. The body is wavering, and each of us must do what we can for the shift to higher consciousness and harmony to reign supreme and harmonize the song. This is not a job for others, it is for each of us to get involved and help the whole body heal and maintain well. The human being has been divided for too long, and our final challenge is to obtain a reference to the whole, to see ourselves as one and to remain as a single cell within a larger cell that functions harmoniously. It is clear, then, with this new perspective, that anyone who is acting in a destructive or aggressive way towards others is actually a person who lacks inner harmony. We must examine all our aggressive, hateful behavior towards others as a problem, not with our neighbors, but with what we are sending them. Within this context, it is constructive to observe how we treat cells adjacent to us that look a little different from us, or speak a different language, or worship in a unique way. We have created a large cell that is made up of many diseased cells, and we all know that the whole cannot survive long when it is made up of diseased cells. This was Einstein's warning to all of us when he reacted to the splitting of the atom by telling us that we were now on an unprecedented path to final disaster unless we could learn a new way of thinking, an alternative to resolving our disputes through the aggression and war. A very brief look at the history of the human being. Ours is largely a story of division rather than unity. Study any book that tells the history of the human being and we will see a long story about how divided we are as a species. The most surprising thing in our history is that we have always been at war with each other. We can measure our progress in the sophistication of the devices that we have created over the centuries for the purpose of killing our brothers. We have evolved from simple weapons of destruction, such as crudely crafted knives and tomahawks, to weapons that can do the job from a distance, to automatic machines that can kill many of our brothers at once. We now have the term megakills from the 20th century to describe the lethality of our weaponry. Reconsider the analogy of our own body and the billions of cells that make up its physical totality. If we project that this single body could live for 50,000 years, we would see that that entire period of time was spent creating microbes and bacteria within the body for the purpose of destroying the body faster and cheaper. We would see that now we had killed the pancreas, the liver, the arteries, removed some limbs, and we were ready for all the components to fight each other in such a way as to complete the destruction of the whole body. And now we have created the ultimate cancer, a means of destruction that, if ever used, will destroy everything once and for all. The history of this being also emphasizes our differences and divisions. Look at our history books and see how we have behaved as a total. East against West. The darkness against the light. The old against the young. The Germans against the French. The civilized against the savage. Endless chronicles of dichotomies, of peoples discovering ways to conquer each other, to surpass each other, to defeat each other. It is analogous to all life forms in your body that choose sides based on physical appearances. Liver cells against the whites of the eyes. The larger cells in your skin against the tiny cells in your blood. The liquid cells against those of the heel of the foot. Longer cells in the intestines versus shorter cells in the eardrums. Division, 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 until at last one group wins and destroys the whole body. You know how absurd it would be for you to try to live with this disharmony within you. You know, without even thinking about it, that all the components that constitute you must work in cooperation and with a reference to the whole that you are if you want to survive for about 90 years. Well, the being that is our human being simply has a longer life because it is much larger, a matter of perspective, and consequently you have to observe how the individual beings have been behaving within this human being, and then ask yourself how is it possible for the being to survive with all this division? The answer is that either we help to change the behavior and attitude of the beings that make up the human being, or it will destroy itself. Here Paramahansa Yogananda writing in the Divine Romance. I believe that there will always be wars, until perhaps we all become so spiritual that by the evolution of our individual nature we will wage war unnecessary. No matter what their differences are, if great minds like Jesus, Krishna, Buddha, Muhammad sat together, they would never use the engines of science to try to destroy each other. Why should people feel the need to fight? The power of arms does not evoke wisdom nor has it ever achieved lasting peace. Our history is replete with references to how we have divided ourselves and brought the entire human race to the brink of destruction as a result of our emphasis on enemies rather than allies in this miracle of life. Some of the greatest minds that have ever been among us know that unity is more than idle thoughts of philosophers and metaphysicians, that it is the very essence of our reality. In the unity that is humanity we have practiced division to the detriment of the whole. Yes, we have had some bright lights that have tried to help us see the madness of our ways, but essentially we have not been able to transcend our physical forms and see that our humanity is in our thinking, and that the totality of our thinking. It has always been that of division and separateness. There is much for you, as a single cell in this body called humanity and as a functional whole made up of a multitude of individual cells, in applying this principle of unity to your own personal world. One of the best places for you to start putting this principle into practice is how you function in relation to all the other humans within the song. It can be an instrument of cohesion and leadership, or one of the beings that unconsciously brings down your unit. Cultivate a reference for everything. Not long ago, while running around the neighborhood, I noticed a tree trimming service on a neighbor's lawn. Since I had a large tree in front of my house, I stopped to ask the worker if he could give me some information so I could use the pruning service. His response gave me a lot of insight into how he sees himself, both within his company and within his world. Look, sir, I can't just stand here and talk, my job is to prune trees. I don't know anything about the front office part of this business. He proceeded to turn up the volume on his chainsaw and fired me entirely. He was so preoccupied with his own little compartmentalized responsibilities that he couldn't see how his actions affected the entire business, and that if he showed that attitude on a regular basis, he would be completely alienated and contributing to his ruin, and therefore, his own ruin as well. It is similar to a waiter in a restaurant responding to the request of an hourly diner, saying, "Sorry, that's not my table." In the business world, two attributes stand out clearly when it comes to distinguishing leaders from followers. 1. All effective leaders have a reference to the whole. On any given day, I could count hundreds of examples of people I come across who don't have a concept at all, who actually act like a single cancer cell in the whole of their business enterprise. It is not my department, you will have to speak to accounting. I only do what they pay me to do. Sorry, it's someone else's responsibility. I can't take responsibility for how others do their job, I can only do one thing at a time. You hear it from a teller in a bank, a teller, a telephone operator in a large department store, an employee at the driver's license office, and so on. Without reference to the whole. No sense of belonging to the whole unit, no understanding that one must cooperate with those adjacent to us for the unit to survive. All on a self-destructive journey every day in their contacts with the public they are paid to serve, breaking down the effectiveness of the entire unit because they only see the very narrow picture. It is not my department. A leader always sees the whole and knows that each individual impacts everyone. 2. All effective leaders have a reference to the larger set. Yes, I said the bigger whole. Bearing in mind that time is not a construction for those who are truly transformed, then we have to look at our business enterprise as a totality outside of time, measured by the instruments we have devised to keep track of the whole. Thus, we see that true leaders understand in their hearts that a customer alienated today by an employee is also someone who is impacting business days, weeks, and years into the future. The leader is in this long-term effort and knows that one abused customer will affect the whole not just today, but forever. Also, that dissatisfied customer will tell 10 other people about their experience and they too will have an impact on the whole in the future. Therefore, the effective leader knows that every contact between an employee and a customer is a total moment of truth. The big picture is now and forever, the complete now and the greatest whole of all time. The typical follower employee doesn't care if he ever comes back. Her attitude says, "I just care to get this over with and get home, and that my paycheck arrives on time." He is not on his conscience to worry that that customer will inevitably select a competitor the next time, and will do so over a long period of time, due to the surly treatment by the narrow-sighted employee. Those employees who have no reference to the larger set are sabotaging the entire unit in the same way that a diseased cell devours everything in its path. If your job involves hiring companies, I suggest you look for these variables in your future employees. If they see themselves as belonging to the whole and are aware of how their individual behaviors powerfully impact the whole, you have a potential leader. A leader is attentive to how each part of human behavior affects the whole, and knows that the whole cannot survive with cancer cells doing the job. The effective leader knows that future business is determined by how each customer is treated at that specific moment of truth when first contact is made. When I meet a person who has no reference to the whole, I feel that that particular business or unit is in grave danger. The employee who lets me know that I am important and is willing to do whatever it takes to produce results is the employee who makes me want to go back to that business. That employee is one of the harmonious cells that will make the whole body work effectively today and also in the future. Within the limits of our own family unit, we need each member to be a single individual, to function alone and, at the same time, work in harmony with all who share the same unit or home. This can be said of communities, cities, states, countries, and yes, even the greatest set of all, humanity. When we embrace this concept of unity and apply it in our daily lives, we begin to feel a sense of being part of the human race rather than fighting it. We begin to feel that we are all really in this together and that each and every individual behavior impacts in some way on this body or being called human being. In the panoramic image, the unit becomes very clear. True world leaders know that we cannot remain divided and survive. They know that all divisions of humanity, whatever their focus, contribute in some way to the destruction of all humanity. Unfortunately, it is quite difficult for people who think this way to get elected. Voters are predisposed to vote for those who favor their particular divisions, and not for leaders who are working toward a harmonious goal for all of humanity. A Jesus Christ could hardly have been chosen in his time, nor a Mother Teresa today. However, we have seen the emergence of some leaders who comprise the whole of humanity. Certainly, the United Nations is a small step toward using cooperation rather than aggression to resolve disputes that arise over borders and the divisions that we have created in our attempts to divide our song. An Abraham Lincoln emerged when unity was called for in the previous century. Perhaps there will be another Lincoln in the next century to help humanity achieve harmony. From the smallest individual cell, through you as a single cell, and outward to all the units that we see emerging within our social structures, to our largest units that we call countries, and outward even beyond the entire universe, the message is the same. When we feel the oneness in all of this, and behave as individuals with the utmost respect for that whole, we allow the whole to survive and flourish. When we act without respect for the whole, we contribute to the ruin of the whole and to our own destruction in the process. Seeing unity is not simply a metaphysical exercise, it is a way of being that transforms life. When we have inner harmony, it becomes automatic to see it in the larger context of how we relate externally. We will give away only what we have. When we see it within us and promise to have it there, then we will be one more cell seeking unity and maintaining the flourishing self as well. Unity and dream. I would like you to go back to the perspective of your dream body to remind you that while you are dreaming you are in a world of pure thought in which you create everything you need for your dream. You don't need your senses to see, hear, smell, touch, or taste. Everything you experience while dreaming is reacted by your body. The characters that are part of the dream are simply illusions, they are your creations to represent your dream. All of which leads to the biggest lesson of all and the hardest to understand while in shape. There is only one dream. Read it again. There is only one dream. Of course, there can be 1,000 characters in a dream. The dreamer creates many different life situations that have nothing to do with time. There may be cars, planes, boats, knives, bombs, beds, or whatever the dreamer wants, but there is only one dreamer and one dream, and that is you. In the state we call dreaming consciousness, there is only one dreamer and one dream. Now the hard part. In Chapter 2, I described 3 dimensions of consciousness, which I called dream consciousness, waking consciousness, and higher level consciousness. The teachers of the higher level state of consciousness have disguised themselves as ordinary people and have walked among us, letting us know that what we experience in dream consciousness is also possible for us in waking consciousness. Jesus told us that even the smallest of us could do everything that he had done, and even greater things. Imagine a truly higher level of consciousness in which all form is an illusion, as it is in your dream. In this scenario there may also be only one dream. Yes, waking consciousness can be seen as a great dream, taken from the perspective of a higher level of consciousness than this, if you perceive yourself as one of the characters in this larger-than-life dream. Who is the ultimate dreamer? Call it what you want, God, higher consciousness, Krishna, Spirit, whatever pleases you. But try to let this possibility in. From the perspective of the next dimension, one level of consciousness is all there is, and we are all characters in that dream. Our form is as real to us as it is to the characters we create in our dreams, but from an expanded consciousness we can see that they are all illusions in our only dream. A dream, a dreamer, billions of embodied characters that represent that one dream, and the disembodied spirit leaves the level of awakened consciousness and the illusions of suffering to which that form is subjected. Your true essence is that you are an integral part of the great dream. Now, from this perspective, try to see your own death. On the level of existence of waking consciousness, we see death as terrifying and the ultimate in suffering. In fact, it's the opposite. You cannot suffer on the astral or thought plane. Suffering unfolds in form. The pain we experience, the aging process, various illnesses, cuts and bruises, and difficulties in relationships are all sufferings that we experience within form. With the death of form, suffering is no longer possible. With this understanding, I cannot make death the great melodrama that most people do. I really see it as a reward rather than a punishment. I know that transcending my form means the end of suffering, and also that I am able to do just that while in form if I live in the dimension of consciousness where there are no limits. Seeing the entire next dimension of higher consciousness as a dream and a dreamer, with many characters on the lower level, helps us to recognize death as a transformation rather than a punishment and to see the great unity that is our only song. This is the quintessential message that is available to all spiritual teachers. The way to glimpse it is through the mystical world that you can create for yourself and live it in your dream body. You the dreamer. God the dreamer. You create all the characters and situations you require. God does the same. Your characters are real to you while you are in your dream. So too are God's characters real. In fact, you are one of them. Every shape is nothing more than an illusion in your dream, although the reactions are very real. In God's dream, the characters are also illusions, although his dream lasts for 90 years and ours for 90 minutes, and the reactions of the thought are real. When you wake up from your dream, you look back at the insanity of being bothered by illusions and move on to the next level of life. When you wake up in the dream of God and look back, you see the insanity of holding on to illusions and you go to the next level. You see a bigger view from a new perspective with wider, all-encompassing lenses. There is only one dream and one dreamer. How you live the role of your dream character is entirely up to you, as a character in the dream and as a dreamer. It is a monumental paradox, one that once accepted allows us to see with new eyes. However, it is no more a paradox than the fact that we contain billions of cells and that we are also encompassed in any of those cells at the same time. I assure you that when you really know that there is only one dream and that you are connected to everyone in that dream, you begin to think and act as if you are connected to everything, rather than attached to your separation. This can provide eternal access to happiness and success. You will not feel threatened by anything or anyone forever. Ask yourself the question: what happens to the characters in my dream when I wake up? Now try to see that it is not a place at all, but a new dimension. They are not waiting in a room, they have demonstrated their multidimensionality. You too can enter this dimension. Always report at will. Why you can resist the principle of unity. This is an easy principle to resist throughout life. Why? Because we have been taught that separation is the essence of our humanity. We believe in borders, limits, labels and traditions. We have learned to look at others as different from us and, in many cases, to consider literally half of humanity as our enemies. We have been brought up to treasure our ethnicity and consider anyone different as not from our clan. Our labels have become our self-definition. What happens over a lifetime of this conditioning is that we identify as French, male, female, Protestant, tall, dark, conservative, athletic, middle class, etc. All of these are labels that separate and classify us, making it difficult to think of the one song and enlighten ourselves. Unity is a certainly abstract concept and therefore difficult to understand and then live. To truly believe and see this principle in action requires a view of the physical world from a broader perspective than we can conceive of, even with our imaginations running at full speed. We must be able to suspend our narrow vision, and this is not an easy thing in a world that requires living within the confines of narrow physical limits. To get the big picture, it is necessary to suspend our conditioned thinking. It would be similar to asking a cell within the liver, which has only seen the environment of the liver, to abandon the belief that the liver is all there is and see itself as part of a whole human body that does not know what exists. All it knows is liver. All you have seen or experienced is liver. However, it is expected to see how it works in conjunction with a whole that can only be speculated. This is where you are, with one exception: you have a mind that is capable of perceiving how everything fits together. You are part of that universal mind. Even so, it is a monumental task to imagine how everything works while you are in physical form and in the inherent limits of the world of form. It is easier to choose the world of borders. Although we can understand the metaphor by using our own body as a whole, it is difficult to go from microscope to telescope. We are inclined to take the narrowest path and to defend borders and limits. It's easier, though much less rewarding, to live in a world where all boundaries are drawn, often by people who lived thousands of years ago. Where and how to worship is a birth mandate, and it seems easier to follow that path. It is easier to continue to believe that our enemies are who they have taught us that they are, rather than resist the vision that creates enemies in the first place. It may seem easier to continue a business or family tradition that contributed to the mess than to provoke the ire of others who have accompanied you. It's just easier to be a cell that lives its life that way, ignoring the long term and the big picture. Defending our separation provides us with a great opportunity to practice guilt as a way of life. When you believe in unity and live it, guilt becomes literally impossible, because we are all connected and, therefore, the vital energy is directed to find solutions for the good of oneself and of the whole. When separation is the goal, we tend to see others as responsible for what is lacking in our life. They are easy targets to blame. You may not be willing to give up this business of blaming them, particularly those who reside in a completely different chorus of the one song, whom you will probably never see in person, and who look so different to you. It is up to you to decide whether it is more convenient for you to have enemies and people to hate and blame than to feel that we are all one. As long as we need others to bear the blame for the problems in our lives, we will find it easy to resist this notion of unity. Those who personally benefit from separation will find it easy to ridicule the concept of unity. Anyone in the business of making or trading weapons designed to kill our brothers and sisters will scoff at this nonsense of unity and unity. Anyone who needs to cling to traditional ways of life and being that separate us into higher or lower categories will resist what I am saying in this chapter. Your business or religion or whatever company you are involved in that is designed to remind you to judge others, you will find unity to be a really baffling notion. In truth, anyone who expends life energy on the side of disorder, even in a small way, finds unity a troublesome notion. A simple review of history gives us the clues. Many leaders who believed and preached the notion of man as one have been assassinated. Those who strive to eliminate war are often ridiculed as foolish idealists. Those who write songs asking us to imagine that the world could be like one are somehow destroyed by their efforts. It is convenient to forget everything in the name of speculation. It is a threat to many who want to enact separation. These are some of the reasons we resist this universal principle. However, our own survival and evolution as a species depend on many of us shifting to the idea of unity. I am convinced that this will, in fact, happen. As sure as the universe is a song, humanity will finally hear the message of the need for unity. It gets closer every day. Here are some suggestions to accelerate your own transformation to this wonderful principle of unity. Some suggestions to apply the universal principle of unity in your own life. Suspend your thoughts of separation for an hour today. During that hour, consider everyone you meet as invisible to you. You will find that once you start to think together, it becomes much more difficult to be angry or spiteful towards others, because it is how to behave that way with yourself. Consider yourself connected, sharing something with everyone you know or even those you listen to. What you share with everyone else is your humanity, and the less you are inclined to separate from others, the less you are inclined to experience the sickness that arises from separation. Examine the labels that you apply to yourself. Each label is a limit of one kind or another. If you are of English or African descent and apply this label to yourself, you have set a limit that does not allow you to experience anything other than English or African. See yourself as a human. Labels are not required. Thoughts cannot be divided into neat little compartments. You are neither old nor young in thought, only in how you label yourself in form. The same is true of political ideology and physical attributes. In thought you can be anything and everything. Keep reminding yourself that only the smallest aspect of you is the shape, that shape is just the packaging that embodies your true self. Try to think globally and act locally. See yourself as one cell among billions of cells in the one large cell called humanity. When you see yourself connected rather than separate, you automatically begin to cooperate. This is what the healing process is all about. When I was a young teenager and a girl told me she loved me, I asked her what she really meant by that. I said, supposing I suddenly become a frail, wrinkled, 99-year-old man, would you love me then? She was puzzled, but replied, no, that wouldn't be you. I remember saying, I am not this body, and if that is what you love, you don't really love me. I am also that 99-year-old man. Especially when we love something or someone, we refer only to the form, neglecting what is inside. Recognize the labels as part of the external life of the form. Decide to pursue your inner life too. Realize that the journey and the goal are the same. You will never train. You will never reach an end goal. Life is transition and growth. Paradoxically, you can realize all your goals in this perspective of unity. Every step of the way, every day of your life, is both a unique experience and a part of the whole called life. There are no ordinary moments. This one moment that you are alive in this moment is a totality and not something separate from your entire life. Keep in mind the old saying, life is what happens to you while you make other plans. This helps to focus the unity of everything and to keep you focused there, rather than in the artificial ways that we have divided the one. Members of your immediate family are a daily reminder of the humanity you share with them. You are all part of this great body known as humanity. Whenever you find yourself verbally attacking your loved ones, take advantage of that moment to visualize them sharing the same vital energy as you. Our uncontrollable anger towards others is driven by denial or fear that we are how we judge another. We can only give away what we carry inside. If you respect yourself, that is what you will give to those you love. If you have self-loathing, it will be reflected in how you treat the people closest to you. When I find myself having difficulty with something my children say or do, I try to imagine the invisible force that connects me to them within humanity. I see that their behavior is mine and vice versa, and I can be more understanding and loving with them. Consider those whom you consider enemies. The same logic and reasoning applies to them. This is the lesson of spirituality. The fact that human beings look different or live in a different part of the world, or think in different ways, does not mean that they are not part of the whole, part of the humanity that is you. Don't let anyone else, or the trivial factor of geographic location, determine for you that you are going to have enemies. You don't have to accept any reasoning that requires you to think in terms of enemies. This does not make you unpatriotic. You can love your country enough to want it to survive so that our children live in peace. This means doing everything in your power to make sure we all see the drive. Know that one cannot choose sides on a round planet. It is a matter of perspective, and you have the tools available to capture the infinite vision, the vision of unity. If you are in a leadership position within an organization, create options so that the people who work with you feel a sense of reference or belonging to the whole. Celebrate the contribution and participation of each individual in the well-being of the entire organization with incentives such as profit sharing, leadership recognition, and pay incentives. Don't compartmentalize or specialize so much within your organization that individual members are excluded from contributing to the bigger picture. Keep an eye on how each person can contribute to the whole, and orient your training programs toward an understanding of the overall impact of behaviors. At the same time, support individualism and individual decision-making. Each cell within any unit must have a degree of autonomy in order to feel important as an individual. One cell that goes wrong contributes to the ruin of all. A cell that has inner harmony contributes to the health of the whole unit. Individualism and the feeling of wholeness only seem to be mutually exclusive. Living with this paradox and understanding that two seeming opposites always function within a harmonious whole is an integral part of enlightenment. Do your best to send love in response to hate. This was the message of Christ. If you have love inside, it is what you will have to give away. All hatred, even our seemingly justified hatred in reaction to aggression, is part of the cancer that destroys humanity. The more we send harmony and love to others, regardless of their behavior, the more we are living in unity. Certainly, we need prisons and other means of protection for those who transgress towards others. What we don't need is hatred in response to their antisocial behavior. Try to see everyone who comes into your life as teachers. See all other people as the part of you that is ready to grow. In relationships, it is no accident that maintaining associations are combinations of opposites. We often love someone who represents an undeveloped part of ourselves. Rather than judging others as people who should or shouldn't behave in a certain way, see them as a reflection of a part of you and ask yourself what you are willing to learn from them. Love the seemingly opposites in your world, treasure their way of being as a gift to you. And remember, those that seem to cause you the most distress are those that remind you of what you feel is missing or lacking in yourself. If you didn't react at all, it would mean that you are totally indifferent. The fact that you react, even if you prefer indifference, means that there is something within you that hooks when you encounter such provocative behavior. It is your learning situation, not your problem. The entire planet is a collection of differences. You are a complete unit composed of differences, living both in form and not in form. Forget wanting others to be like you and start enjoying your uniqueness as the variety that makes up this glorious song. No one can tell you how to be more connected and less attached. You control your thoughts. I can simply help you start your ability to think in terms of unity. Maybe I can help you open some doors that are closed due to the conditioning processes, but only you can make the decision. But once you decide to process your role in this thing called a song, no one can make you stop. It is your path that you are taking, and you can traverse it in any way you choose. What you can ultimately expect from the adoption of the principle of unity is a new sense of personal harmony that eliminates most of the conflicts in your life. Certainly a glorious reward. You stop questioning your role in anything and instead radiate towards the oneness of all life. You become part of the energy of love, first in your inner life, then in your outer life, in family and personal relationships, in business and community, and ultimately in all of humanity. You develop a sense of appreciation for all vitality. You no longer identify with the difference, and you know that the differences are only in form. 3 words can symbolize our invisible connection between us. They are alone and all one. The only thing that separates them is a letter, the letter L, which I think means love. All one and only are identical concepts. Within every cell of the universe there is a sense of loneliness, as well as a sense of total unity, that exists simultaneously. When Paramahansa Yogananda was receiving his training on the path of spiritual teachers, he was told, "It is the Spirit of God that actively sustains all the forms and forces of the universe, however, it is transcendental and distant in the blissful uncreated void beyond the worlds of vibratory phenomena. Those who achieve self-realization on earth live in a similar double existence. By conscientiously carrying out their work in the work, they are still immersed in an inner bliss. I want you to have that double experience as you learn of your connection and participation in unity, acting in inner grace and form. He is truly alone and all one, all at the same time." Abundance. It is a simple procedure to calculate the number of seeds in an apple. But who of us can tell how many apples are in a seed? The reason no one can tell how many apples are in a seed is that the answer is infinite. Endless. That's what the abundance principle is all about, infinity. It seems like a paradox, because we, as human forms, seem to start and end at a specific time, so infinity is not part of our experience in form. But it's hard to imagine that the universe has limits or that it just ends up somewhere. If so, what is at the end and what is on the other side of what is at the end? That is why I suggest that the universe has no end, and what you can have for yourself when this beginning is part of your life. We have already seen that a large part of who we are as human beings lacks form, that this part, thought, has no borders. And from this I conclude that, therefore, we too are infinite. Consequently, abundance, with its absence of limits and boundaries, is the very watchword of the universe. It applies to us as much as to everything else in the song. It is the universe's answer to our belief in scarcity. We must be aware of abundance and prosperity and not make scarcity the cornerstone of our lives. If we have a scarcity mentality, it means that we believe in scarcity, that we evaluate our life in terms of its deficiencies. If we insist on scarcity, we are putting energy into what we do not have, and this continues to be our life experience. The theme of so many people's life stories is "I just don't have enough," or "How can I believe in abundance when my children don't have all the clothes they need?" Or "I would be much happier if I had." People believe that they live a life of scarcity because they are unlucky, rather than acknowledging that their belief system is rooted in scarcity thinking. However, as long as they live with a scarcity mentality, that is what they will attract into their lives. Everything that would be needed to eliminate this living situation is already here in the world that we live and breathe every day. Where else could it be? The truth is that there is enough for everyone. There is an infinite universe to work in, and we are part of that infinite universe. Once we really know this, we will see that it works for us in 1,000 ways. Everyone I have met who went from a life of scarcity to a life of abundance has discovered how to believe and live this principle. I mean every person, including me. But how do we get rid of the scarcity mentality? Transcend a consciousness of scarcity. The first step in discarding a scarcity mentality is to give thanks for all that you are and all that you have. That's right, give thanks, but not in a meaningless charade. Really appreciate the miracle that you are. The fact that you are alive. That you have eyes, ears, feet, and that you are here right now in this wonderful dream. Make an effort to start focusing on what you have, rather than what you are missing. There is nothing missing. How could something be missing in a perfect universe? When you start to focus on being grateful for everything you have, the water you drink, the sun that warms you, the air you breathe and everything that is a gift from God, you will be using your thoughts, all your essence, to think about abundance and your humanity. Keep in mind that you are a cell in the body of humanity, and that cell requires inner harmony to cooperate with adjacent cells. By doing this, your energy will carry over to the miracle of being here. While you are focused on the miracle that you are and everything that surrounds you, you cannot focus on what you are not and what seems to be lacking in your world. As you practice being grateful, expand the list of things you are grateful for. Friends and family. Clothes and food. Any money you have. All your possessions, everything that has come into your life for you to use while you are here. I mean every one of the things. The pencil, the fork, the chair, everything. Begin to focus on how grateful you are to have these things in your life now, when you need them. Think of them as yours to use temporarily before releasing them back into circulation. Once you've trained yourself to begin the process of being grateful for everyone and everything that comes your way, as well as appreciating your own humanity, you're on your way to eliminating the scarcity mindset. What you focus your thoughts expands. Read it again. It really is quite logical. Anything you tend to think about is what you will focus on and create the most. For example, if you have some debt and some equity, and your entire focus is on what you have, then you will expand your equity. If your principal is only $500 and your debts are $5,000, and you focus on the money you have, you will start to do something with it. Whatever you do with him in a positive way will help him expand. On the contrary, if you focus all your thoughts on your indebtedness, always reminding yourself how poor you are and making that the place of your emotional life, that is precisely what you will expand. This is very clear when it comes to minor illnesses. If you focus on your cold, always talking about it, always complaining to everyone you know about how bad you feel, you will expand what you focus on. That is, your energy will flow into the cold that you are so proud of. But if you focus on everyone who is not sick and tell others how good you feel, you will expand well-being. We act on our thoughts. These thoughts literally become our daily life experience. Consequently, if you spend a large part of your life energy focusing on scarcity, that is what you are going to expand in your life. I can give you a real-life example of how this works. I have a dear friend named Bobby Branch who lives in Wenatchee, Washington. He is a spectacularly alive and higher conscious person who is a true pleasure to be around. In practically every area of his life he has mastered the principles of abundance. However, in his career area, he continually focused on what was lacking in his life. Bobby is a very talented singer-songwriter and wanted to produce an album of her songs, but was convinced she didn't have the financial capacity. She operated from a scarcity mindset when it came to money. And this scarcity mentality took hold of her when it came to performing in front of an audience. She was sure she couldn't. We talked for several hours one night about his belief that he would never have an album unless some angel suddenly emerged to provide the funding. I tried to help her see that this belief was preventing her from realizing her dream of recording her own songs. I invited Bobby to sing his beautiful music in some of my speeches. Despite her fears, she acted wonderfully to standing ovations and began to focus on what she could do rather than what she felt was impossible or difficult. The more he thought about singing in front of an audience, the more that thing expanded in his life, and after a year or so he was accepting singing commitments. Then came the big challenge for Bobby, to see herself in a prosperous way. In a phone conversation, he told me that he had finally worked up the courage to ask how much it would cost to produce an album with one of the best arrangers and musical directors in the Northwest. The total was more money than he had accumulated in his life. I told him to start focusing his thoughts on prosperity and never allow a thought of lack to enter his consciousness. He began to receive the message. One night I got a long-distance phone call from Wenatchee and Bobby announced, "I haven't been thinking about anything other than having that money at my disposal. I never let in a scarcity thought." She then said that she and a friend at work were discussing ways to do it. Bobby had said to her friend, "What if I asked 15 of the people I know to invest $1,000 on me and my music? I mean, people who really believe in my singing?" To her amazement and delight, her friend said, "I'd love to invest that in you," and Bobby realized she'd already done a 15th part of the way. In 3 days he had built investment portfolios and signed the necessary investors, all of whom invested $1,000 to be repaid in a year. She was ecstatic that she had finally gotten over her belief in scarcity, because when she focused on abundance, that was precisely what expanded for her. In 2 months he had produced his album, Happiness is the Way, with 3 songs that were conceived around a kiss, the lady I wrote a book about. Now Bobby is busy promoting her music and happily working to make it a huge hit. Focusing on abundance rather than scarcity is paying off for you. It has reimbursed almost all of its investors and is on a second print run of the album. His dedication on the album reads, "To my friend Wayne Dyer, I appreciate everything you have done to encourage me to dare to take risks. All I really did was help her focus on what she wanted to expand in her life." The same is true for each of us. To experience anything other than abundance in your life, you have to deliberately resist it by focusing on scarcity. When you live and breathe prosperity with the belief that everything is huge and that we are all entitled to all that we can, you begin to actively treat yourself and others in this way. This principle applies to the acquisition of wealth, personal happiness, health, intellectual pursuits, and everything else. It is related to the ancient biblical promise, "To the one who has, more will be given." It really works. This universe is an incomprehensibly large undertaking, too large for any of us to begin to understand from the perspective of our limited bodies. Abundance reigns everywhere. The only limits we have are the ones we foster with our belief in those limits. You are all now. You are already complete, you are already complete. You will not get everything, you already are everything. Give this some serious personal consideration. If you are not enjoying your life right now, with what you have accumulated, with your current health, and in your current job and relationships, you will not appreciate or enjoy new or different living conditions. Our ability to enjoy life comes from how we choose to process life, rather than the external. Nothing outside of us has the power to bring us happiness or satisfaction. What determines the quality of our life is our choice to be fulfilled or not, based on how we think, how we see ourselves and our place in the universe. Consequently, if you are a person who needs more to feel complete, you will still feel incomplete when you have acquired more. Thinking in terms of the abundance principle means believing in an inner dialogue, "I love who I am and what I have been attracted to so far. I don't need anything else or a little change to be happy or complete. I know in my heart that I am not going to get everything, but that I really am everything already. The universe is infinite, I am the universe and, therefore, I have no borders." Creating and believing your own affirmations shows your willingness to tune into abundance. There is the story of a man who went to see a guru asking for the essentials he needed to have perfect happiness and success for the rest of his life. The guru left him with nothing, implying that he already had everything he needed. Happiness and success are internal processes that we bring to life in companies, rather than something we get from out there. When we operate from the beginning of scarcity, we generally believe, "If only I had something else, then I would have a lock on happiness and success." A close look at this logic shows that what we are really saying is, "I am not complete at the moment. Somehow I lack what I need. When I get it, I will be whole." If that is our belief, then we trust an incomplete disabled person. This kind of scarcity thinking assumes that we are not yet whole, happy, loving, total human beings, that we do not have the missing pieces. Abundance within ourselves. Therefore, we operate from a deficiency thought process and end up trapped in the belief that I have to have more before I can be happy. This is precisely what keeps us from tuning into abundance that is everywhere. You already are everything. You already have exactly what you need for happiness, success, fulfillment, and all the lofty overall goals that many of us aspire to. If our basic needs are met and we have food, water, and air, then we have within us the ability to be happy. As Gandhi said, God comes to the hungry in the form of food. We can appreciate and celebrate the magnificent miracle that we are. We can process everything that comes our way without judging ourselves. Our world is abundant and endless, and how we think about it is totally our choice. Even in a prison, our corner of freedom is still the way we choose to think. No one can remove that. Ever. Once we know this, we can relate to abundance as the watchword of our entire existence. Yes, in fact, you are everything. Everything that is needed to have abundance in your life, you already are. Tune your antennas so everything works for you. You can't have anything. Abundance is not something we acquire. It's something we tune into. This thinking is essential for the abundance principle to work in our lives. Keep in mind that there is an infinite supply of energy in the universe and that everything, including its own form and all its accumulations, is essentially energy. Everything vibrates. We call that vibrational energy, and our universe is infinite in its energy supply. This energy is what constitutes vitality. The energy that each of us emits is determined by our thoughts and how we choose to process our world. Process it through eyes that see only scarcity, and that is what will expand. Process it through eyes that see unlimited abundance, and that is what expands. If we need to own things, whether we like it or not, we are filtering our universe through the eyes of scarcity. Our need to own and possess things is a reflection of our belief that we don't have enough. Our need to hoard and possess literally keeps us from tuning into the abundance that is right in front of our eyes, full of lack. All the things that we believe we absolutely must have in order to be happier are indications that we are controlled from outside, rather than from within. This assumption leads us to believe that we are incomplete and lacking in some way, and that we can complete that incomplete state if we have more things. An endless trap. One that we can never escape as long as we think that ownership of something is going to fill the void. How can you own something? Think for a moment about all the possessions you have in your dream, the cars, boats, money, toys, or whatever else you own while in your dream body. When you wake up, you immediately realize that all those possessions were illusions and that you only needed them temporarily for sleep. Now try to put all of this in perspective in relation to the dream you are in now, which lasts for 80 or 90 years. Imagine waking up and being able to look back at all of your possessions. How could you have had anything at all? The best we can do is have temporary possession of our toys for a little while, and then, like it or not, we wake up and find that they are useless. Since most of our life is in the astral dimension of thought, things are of no use in this formless state. If we have a void, it is because we are thinking thoughts of nothing, and that kind of thinking always widens the void. We can expand in a more satisfying way, focusing on wholeness and realizing that we can't own anything, ever. This does not exclude enjoying much of whatever we accumulate or temporarily possess. But remember, just as nothing ever forms in our universe, neither do we. Everything is always in a state of transformation, including the title we have to our property, all our toys, our family, our money, everything. Everything in transition. Everything circulating, landing in our lap so that we enjoy it momentarily and then we make it recirculate. Once we internalize this notion of not being able to possess anything, it ironically frees us to have whatever we choose, without being attached to owning or possessing it. We soon discovered the joy of transmitting and sharing it. The paradox is, of course, that when we stop chasing and hoarding, we find that everything we ever wanted or need is available. The fear of not having enough prevents many from seeing that they are already enough. We cannot own anything, and spending a lifetime believing in scarcity is a violation of the universal principle of abundance. A life of abundance does not mean a life of accumulation, but rather developing a spiritual sense of wonder at the limitlessness of everything. Take, for example, your own body. It is a portrait of limitless abundance, capable of extraordinary achievement, and restricted only by thoughts that focus on your limits. Your brain with its trillions of cells can direct your body to sleep or dance, meditate or create, build airplanes and submarines. You, yes, you and the body you inhabit, are an example of exquisite abundance and perfection. In fact, your possibilities are endless. Its existence as a self-sustaining entity is so much a miracle that it leaves us stunned to even think about how it got here, and how everything stays alive, thinks, dreams and so on through an endless catalogue of miracles. You yourself are abundance in action. But the body you call cannot possess anything or take anything with you when you leave it. That body works through forces and energy that transcend accumulations. All the things in your life have come to serve you, instead of making you a servant of those things. Try to keep this principle in mind as you read on. Everything that was owned by someone just a few years ago is now serving someone else. Land that was once owned is now in the service of others. Jewels now adorn others. And so it is across the spectrum of life. Nothing is owned, and the sooner we realize this and stop trying to own things and people, the more we can tune into this wonderful principle of abundance. The secret is to stop focusing on what we do not have and shift our consciousness towards an appreciation for all that we are and all that we have. With this shift in consciousness, service becomes a natural part of the abundant life. Gandhi said it beautifully. Consciously or unconsciously, each of us provides some service or another. If we cultivate the habit of deliberately doing this service, our desire for service will grow stronger and contribute not only to our own happiness, but to that of the world at large. Or read Albert Schweitzer on the same topic. I don't know what your destiny will be, but one thing I do know, the only ones among you who will be truly happy will be those who have sought and found how to serve. These two men were holy among us in many ways, and we cannot hope to emulate their utter dedication to serving others. But there is much to learn from studying their lives and even reading these two short quotes. The meaning is in finding our true sense of accomplishment beyond success and accumulations. Tuning the abundance. Abundance is not something we make, but something we accept and tune into. If our mind believes in scarcity, expecting only a small portion of life's abundance, then that will be our life experience. We receive what we are willing to let in, and what we block is not because of unavailability but because of beliefs of scarcity. When we conceptualize abundance and prosperity as something we deserve, we notice that significant change is taking place. First, thoughts about what we deserve change, and then slowly our behavior changes. Eventually we know and believe that whatever it is we want is already here, and our belief will make it manifest. Over and over I say, we expand what we focus on. But how do we tune into this abundance that constitutes the entire universe? Changing your perception of what is available to you and how you choose to recirculate what flows into your life. Start by examining 3 questions. 1. How much do you think you are worth? You are a divine creation in this infinitely perfect universe. You are everything. As Walt Whitman stated, the entire theory of the universe is infallibly directed at a single individual, that is, you. This is not a selfish proclamation. It's perfectly sensible within Whitman's worldview. You are both all of humanity and at the same time an individual human being. You, like every other person in all of humanity, have complete and total perfect worth. As part of that complete perfection, value is immeasurable and abundant. How could there be anything more perfect than a human being? How could anything have more value? 2. What do you think you deserve? If you feel like you deserve just a tiny bit of happiness, that's what you'll expand. If you know that you are worthy of everything and your intention is to keep abundance circulating and serving others, you will attract high levels of happiness to your life. If you think you deserve very little, you will attract this to yourself. If you feel conceited, taking what you think you deserve, at the expense of others, the results will be the same as if you felt you deserved very little. In both scenarios, you are undermining yourself in the process. Believing that you do not deserve anything, or that you deserve everything at the expense of others, is a self-destructive path that not only takes you away from abundance but leads to scarcity in your life. Know that you deserve everything, and everyone else as well, and that in the process of helping others achieve everything, you serve yourself and everyone else simultaneously. 3. What do you think is available to you? The totally honest answer to this question is essential to know how much is available to you. If you focus on what you do not have or simply can never get, that is precisely what will expand in your life. One night, at the end of a talk, a woman asked, "Dr. Dyer, what do you think are the limits so that I can achieve all the success and happiness that I would like in my life?" My response was instantaneous: your belief that there must be limits. It is not what is available or not available that determines your level of success and happiness, it is what convinces yourself that it is true. A report on the participants in a study of visualization techniques related to job search demonstrates the impact of personal expectations. 3 participants were instructed to visualize the following: the availability of the job they wanted, their right to that situation, and the job at the new job. The participants' previous jobs had paid them annual salaries of $10,000, $25,000, and $250,000, respectively. In a matter of weeks, each of them began working in the exact same salary range as in their previous job. Each of them was limited by what he believed he deserved and could not envision himself in a better paying position. The abundance that came into their lives fit perfectly with what they imagined for themselves and nothing else. This is true of practically everything. The belief in scarcity is what creates scarcity and helps it rule our lives. The same principle applies to abundance. Freedom and abundance. The concept that the universe is a song, always expansive, without restrictions, beyond those we choose with our thoughts, has built in it the notion of freedom. Boundaries and lines restrict freedom, but all those boundaries are man-made. The universe just flows. The water goes to the edge and the earth flows directly from there. Air and water are not separated by borders, they coexist and flow with each other in perfect harmony. Space goes on, uninterrupted by borders. There is a freedom in all this that transcends whatever wall or restriction man has invented. So freedom is what abundance is all about. Freedom is the absence of restrictions. In nature, it is the bird who decides to place its nest where it pleases in harmony with the whole environment. They are the whales swimming wherever their hearts and instincts lead them. Abundance in human beings can only occur when the mind of humanity is equally clear of imaginary limits. Learning to rid ourselves of freedom-defying belief in limits is one way to create an abundant world for ourselves. How I made the main decisions in my life. Even when I was very young, I used my mind to focus on what I wanted, rather than what other people had or what was missing in my life. It always worked for me and continues to do so today. The essence of all my decision-making, when I look back, seemed to be in the direction of having more freedom in my life, freedom and control over my own destiny. I didn't like having to be in a specific place every day, or having someone tell me how to dress, what to do, how to act, what to say, and how much money I would be receiving. And he wanted to go in a direction that expanded the freedom he cherished. This is what the abundance principle is all about. Tuning into the vastness that is there for us beyond all limits and controls that others would impose on us. My first real job, besides mowing the grass and shoveling snow, was my paper route. From age 10 to 14, I featured the Detroit Times, the Detroit News, and the Detroit Free Press. I loved going to the local newspaper office and picking up my papers, folding them, putting them on the handlebars of my bike or in the saddlebags in the back. I was free, I made all the decisions and no one told me how to run my route. But the only area where I was not free was charging my clients. Every weekend he had to knock on doors and collect the money for the weekly delivery. This took a long time and had to be done every week or I didn't get paid. Many times people were not at home and I had to go back again and again to collect my money. I felt caught up in this weekly ritual of collecting money, setting aside the amount I owed the company, and then trying to collect the rest so I could make a profit. My first decision to change jobs came exclusively as a result of wanting more freedom in how I received my salary each week. I took a job at Stall's Market, a small grocery store in my neighborhood on the east side of Detroit. The first thing I wanted to know was how they would pay me. I found that every Friday night, at the end of the day, I would be paid for the hours I worked that week. This was a new measure of freedom for me and one that I treasured. I felt a new sense of control over my life. Of course, they also imposed a lot of new restrictions on me. I had to report to work when Mr. Stahl told me to. I had to wear an apron. I had to work the hours that he decided were appropriate for me. But I didn't have to walk through snow and sleet hoping my clients would be home so I could collect my winnings. I stayed at Stahl's for all my high school years, working as an assistant manager after a few years, closing the store and taking responsibility for the safe and money tables, working as a butcher if necessary, and generally speaking being in charge. I gained more freedom over my work hours and what I could do as I progressed from stockbroker to cashier to production manager to butcher to assistant manager. My weekends were always 6 hours on Friday night, 12 hours on Saturday, and 6 hours only on Sunday to handle everything in the store. I was making a lot of money and enjoying the job, but I knew this would not be a professional position for me. After graduating from high school, I enlisted in the Navy. I knew I had a military obligation and I also knew that I didn't want to march in a column and carry a weapon in preparation for learning how to become a potential assassin. He couldn't have done it then and he couldn't do it today. I tried well and was assigned to communications schools and eventually to the island of Guam in the South Pacific. Every job I managed to get while serving 4 years was in the direction of greater freedom. But the first time I had to participate in a personal inspection, I experienced an internal revulsion impossible to describe. Having a young officer look at me, inspecting my shave, critically examining my uniform and telling me that my shoes weren't shiny enough made me sick to my stomach. I knew that I could not bear to be in that situation for the next 4 years, so I discovered in my own mind how I would avoid future inspections. For 4 years, I was never inspected again. Ever. No one knew about this internal decision that I made, not even my best friends. I simply moved toward greater freedom by being assigned to the types of positions that were exempt from inspections. I became a cryptographer, a message center supervisor. Even within a system that is fully regulated, I was able to extend a great measure of freedom throughout my life. After 4 years as an enlisted warrant officer, I knew I had to make some dramatic changes in my life. Reclosing was out of the question. I had seen every payday how many of my contemporaries drank foolishly, spending their entire salary as soon as it arrived, and spent the rest of their time reading comics and generally penniless, both financially and in character. I had pledged while on Guam for the last 18 months of my enlistment that I would go to college. I knew I did not have the necessary funds, so for 18 months I managed to live on 10% of my salary and save the remaining 90%. That's how it is. I saved 90% of my salary for a year and a half, and put it into a bank account in order to pay the tuition for the full 4 years of study. No one in my family had ever attended college, but I concentrated on attending Wayne State University in Detroit. No one in my family had accumulated the necessary money for school, but I focused all my thoughts on what I had, which was a bank account that was constantly growing every 2 weeks. I expanded on what I was thinking, and what I was thinking was what I had, rather than what I didn't have, or what my family's history had been. I made the decision to become a teacher because I loved being in front of an audience, I loved young people, and most of all, I loved being free every day at 3 o'clock and having the whole summer free. The freedom of teaching aspect was an important consideration. He knew he could do just about anything he wanted once the classroom door was closed. He knew that he would have a lot of free time to attend classes at night. I also loved getting a college degree, even though I was 22 years old and just a freshman, when most people my age were college graduates or well on their way to a career. Once I started teaching, I loved what I was doing. But it wasn't long before I began to notice how much freedom had been taken from me. He had to be in the same classroom every day, for the same period of time, for an entire school year. I had administrators imposing a lot of curriculum rules on me, telling me which committees I had to serve on and when I had to go to faculty meetings. My life became excessively programmed. I didn't like the fact that I had to be in room 223 every Wednesday for the next 40 weeks at 2 p.m. More and more I found that I had less and less control over how I spent my days. In the name of a job, I was giving up much of the freedom and abundance that I treasure so much. I noticed at this point that the school counselors had much more freedom than the teachers. They had their own offices, were free to schedule appointments at their convenience, and were able to leave school for lunch, as they had no class schedule or hours to adhere to. They were also able to work individually with the students and could practically come and go as they pleased. There was a lot of important work to be done, but it could all be accomplished on the counselor's own schedule. So I did my master's degree to become a school counselor. And I loved counseling. I loved my studies. I loved being in a school environment with young people from all over. I loved the freedom I had in contrast to teaching. My day was what I wanted it to be, and I didn't have to live and breathe according to school hours. However, I noticed that the college professors who were teaching me to be a counselor had to enter college only 2 or 3 days a week, and that their schedules were much lighter than mine. They had a lot of free time to write and investigate. I still had to be in the school office 5 days a week, 40 weeks a year, and my days were filled with homework. I wanted even more freedom and immediately enrolled in my doctoral studies to prepare to be a university professor. Teaching at the college level is a wonderful experience and I thoroughly enjoyed it for 6 years. I was able to work it out so that my office hours and class teaching assignments were completed on a 3-day-a-week basis. Fantastic! 3 days to college and 4 full days to write, give advice, take control of my own life and my own destiny. Relative freedom compared to working for a school system was like night and day. But I still depended on the university for my salary. They still set my school calendar and assigned me teaching assignments. And they started giving me more and more committee assignments. I was assigned to doctoral study groups and research papers. I knew in my heart that it was going to be necessary for me to take full control of my days if I was ever to experience the abundance that I can write about today. But of course he had all the worries everyone has about money, bills, and family. When the day came that I left university teaching, it was not because I was dissatisfied. In fact, I was excited and proud to call myself Professor Dyer. I was very proud to have gone from my humble beginnings in Detroit to the academic world of a university professor in New York City. I loved what I was doing, but I wanted to do it all on my terms. I didn't want to be told how to dress anymore. I didn't want to be told when to be in which building or on which committee at a specific time. I wanted freedom, complete freedom. I made the decision to leave a wonderful teaching assignment at a wonderful university to have that control over my life. Once again, I point out that not once did I have the idea that I would abandon my responsibilities and obligations. As I have said, I attach great importance to being responsible for the decisions I have made in my life. My family comes first and I have always fulfilled all my obligations as a father and husband. And I have been blessed with supportive family members who always encourage me to pursue my own dreams, no matter how crazy they may seem at the time. They have always known that Wayne was the type of person who could not survive if he had to abide by other people's rules. In turn, I respect the need for my wife and all my children to take risks and trust the universe to provide them as long as they act out of love for themselves and others. This kind of mutual respect for the rights of all of us to follow our dreams is of the utmost importance in creating an abundant life. If your loved ones are fighting you, then they are all weakened. When they cheer you on, everyone becomes empowered. I keep making decisions where I have more control over my own destiny. Being a writer requires tremendous physical and mental discipline. But I am the one who decides when I write and how I write. And if I want to write naked in the middle of the day on Wednesday, which is right now, and which am I right now, then that is precisely what I am going to do. I probably spend more hours talking, writing, taping, consulting, researching, and reading than ever before, but I am free to do so as I please. I honestly do not know the difference between a Sunday and a Tuesday that I live every day, doing what I love, and always focusing on what I have, rather than what I lack. I have always sought freedom because that was the center of my thoughts. I did not escape from slavery, I lived with joy the years when my schedule was governed by other people and events, but I always focused on what I wanted. Liberty. The small amounts of freedom that I had were so completely happy for me that I kept focused on them, instead of feeling sorry for my shortcomings. And despite it all, every step of the way, money was never an issue. I never looked for a better paying job. Ever. And the irony of ironies, the paradox of paradoxes, each successive position brought me more money. Abundance and do what you love. I don't want to be equivocal in the least. To experience abundance in your life, you must transform yourself in such a way that you can do what you love and love what you do. Now. Yes, today. It's that crucial. Doing what you love is the cornerstone to having abundance in your life. Robert Louis Stevenson put it this way in 1882, if a man loves the work of his trade beyond any question of success or fame, the gods have called him. I would like to help you receive that call to follow your bliss. Remember, our days are the precious currency of our life. Indeed, how we spend our days is a measure of the quality of our life. When we spend our days on unsatisfying tasks where we feel unrewarding, simply spinning our wheels to pay the bills, we are working to satisfy something outside of ourselves, like our financial obligations. If you choose to pay off financial debt by doing a job you don't like, you will constantly be thinking and focusing on what you don't like. In fact, a third of your entire life is focused on negative thoughts. As what you focus on expands, you will find that this negativity expands in your life. His life is literally focused on what he doesn't like. When you experience your daily life doing work you don't love, you are operating from a scarcity consciousness. Why do people spend their lives doing things they don't love? Because they believe in scarcity more than abundance. They will tell you, I don't have enough to do what I want, so I have to do the things I do. Or I can't afford to do what I love. Or I have no choice, I have to pay my bills. Or I don't know anything else. Look at these reasons very carefully. They all imply that there is a shortage of what is needed to survive. The person feels obliged, by virtue of this shortage, to continue in whatever work he is doing to satisfy his external needs. However, if you understand that what you focus on expands, then you start to see the insanity of trying to fill in the gaps by doing what you hate. Disgust is what keeps expanding, because that's where all the energy is focused. Think about this for a few more moments. You cannot feel fulfilled unless you feel authentic to yourself. Authenticity comes from acknowledging the needs of both your outer self and your inner self. If you hate or are indifferent to your work, then those moments in life are false in a metaphysical sense. That is, it is behaving inconsistently with what it really is in thought. 99% of you are disappointed while the remaining 1% carry out the charade you are living through. If you live like this for a long period of time, you will learn to focus on scarcity. Why? Because you feel incomplete, and the incomplete part of your life is what we label as scarcity, and that is what will continue to expand. It becomes a vicious cycle that you cannot escape from unless you are willing to do whatever it takes to start doing what you love and love what you do. You're probably thinking how impractical this is when it comes to living your life every day, paying bills, and meeting all of your obligations. Let me tell you that your skepticism is duly recorded, but I consider it part of the scarcity awareness that can be overcome. A recent incident in my life illustrates this. One of my dearest friends is named Joanna. I have known Joanna for 12 years and she is godmother to 2 of our children. He is one of the most brilliant, sensitive, and well-read people I have ever met. When Joanna and I first met in 1976, she had worked as a flight attendant for a major airline for 16 years. She had an apartment in the same building as me in Fort Lauderdale, and we had many occasions to talk. She often told me how dissatisfied she was with her job as a flight attendant. My reaction was always, "What do you love to do?" His response consistently had to do with his love of books and ideas, and an attraction to the publishing field, which he would not consider due to low wages and the need to move to New York. Joanna kept flying because, like she told me, the benefits were good, the hours were great, and she couldn't imagine giving up all those accumulated years of seniority for a retirement that was 20 years away. I encouraged her to leave, to take the risks involved in doing what you love, and I assured her that abundance would flow into her life. She liked the idea, but was not ready to make such a move. In the meantime, she managed from check to check, never seriously in debt, still always without the money she needed, no matter how many overtime she flew. The more she worked, the higher her income tax, and the more she felt that she was not working for herself, but simply to stay ahead of the game. Meanwhile, his life went by. After realizing her phenomenal abilities, I started hiring Joanna to do a job for me. He started out writing my manuscripts for magazine articles and doing some editing work. Over time, she became my personal editor and worked on my previous 3 books, editing, rewriting, line editing, typing, researching, and generally becoming indispensable to me. The acknowledgement at the beginning of this book is testament to the important role you have played in its development. As the years passed and Joanna continued to fly, her dissatisfaction intensified and unusual things began to happen to her. He was injured quite badly on 3 different occasions, all of which required him to take a break from the flight. The disease became a feature of his life. He tried to move abroad, but still continued to have physical and personal difficulties. He was losing the excitement for life that had always been his trademark, and the scarcity in his life was increasing. His bills rose, and while he managed to stay ahead of creditors, he was experiencing anything but abundance. The breakthrough happened recently. During a phone conversation about some of the details in this book, Joanna said, "Do you remember in the 1970s, Wayne, when you used to tell me and my friends that if we did what we liked to do, money would literally fly out the window?" Joanna laughed as she continued, "We used to laugh and tell you that it was easy for you to say it. It was flying in their windows because of the popularity of their best-selling books, but we were convinced that we had to keep flying to keep the money coming in. I don't think I realized then how sincerely you were speaking from the knowledge of yourself," he said more seriously. Since he discovered for himself the rewards of doing what he really loved to do. These last few months, working on this book and not flying at all, she continued hesitantly, "I have gradually identified my feeling of joy as what you then described as doing what you love." She sounded determined when she added, that the difference between being a flight attendant, with those guaranteed benefits, and pleasantly losing myself doing what I love to do is a difference in a way of being in life that simply makes flying no longer an option for me. I wondered what caused the breakthrough as I continued excitedly, "This morning I was happily immersed in thoughts and books, and your words and ideas, working on the manuscript over a cup of hot tea next to my typewriter. As I was looking at the little new buds on the lilac bush outside my window, I saw the postman arrive. And I was handing over my 3rd big check from you," he said triumphantly. "Money shows up in my window. I didn't even have to go out to pick up my check." I chuckled, explaining, "It seemed to me exactly what you were describing years ago, and here it was happening to me. I realized," he said in a firm voice, "that there is no doubt that I will be working as a flight attendant again. In reality, money only confirms the correctness of doing what I enjoy." The words "you'll see it when you believe it" floated through my thoughts as Joanna concluded, "I feel an inner sense of joy honoring and encouraging this part of me, rather than exclusively listening to the part of me that logically dictated all the benefits of working for the airline. You'll see it when you believe it is mere words compared to sentiment. Putting in practice. It doesn't matter what your occupation is or even if you have one. It is not exclusively related to your employment. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever the circumstance in your life, you are doing something every day. Those days can be experiences of abundance or scarcity. The following ideas can help you get started doing what you love. The actual implementation is, of course, up to you. 1. Re-examine your resistance to doing what you love. I was going to call this "take a chance." But I really don't think it's necessarily risky to start doing what you love. If you label it as a risk, it means that you must somehow muster the courage to make a change. But as you wake up more, you will see that the risks are nothing more than thoughts thoughts that you have convinced yourself to be impossible to implement. Instead of thinking about risk, which has scarcity built into it, think, it will be absolutely great to be doing what I love, and I know that everything I need to manage the affairs of my life will come into my life. I know. Stop concentrating on all that will be missing, unless that is what you want to expand in your life. Your resistance to doing what you love is not based on the world of abundance and limitless opportunity, but on the belief that work and play are separate parts of your humanity. The belief is that work is painful and entails suffering and that play is fun. It does not have to be like that. Imagine doing exactly what you love to do. Composing, drawing, engineering, being a florist, being a beautician, having her days to spend with her children as a housewife, the list is endless. Imagine what gives you the most pleasure and makes you feel determined. What is it that when you finish doing it, you feel immensely fulfilled, and while you do it, time just doesn't seem to exist? Invite it into your consciousness and then proceed to follow your bliss. Know that you are not stuck where you are unless you decide to be. Know that if you use your mental energy to see yourself spending your days doing what you really love, and if you keep that thought first in your mind, that is what will expand for you. Have to. It is very likely that you were taught that you choose your career in the early part of your life, and then you live your life doing what you were trained to do. But is it sensible to keep doing something that someone 18 or 20 years old chose years ago? Would you go to an 18-year-old today for vocational counseling? Continuing to regularly do what you don't like will increase the scarcity in your life. You will never escape the trap unless you are willing to shift the inner focus of your thoughts towards what you love to do. Put that thought in your mind and make it the central feature of your thoughts, even if you refuse to make the move today. Stay with the thought. The more you focus on it, the more it will expand. Virtually everyone I have met who has lived the kind of abundant life that I am discussing here has been willing to do whatever it takes to make this happen. They all quit jobs they were not personally fulfilling and pursued their dreams. There is no shortage of opportunities to earn a living from what you love, there is only a shortage of determination to make it happen. Anything you love to do more than anything else, you have created an opportunity to earn a living, believe it or not. Your fears of doing what you really love are based on the belief that you will be broke and will not be able to pay your bills and meet your family responsibilities. Not so. Those who love you will support you in every way if you take the opportunity to pursue your dreams. If you've always paid your bills, why would you suddenly become the type of person who doesn't? If your whole story talks about being responsible, why would you consult an imaginary fear-based story to make decisions in real life? Plus, you may find that many of your extraordinary expenses are simply the result of a lifestyle in which you've been doing what you hate. Simplify your life and you may find that you significantly reduce your expenses and obligations. If you really want to live in nature, travel the country, or open a small business in another part of the world, chances are good that you can do it. I have spoken with numerous executives who made the decision to alter their stress-filled lives and start slowing down and smell the roses and still pursue the dream of doing what they truly loved. Interestingly, in many cases a brush with death was necessary to achieve this change. Your fears of doing what you love are rooted primarily in unenlightened conditioning. All of those fears can be recognized as nothing more than scary thoughts that you can change. 2. If he refuses to change what he does, practice loving him every day. This little Zen proverb sums up my message in this section. Before enlightenment, chopping wood, carrying water. After enlightenment, chopping wood, carrying water. Lighting has very little to do with your daily activities and a lot to do with how you view those activities. You are still going to cut firewood and carry water in some way, only the awakened person is no longer going to curse the wood and water, or even their own luck in life. Anything you are doing now can become a labor of love if you are willing to do it that way. You don't have to hate your job or anything you are doing. Hate is a choice that comes from having hateful thoughts. Hate is not caused by having to change a dirty diaper 20 times a day, or cleaning bathrooms, or living in a prison cell, or collecting trash, or ordering accounting forms, or attending committee meetings all day in those that do not achieve anything. The circumstances are irrelevant. Hate exists within you, not in the external world. If you decide to continue your current activity, change your attitude towards that activity and allow abundance to enter your life. You can perform any task that is required of you with a completely different perspective. Joanna, my editor and literature specialist extraordinary, formerly a flight attendant, did just that while still flying. He worked on his attitude while wearing that uniform and brought a kind of love to a job that many others find routine and unpleasant. He practiced loving the passengers and doing his best to serve them. It was her dissatisfaction at not feeling personally authentic that ultimately won out. But during the years that he was flying, he preferred to love what he chose to hate it. Thus, he was able to chop wood and carry water in a radiant way while at work. It really comes down to a very simple choice that doesn't require a genius to figure it out. You can change and take all the risks that come with doing what gives you the most satisfaction, or you can develop a new attitude toward what you continue to do. This new attitude can turn a stressful work situation into one of joy. It is entirely your doing. It can be achieved by providing more service to others, which will almost always contribute to personal satisfaction. It can make you cut out and carry on a joyous or spiteful undertaking. It really depends on you. No matter how much you convince yourself that your job or life situation is boring, routine, or hateful, the fact is, those are thoughts that reside in you. Somewhere there is an individual who will do what you are doing and bring you joy and satisfaction. The truth of this maxim is evident to me every week when a beautiful woman from China comes to our home to help with the cleaning. He laughs and smiles through tasks that others find burdensome. He stops to play with the children, brings them little gifts from his native country, and really brings his own sense of joy to what he is doing in our home. She is a treasure to have with us. She reminds me every time I see her that cleaning the house for someone else can be fraught with misery or joy. The work doesn't contain anything demoralizing inside it, only the people do it. 3. Anything you currently oppose can be rethought and rethought to promote abundance in your life. Everything you are against blocks you from abundance. Everything. Decide to make your life work positively rather than negatively. If you are against terrorism and war, you become part of the problem. You are one more soldier who fights for what you think. And fighting always weakens you and brings more scarcity into your life. Instead of being against terrorism and war, try being for peace. Once you are in favor of peace, you will begin to direct your thoughts and consequently your actions in that direction. You will become a peacemaker simply by not being against anything. This may seem like a semantic juggling act, but it is much more than that. Once you are focused on something that you favor, you will expand it in your life. That which he tends to oppose places him directly into a fighting mold and, consequently, expands dissent in his conscience. This same principle applies to the work you are doing. If you are against your boss instead of for improvement, you will focus your energy on the things about your boss that you do not like, and those things will expand. If you focus on what you don't like about your job, that will become your center of thought and those things will grow. This is a very powerful philosophy that I ask you to embrace. Everything that is against works against you. Anything you are against can be rephrased in a way that supports you in something. When you are able to state what you are for rather than what you are against, you are focusing on the potential for positive change. Once it's in place, you will find whatever you are focusing on expanding. Instead of hating illiteracy, bet on literacy and you will be working to help improve literacy. Instead of being against drugs by joining another war on drugs, help children discover life-enhancing ways to have positive effects. With enough of us working to help kids make positive choices, there will ultimately be fewer customers for artificial color suppliers. Instead of being against your company policy, go for an improved policy. Rather than object to your spouse's outbursts or alcoholism, stand up for your spouse's gentleness and sobriety. You will help expand everything that you are for or against, making it easy to know where you want to be aligned. Doing what you love involves reaffirming how you choose to align yourself each day. On the side of personal order or disorder? On the side of world order or disorder? Tell me what you are for and I will show you what is going to expand in a positive way. Tell me what you oppose and I can show you what is going to expand in a destructive way. When you find that you love what you do, you will begin to notice how easily you do your job. Once you are in a place where you use love as your guiding principle for your daily activities, you will see that abundance is really there just to tune into. Why you may be resisting the principle of abundance. We were raised in a culture that emphasizes scarcity over abundance, and this background is hard to overcome. We have heard statements like "I get mine while getting is good," or "if I don't take it, someone else will," or "there is a lot out there and you have to fight to get your share of the crops." We have learned to believe in limits and scarcity. The haves and the have-nots seem to be a reality in our culture. In fact, there is a large group of poor and less rich. We are not taught that abundance is really available to everyone, that there is plenty of everything for everyone. Through our conditioning, we believe the opposite. We will never activate this principle of abundance as long as we believe that what is lacking is of primary importance and we focus our vital energy there. The "I can never get enough" mentality is a reason for life for many people. They spend their lives fighting, afraid of ever getting there. Focus on what you have, no matter how insignificant it may seem. People don't want to take responsibility for the scarcity in their lives. It is much easier to blame circumstances, others, events, or even God for things that you have not been able to acquire or achieve. They justify their place in life and reject responsibility for those limited life circumstances by believing that they have been assigned a life of scarcity. Continuing to believe this guarantees that they will remain in this experience. Releasing the binding constraints of scarcity as a belief system can create an opening to a new level of abundance consciousness. Resistance may be easier for some. On one level, it is less challenging to stay in a mode of scarcity than it is to experience a life of abundance. This is because those who actually live the abundant life I have been describing know that they have enough and that they themselves are all there is. They no longer strive and accumulate to feel positive about themselves and their life mission. Without that effort, many feel lost and aimless. People may prefer to get compassion and sympathy from others. Many people constantly explain how they were duped or how hard they worked without getting ahead of the game. Since there are so many other people willing to tell the same story, they can take advantage of this melodrama for all it is worth. They will not have an iota of opportunity to transcend the scarcity mentality while seeking the sympathy of others who feel victimized and disappointed. Still, it gives them a powerful reason to avoid abundance. The "I don't deserve it" pattern keeps many people trapped in their lifestyle of scarcity. Usually this is a strong indication of low self-esteem. They convince themselves that they are unworthy of the abundance the universe provides. A poor me belief system gives you a convenient rationalization to focus your life energy on what is missing. They convince themselves that they don't deserve more. Some have become so comfortable with scarcity and fear that they really don't know what to do with a life of abundant abundance. Those who feel comfortable in a real or metaphorical prison cell find it very difficult to go beyond its four walls. With basic needs covered, they don't have to worry. They walk away from the complications that they imagine would accompany the abundance in their lives. The longer an awareness of scarcity is maintained, the more reasons are found to avoid change. Some ideas to bring abundance into your life. Remember that I don't think abundance is about accumulating many things. I think it's about looking at life and knowing that we have everything we need for total happiness, and then being able to celebrate each and every moment in life. It's about knowing that we don't need anything else and that whatever we need will be there when we focus on what we want to increase in our lives. It's about knowing that scarcity is a set of beliefs and actions that emphasize what is missing more than what we have. Here are some ideas to help you challenge any scarcity awareness in your life. They have worked for me in my life and in the lives of almost every happy and successful person I have ever met. Don't be against anything. Strive to express everything you stand for in positive rather than negative terms. For example, instead of trying to lose weight, try to be the image of yourself that you have in mind. Instead of trying to quit, try to be tobacco-free. I saw a sign outside a gift shop in Maui that illustrates this point perfectly. It states, "Please enjoy your cigarettes and soda outside the store. Emphasize what you want, rather than what you don't like or what is missing. Strive to be grateful for what you have and who you are every day. Do this even if you want more and don't like who it is." Being grateful overshadows greed and focuses your thoughts on abundance. The universe seems to provide abundantly when we are in a state of gratitude. The less we need to have, the more we seem to get. Take time each day to observe the ways you are using your mind. Evaluate how much mental energy is focused on what is missing. How much of your time do you spend wishing you had more or feeling sorry for your sorry state of affairs? Be scrupulously honest with yourself. You may find that a large portion of your waking hours is spent thinking this way. If so, make a concerted effort to shift that awareness during a specific time each day. Shift your thought processes to what you really want to expand. This can eventually become a lifelong habit. To make this shift in consciousness, you must first realize how much of your thinking, your life, is spent on feeding what you really don't want to grow. Practice this in your personal relationships as well. Most of the time, problems in a relationship occur because each person focuses on what the other person is missing. If you are angry at someone you love, change your focus to something about that person you really love. Then allow that person to be what you love and also, sometimes, something that is difficult for you to accept. When you focus on what you love about someone, that focus will grow in your relationship. This is also a great way to be with children. Surprise them by doing things right. Make a personal commitment to do what you love and to love what you do. Today, I cannot stress enough how important this is as a strategy for experiencing abundance. If deep down you'd love to try another occupation or change your location or whatever, sooner or later you will. It is the only way to be authentic with yourself. It is virtually impossible for abundance to replace scarcity while feeling inauthentic. As you begin to do what you love and love what you do, you will find that life opens up to you in ways you never dreamed of. And if you're not ready to change jobs, occupation, location, or whatever, shift your thoughts to those daily activities that you don't like. Look for the joyous part of what you do and be thankful that you have the mind, body, and spirit to do something productive. Abundance flows when we love what we do. Regardless of what you enjoy getting into your life, remind yourself, I deserve it. It's okay to feel worthy. And you will if you believe that the self that is receiving something is worthy and important. Abundance is related to how you feel about yourself. If you feel that you are important enough to ask and divine enough to receive, receiving will be your reward. If, on the other hand, you feel unworthy, it will be almost impossible for abundance to flow into your life. Think of how a tree unfolds to its full magnificent potential, always seeking sunlight and growing and flourishing. Would you ever suggest to a tree, you should be ashamed of yourself for having that disgusting moss on your bark and letting your branches twist? Of course, no. A tree allows life force to pass through it. You have the power within your thoughts to be as natural as that tree. I am often reminded of this when I remember something Lao Tzu said thousands of years ago, the snow goose does not need to bathe to turn white. You also don't need to do anything other than be yourself. Gently remind yourself, I cannot own anything. It's a valuable thought to keep in mind as you struggle to improve your financial picture, worry about investments, and plan how to acquire more and more. It is a universal principle of which you are a part. You must release everything when you really wake up. Are you spending your life frustrated and worried about not having enough? If so, relax and remember that you only get what you have for a short period of time. When you wake up, you see the insanity of being attached to something. Make affirmations a regular part of your life. Use all the techniques you can to attract abundance. The walls, the mirrors, the refrigerator, your car, are all great spaces to display written affirmations. A positive affirmation helps you shape your thoughts around your desires. A positive affirmation helps you to be authentically aligned with your thoughts. Your beliefs must be affirmed regularly so that you can see them in the world of form. Whenever you are tempted to give less, try giving a little more. When you find that you are living the old stingy habit, it helps to stop on the spot, on your mind, and then exhibit a whole new way of being. You will be surprised how much more begins to flow back into your life, not to mention how much better you will feel inside because of the special effort you put into someone else. It really feels good to give a little more. As they say, there are never many people going the extra mile. Abundance is a universal principle that many of us don't experience because we misunderstand it. We think it means having things and fighting for more of those things. But abundance really means understanding that our eternity and our universe are infinite. It is a different way of seeing. I've always loved the following little fish story, which beautifully illustrates the intent of this chapter. "Excuse me," said one fish to another, "you are older and more experienced than I am, and you can probably help me. Tell me, where can I find that thing they call the ocean? I've been looking everywhere for it to no avail." "The ocean," said the older fish, "is what you are swimming in now." "Oh, this? But this is just water." "What I'm looking for is the ocean," said the fry, feeling quite disappointed. We too are already immersed in total abundance. We don't have to keep trying to find it. No matter how far that little fish swims, it will never run out of ocean. It is as universally abundant for him as our universe is for us. Decide how you are going to live each of your days. Abundance is yours just by asking for it. It is not something that is available only to the lucky few. Abundance is part of your own humanity. It's there for you to tune in right now. Whatever you are thinking about right now is expanding for you. Ultimately, you will take action on those thoughts. Detachment. Detachment is the only vehicle available to take you from endeavor to arrival. You would think that in a land where everything is abundant, people would have an eternal lock on happiness and fulfillment. It seems logical that here in the affluent West we should be the happiest people on the planet. We consume a large percentage of the world's natural resources. We have the highest standard of living in human history. We have abundant supplies of refrigerators and televisions and automobiles. These things, which we have come to regard as necessities, are in fact luxury items for around 90% of the world's population. Relative to most of the people on the planet, we are rich beyond their dreams. However, we are not blessed with contentment, happiness, and joy. How can this be? It seems to me that the more materialistic we become, the less confident we are as a people. The more we have, the less we are inclined to focus on communicating basic human values. Instead, we shift our emphasis to the wallets and possessions of ourselves and others. When we have very few possessions, we are forced to deal with others and look each other directly in the eyes, since there is nothing of a material nature to distract our gaze. As we accumulate more and more, our eyes drift to our possessions and away from the humanity of others. Consequently, in the most materialistic society in human history, we have very high levels of loneliness and despair. As we have shifted our emphasis from human interaction, we have also produced one of the most violent cultures in human history. Loneliness and violence seem to be the natural fruit of an excessively materialistic society. The most important questions you can ask regarding your place in this culture are: how can I be a happy, loving, and fulfilled human being and still function within the materialism that seems to define our entire social structure? Is it possible for me to live my life with inner joy and harmony within a larger context of greed and hoarding? How can I achieve a daily life of love and harmony, and yes, success, when I seem to be surrounded by people who breed loneliness and violence in their perpetual search for more? I think the answers can be found in detachment. Detachment is an unwritten fact of the universe that is always operating. The question is whether or not you are willing to tune it in, make it operational in your daily life. In our highly materialistic society, detachment is a principle that is easily rejected by those who still pursue more and more success. It's something that many scoff at because it challenges the very fabric of their lifelong traditions and beliefs. Please understand that I am not claiming that the accumulation of wealth and material possessions is bad. Having attained wealth after poor beginnings, I delight in the harvest that comes from having earned a great deal of money. It is satisfying and charming. I am proud of my accomplishments and do not apologize for being able to buy whatever you choose as a result of my work. Detachment is not about denying the joy of achieving abundance. Paradoxically, it will bring more abundance into your life, rather than require you to dispose of all your material possessions. However, it will probably be fairly easy for you to get rid of your possessions if that is your choice. Understanding what detachment means. Throughout this book I have referred to the duality that we are, our form and our lack of form. A large part of our being is formless, a part that includes all of our thinking, spirituality, and higher consciousness. Thought is an essential dimension in which we literally live our entire lives, and where our higher consciousness and spirituality reside. All of our attachments are in good shape. I use the term attachment to describe holding on to something, or to define our life purpose in terms of things or people outside of us. Therefore, an attachment is something in the world of form to which we have applied so much meaning that we are emotionally attached to it. We believe we must have it or some of our essential humanity will be lost. But keep in mind that our essence is in thought, where it is literally impossible to have attachments. In the dream body it is possible to have attachments in thought, but the moment you wake up you realize that the things and people you were attached to are illusions created for the dream. When you really wake up, you will see the insignificance of any attachment to any of your things. Imagine after leaving this plane, dying, looking back at all your attachments. You can see how unimportant they will be then. Think of this principle of detachment in a similar way. Free yourself from the need to cling to things and people. In essence, you will never be able to possess anyone or anything. All attachment is an impediment to living at a higher level of consciousness. At another level, attachments are responsible for reduced happiness and personal success. The more you can let go of people and things, the fewer obstacles you will have to the journey of a lifetime. The ability to separate yourself from all things and from all people and yet see yourself as part of all humanity is one of the greatest paradoxes of the spiritual journey. At this point in my own life, I really know that I am connected to all other human beings in oneness, and at the same moment I know that I no longer have to be attached, that is, I have to hold on to them in order to live. Make me complete, to no one else, in this body called humanity, nor is it necessary for me to accumulate anything else to feel complete. What I have I value and celebrate. Therefore, my detachment from needing anything or person to feel whole and complete allows me to flow and simply be in life, instead of fighting life or demanding something from anyone. Detachment is the absence of the need to cling to someone or something. It does not mean not having things. It is a way of thinking and being that gives us the freedom to flow with life, as does everything God gives us. Detachment is achieved in the dimension of formlessness or thought. It is a cleansing process that ultimately leads to liberation from the need to live so much in the world of form. It is not being a slave to the attachment of all those things that you are accumulating. It is to arrive more than a life of effort. You are experiencing what it feels like to gently row your boat down the current. Flow unimpeded. It is a portrait of the perfection of the universe. Flowing downstream. Flowing as a means for detachment. The more we become attached to people, things, ideas, and emotions, the less we can authentically experience these phenomena. Try squeezing out a handful of water and watch how quickly it disappears. But relax and let your hand flow in the same water and you will have the experience of water for as long as you want. This is the principle of detachment and fluency. Allowing things to flow naturally is the way of the universe. Everything in the universe, yes, everything, is energy, and that includes you. Energy must flow freely to be most efficient. Allowing things to flow naturally is the way of the universe. Air flows all over the planet without interruption. Water flows throughout the physical plane with the path of least resistance. The earth itself flows perfectly without interruption on its axis, as do all the heavenly bodies in the universe. It can be said that the entire universe is a great energy system, which flows around any effort to slow down the movement of that energy. It works in harmony with all its components without any requirement or attachment to how things should go. Keep in mind that human beings are also an energy system. We are also part of the vital force that is a song. And since all energy wants to flow unhindered, it seems natural to conclude that in order for us to function perfectly in our universe, we too need to flow uninterrupted by attachments. The fewer impediments to the flow of energy, the more efficiently we fit and harmonize with the entire energy system called the universe. The attachments that make us believe that we should have more things and more control over others are impediments to greater awareness and to living an awakened and transformed life. Detachment is one of life's great lessons for those on the path of enlightenment. How your shape works in the universe. You are an exquisitely perfect energy system. If you are not working to get your body to do what it needs to do to maintain life within you. You are not attached to the actions your body performs in every moment that you are in your form. You are not trying to get your whole system working. It works perfectly without any direction from you. In fact, if you were to try to direct your bodily functions, it would become an impediment to your energy flowing perfectly and its systematic functioning. For example, imagine eating a salad and swallowing the lettuce after chewing it. Look at all the chores that you and the lettuce need to do in order for it to do its job of nurturing it. Saliva automatically enters your mouth to help with the chewing process. You are not busy salivating, it just happens. Then when you start to swallow the chewed lettuce, you don't actively work the peristaltic muscles in your throat to make the lettuce go down instead of up. It happens without any help or interference on your part. It doesn't direct lettuce mulch into your bloodstream. The digestive process causes lettuce to do precisely what it is supposed to do and go exactly where it is supposed to go, and transforms lettuce into nutrients to provide precise amounts of lettuce nutrition wherever it is needed. The nutrients in lettuce necessary for the pancreas never reach the big toe by mistake. You have never had to do one thing within the system, which is you, to make everything work perfectly. You have absolutely no attachment to anything to do with lettuce once you've chewed it. The lettuce journey does not require your attention. You are never busy talking and working with your digestive, respiratory, or elimination systems. They all just work without any interference from you. On a similar note, your heart beats thousands of times every day of your life. When did you spend time trying to beat your heart? It works automatically and perfectly, and the less you are attached to how it works, the less likely you are to have problems with it. You see, there are many functions that are performed at all times in your life that you have nothing to say about. They all work perfectly because they are in harmony with higher universal principles. You don't need to interfere. Most likely, any interference on your part will inhibit the natural flow of these functions. So this is how you, as a system of systems, function within the greatest system of all, our universe. Energy flows like it's supposed to. Food comes in, your perfection takes over, and everything works as designed to. Your interference will only slow down that natural flow and consequently damage the perfection that you are. Now I want you to change your perspective from the microscope that has been examining you and look through the telescope to see the larger image. The universe is a system of systems similar to the perfect systems that function in a human being. It also works on many principles that are beyond our control, that work regardless of our opinion about them, they work even if we don't understand them. And, most importantly, they work best when we don't interfere and simply allow the energy to flow unhindered. I like to compare this process to lettuce, which is nothing but energy, making its way through your system, dropping the precise amount of nutrients where it is supposed to. You, like lettuce, perform your functions perfectly. This is the intelligence behind all forms. This is the force, or the God, or the spirit, or whatever you want to call it, which is part of all form. Working in harmony without interference or attachments. Now for the big leap. A moment ago you were the system that used the lettuce. Now imagine yourself as a giant piece of lettuce. Shift outward and become the metaphorical lettuce that is part of the bigger picture of all, your place in the universe. You are also a great amount of energy that flows perfectly within a larger system and within a larger system to infinity. You too can do exactly what you are designed to do, as long as it does not interfere with your function within this perfect system. You don't have to try to do what you think is your role, you have to be like lettuce and let everything work perfectly. You must understand that every attachment you have to how things are supposed to be interferes in some way with your perfect functioning within the larger system. You need to understand that every possession you become attached to has the same effect on this perfectly functioning energy system, as if the lettuce in your intestines had picked up some luggage that you had to take with you on your journey. You know what would happen to you if that lettuce somehow decided that it had to have more to function properly. It would not only affect the lettuce, stomach, and respiration, but eventually their existence as well. Obviously, I realize that we are much more complex than a piece of lettuce. But the analogy serves to remind us that the universal principles work perfectly without any interference or assistance. When you apply the principle of detachment to your daily life, you will discover that you are functioning freely and flowing with the energy system that is the universe. Even more significant, you will discover that you are allowing the energy of the entire universe to flow uninterruptedly through you. The more you can flow without attachments, the happier and more content you will feel. Plus, the things that you previously pursued endlessly, and always wanting more anyway, will now come into your life in the precise amounts needed to care for yourself and your loved ones. Combine this with practicing the abundance principle, and you will find that it flows more and more into your life in an almost effortless way. Eventually it will keep the energy flowing, circulating and giving away everything it doesn't need. So, miracle of miracles, the more you give away, the more you have. It is a gloriously perfect system when it allows it to function without interference. Our interference is due to some kind of attachment that we have come to believe we cannot live comfortably without. How I learned to apply this principle. In 4th through 8th grade I would sit in my seat at school silently sighing for Erlene Rentz, the love of my life. I thought she was beautiful, but I could never muster the courage to tell her. We lived in the same neighborhood and I was friends with her older brother, so I saw her quite regularly. She always held a special place in my heart. I recently received a letter from her telling me that she had read some of my books and that she had seen a story about me in the Wayne State University Alumni magazine. For fun I decided to call her. Erlene and I talked for about 40 minutes. I told her about my youthful love for her and she replied, "I knew it." He couldn't believe she knew all those years. During our conversation, she said, "Wayne, the thing that stands out the most about you in my mind is that you never cared much about possessions and you were the most generous person in our class." I was a bit surprised that this was Elene's most prominent memory, and yet when I look back, I think her assessment was correct. Somehow he knew that being attached to something was the surest way to be sure that one never seemed to have enough. While many of the other kids my age talked about wanting something, overall I was pretty happy with what I had. In fact, I would help my friends find ways to get the things they seemed to want so desperately. When I was a teenager and a young man, my friends had invented speed racers and talked endlessly about wanting this or that fancy car, but I was in love with my 1950 Plymouth with its profusion of rust spots and its shortcomings. It never seemed to matter. When I look back, I see that I was comfortable with detachment even then. I have very few of the items that seem to decorate the lives of wealthy people. Elegant clothes play no role in my life, and accumulating many expensive possessions does not even enter my consciousness. Yet paradoxically again, it seems that I have acquired the ability to have all the things anyone could wish for. It seems that the less I worry about acquisitions, the more they come into my life for me to use and recycle. There is something very deep in the apparent paradox: more is less. For me, having more means having to ensure it, protect it, polish it, worry, try to duplicate it, show off, price it, maybe sell it for a profit, and so on. Of course, one can appreciate the beauty of any object and truly enjoy it, but that is not attachment. That is simply allowing the energy of your appreciation and love to flow through the object and back to you. If you are wondering about the difference between attachment and enjoyment, ask yourself how you would react if an object you value suddenly disappeared, stolen, broken, lost, or whatever. Would you be distorted by anger and worry? Would you become immobilized and unable to function effectively with yourself and your loved ones? That is attachment. The need that is attached to the object gives you some degree of control or power over your emotions. I really know in my heart, as does my wife, that if some object that we were suddenly missing would say something like "now it is where it is supposed to be," I hope whoever is using it or observing it is receiving some kind of joy and happiness. It's just one thing and I'm not attached to it. This does not suggest indifference to thieves and careless people. It is a suggestion that you do not allow your things to possess you. Be able to detach yourself and your humanity and life purpose from the mere things that only have the value that we attribute to them. If we can attribute value to one thing simply through a thought process, then of course we can detach ourselves from that value-added process just as effectively through a different process. A perfect example of this came up while I was writing this book. After a 3-hour radio show in Miami, I made the impulsive decision to accept a long-standing invitation. Marie Provenzano, whose business is providing luxury facials, had written me numerous letters describing how she had benefited from my tapes and books. Over the years, she had invited me to her studio for a complimentary facial as her way of showing her appreciation. For whatever reason that I was operating in the universe, I decided to stop on my way home from Miami and get my first facial. As I was preparing for this new experience, Marie told me that she had had a mild stroke several years before and that she felt that she had been healed by repeatedly listening to my tapes. It felt great to hear that I had played a role in helping someone overcome such grief. He showed absolutely no signs of having had a stroke. Marie explained to me that before the stroke, she had always cared about being a perfect person. She described how she loved to entertain, but made it a stressful experience for her because everything had to be exactly right. She created evenings displaying expensive dresses and jewelry, gourmet food of the highest quality, and table decorations that showcased the originality and taste for which she wanted to be known. She loved the compliments she received for these perfect nights. Looking back, she said that she now realizes that much of her life was related to the meaning derived from attachments. One of these perfect nights became a turning point in her life. Instead of lavish praise, a guest said, "Marie, aren't you tired of all this show and having to do everything perfectly?" Marie told me that she just burst into tears. The woman walked her to the sofa, put her arm around her, and comforted her for 2 hours. They talked about the real Marie, the person behind the decorations and elegant dinner tables. They talked about how easy it is to disguise yourself as external things and how lonely it is to end up caressing your jewelry, instead of looking into the eyes and heart of a fellow man. They talked about ways to rechannel the energy to serve others and return the real person inside the cage of possession. It was the beginning of a true friendship. Marie suffered her stroke shortly after that, and her new friend helped her transcend it. Together they studied the literature of love and harmony, and Marie began teaching a course on my materials at a local community college. Today she has 45 students enrolled in a life enrichment class that is growing faster than Marie can believe. She begins her classes by describing how her attachment to things and possessions had blocked her ability to see the beauty and joy available in human relationships. How one night that started out as one more perfectly put together dinner changed her life and led her to discover how to live better and even how to heal herself from the effects of a stroke. Marie is one of the happiest and most charming people I have ever met. She was delighted to share this transformation story with me and blurted out, "I can't believe you're really here in my studio. You, my guru, the man I've listened to for hundreds of hours, actually here with me." I reminded her that she had as much to teach me as I did her. I said, "The guru is you, not me." A tingling in my face after an hour of strange and wonderful gels, steams, massages and creams, it also made my heart tingle. Why am I writing about Marie and how did she come to know the meaning of detachment? Partly because I believe that Marie's story could be a catalyst in helping others to recognize the emptiness of attachments. But also because I think an energy was flowing that led me there, that day, to listen to that story, to be able to share it with you. Attachments don't always take the form of possessions. Attachment to things is a common thread that works its way through our materialistic culture, tying people in knots because they focus on property. However, there are other important attachments, such as attachments to other people's opinions and how others perceive us. I feel that my writing can flow because I have detached myself from what others say or think about it. I just let it flow, knowing and trusting that everything will be as it is supposed to be. I am open to improving, but I can't think about it as I write. If I do, my focus shifts to what I should be doing, rather than what I am allowing to happen. Writing is energy, like all human activity. Ralph Waldo Emerson put it well, the good writer seems to be writing about himself, but he has his eye on that thread of the universe that runs through him in all things. This is what I do even right now. I write about myself, but I know that I am also part of you, even though we have not met on the physical plane. These words flow through me to you. I do not own them, nor do you, and the less attached I am to the whole process, the easier and more pleasant it is. Do what you do for yourself, detached from the result in the sense of being emotionally attached. Or as Carlos Castaneda says. Thus, a man of knowledge sweats and snorts, and if you look at him he is like any common man, except that the madness of his life is under control. His controlled insanity makes him say that what he does matters and makes him act as if it does, and yet he knows it doesn't, so when he does his deed he leaves in peace, and whether his deeds were good or bad, or worked or not, is by no means part of his concern. This is a difficult question for many of us, because we have grown up believing that what we do really matters. Most of us don't control the insanity in our lives. We care about how it will be perceived. We focus on external opinions and consequently we cannot just be. Castaneda and others encourage us to cultivate an attitude of allowing energy to flow through us without any judgment about it, and at the same time participating in it as if it really matters, and then being able to separate and walk away in peace when it feels finished. If it sounds paradoxical and inconsistent, that's because it is. However, detachment will help you appreciate and enjoy what you have, rather than worrying about gathering more. I experience the same feelings when speaking. I don't use notes when I present myself to an audience, and haven't for years. When I put down my notes and spoke entirely from my heart, my speech improved significantly. I'm not attached to having to please an audience, to put it right, to nothing at all. I usually meditate for a 30-minute period before speaking, visualizing that everything is going well and that my audience and I enjoy and appreciate the whole experience. The absence of attachment allows me to flow for hours on stage, often in front of several thousand people. While in this state of mind on stage, I find myself in a whole new sphere of life, a different dimension. Time ceases to exist. My memory to remember is more phenomenal than at any other time in my life. The words flow, without even a problem or a pause, and everything fits perfectly. When I gave up my attachment to perfection in speaking, paradoxically, a kind of perfection seemed to enter my performance on stage. The internal excitement and nervousness before speaking is my intense desire to be in that magical space where I am doing what I love and allow myself to be, and to experience the energy that flows through me unimpeded by any attachment to the result. This free-flowing energy is the highest place I know on the physical plane. In these two areas of my life where I do what I love, writing and speaking, I have come to understand that detachment from the outcome and detachment from external opinions are the keys to allowing me to flow freely and perfectly. Without trying, without worry, without anxiety about it, I just allow myself to be, without interference from my mind on any part of it. I know somewhere deep inside that I am making a difference, but I don't have to. I know that even making it matter is a kind of judgment, so on the larger analysis it doesn't really matter, but I behave as if it really does matter. However, when I'm done with my speech or a book, I never look back. I know it's over, and regardless of anyone's opinion of it, it's still done as is. So I move on to the next challenge, unhindered by attachment to what I have already finished. I learn from previous experience and move on to the next project. This new project doesn't really matter, but I act like I have it. The process implies, as Castaneda said, having the madness of our lives under control. The way to do it is to simply be, rather than having to be like everyone else thinks we should be. Be detached and enjoy every moment of energy that flows through you. My wife and children are the dearest people in the world to me, and I have really transformed the way I think towards them, and I have altered many of the ties that I previously had in my life. This is a great transformation for me, and it has brought us a new sense of love and serenity. I love my wife deeply, but I know that I am not her owner in any way. My inner knowing recognizes that she is on her own path and that being married to me is part of that journey she is on. I am very grateful that we share a large part of each other's lives. It has taken me quite a while and some bitter disappointments in other relationships to enjoy the experience of loving someone without having to control it in any way. I can allow this person that I love to simply be, even if that is diametrically opposed to who I am, or what I prefer him to be. For me, this is the essence of the marriage relationship on a conscious loving level. The ability to suspend judgment about how we believe our loved one should conduct their life and love that person as they are is a valuable exercise in detachment. Suspending the trial means honoring your need and your right to be on your way in accordance with your own internal directives without my unwanted input. Suspending judgment also means honoring my need and my right to feel what I feel without judging my feelings as right or wrong. This is unconditional love for me and my loved one. Unconditional love does not require that one of us be right and another be wrong. When you are strongly attached to judging someone, you are not defining him, you are defining yourself. My wife and I are very different. In many respects, I would describe us as opposites. Love often seems to work in this way, allowing us to have in our loved one some of the qualities that we have not chosen for ourselves. We don't seem to fall in love with those who have identical qualities. Perhaps it is because we already live with those ways of being in all our waking moments, and choosing them in another would be a redundant relationship. I stopped judging and fighting differences and instead remind myself that I should be grateful for the new flavor that she brings so deliciously into my life every day. With love and joy we acknowledge that we don't have to please each other all the time, we don't even have to understand each other. This is the quality that detachment from ownership brings to a relationship. It allows us to truly appreciate the opposing strange qualities between us. When the need to convert her arises, I remind myself that I fell in love with this woman for who she was. As I fell in love, I wasn't saying, if I just had a different point of view, I could love her more. It was our unconditional love that made our love flourish and grow. If the need to change it in any way bothers me, I look inward for what it says about me, finding relief from the need to change it when I discover what it is that I am denying that trait. At other times I admit to being inwardly perplexed by her views and actions, but I can also instantly switch to loving her for it, rather than having an internal dialogue that tries to make her wrong. I have found that by being this way in my marriage, more and more automatically I behave the same way with everyone else. I know from my own personal experience that any attachment to being right automatically defines me and says absolutely nothing about other people. I finally realized that other people are going to be exactly the way they are, regardless of my opinion of them. This allows me to just be in my relationship with everyone else. No judgment, no anger, no hostility, just be. Since I have become less attached to making others wrong and consequently to doing myself good, it is much easier to be around people who see life differently than I do. When I fall into judgment, I realize that I am much kinder and kinder to myself. I allow myself to have that outburst of inner anger for a fleeting moment, and again, paradoxically, when I allow the feeling of anger to exist, it usually goes away. If it persists, I consider the problem here without judgment. Ironically, I find that I have a much greater impact on people who mistreat others or behave in a judgmental way, as I am more distant. My detachment from the need to be right almost catches them off guard, and they instantly realize that I'm not going to get nervous just because they decide to act or think their way. The peaceful person, detached from converting others or doing them wrong, is far more powerful in helping to achieve constructive loving behavior than the person who judges and demands changes from others with anger and judgment. Recently, at the club where I play tennis, several people got into an angry argument. They were divided on a racial issue, with one side criticizing one ethnic group and the other side criticizing the first side for their lack of compassion and love. One person stopped and said, "Wayne, what do you think? I never see you upset about these things. You must have an opinion." I replied, "I am sitting here to send love to all of you. If they could do that to each other right now, it wouldn't even be necessary to discuss who should love whom." They stopped and looked at me like I was a little weird, but they also stopped judging each other for those brief moments. This approach of loving everyone, even those who seem so different, started in my marriage and has spread outward. It becomes easier and easier to be detached when you are at peace with yourself. That kind of inner peace contributes more to the world than being just another fighter in the endless disputes that arise out of disrespect for the differences of others. I found it much easier to be an effective parent as I have truly understood and embraced Khalil Gibran's words in The Prophet. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you but not you. And although they are with you, they do not belong to you. That is a powerful message of detachment for all of us. Nothing further alienates our children from us than the attitude that we somehow own them simply because we are grown up and they are not. Being able to teach them to be responsible and yet not be personally attached to that result is a great lesson. I love my children as much as it is possible to love anyone. I would instantly give my life for any of them. I'm sure of it. However, I am not attached to his success or lack of it in life. Each of them knows that I will not have a nervous breakdown or ruin any of the present moments of my life because they do not do their homework, or come home late, or do any of the thousands of things they do or do. Young. Do not do. I teach them to be responsible both with my actions and with my words. I teach them to value themselves by introducing them to a father who does the same and encouraging them as much as possible. But I will not be emotionally or spiritually attached to the decisions you make as you go down the path of your life. They have to live their lives. I can't do it for them in any way. They are learning to take on responsibilities that are often usurped by parental attachment. When we let our energy flow through our children and don't impede them by imposing our will on them, they become more responsible. And why not? They have no one to fight with. They don't have to be stubborn to show that you can't control them. My detachment does not mean that I am indifferent. I worry immensely. In fact, I care so much that I allow them to make their own way along their way, guiding them here and there, helping them make responsible love decisions, surprising them by doing things right as much as possible, and always reminding myself that I don't. They own them, they own themselves. My personal growth on this path of detachment has led me to a place where suffering has been eliminated from my life. I have learned in my relationships with others, with myself and with the accumulation of things that the less I am attached to the need for a certain result, the more I allow the energy to simply flow through me and out wherever I go. Detachment is an important factor in eliminating suffering and fostering a sense of inner peace. Having things in life is wonderful, but needing them is attachment. Having loving people in life is phenomenal, and it's important to value and celebrate them every day, but owning or controlling them is attachment. If you are suffering in your life right now, I can guarantee you that it is tied to some kind of attachment to how things should go. Detachment is the only way out of suffering, as a passage from the Bhagavad Gita explains. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires, which flow like rivers into the ocean, which is always full but always still, can only achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. The ocean is always filling up, but it is always still, with the exception of a small variation in the surface. We too can continually be open to new growth and remain still, unless we choose to be disturbed by all the things that are perpetually entering our consciousness. Disturbances are caused by our attachment to the idea that somehow, things should be different than they are. Our suffering, whatever form it takes, is caused by the mind, by a mind that insists on having preferences and will not allow others to be who they are. Our most common attachments. Suffering can take many forms and always manifests itself in form. Our attachments to the external are limitless. Here are 7 of the most common types of attachments and the reasons you may be walking down the path of suffering. 1. Attachment to things. Most of us in the Western world identify ourselves and our relative degree of success or failure by the quality and quantity of things we accumulate. When we make such a connection, we are attributing our own value as human beings to the acquisition of things. Consequently, we prepare for suffering when the substance is not in our lives in sufficient quantity. We become our things. When you take such a stance, you expose yourself to perpetual frustration. What he is really saying is that it is worthless, incomplete, and worthless. You must continually replenish your supply of material items in an effort to feel valued. The thesis "I lack courage without things" leads to an endless search for more. Fighting for more things leads to the realization that it can never be done from the outside. This position prevents you from knowing that you are already complete, that you don't need anything else to be complete. It leads you to accumulate and to compare yourself incessantly with what others are accumulating. Take your human gaze away from the eyes and hearts of those you meet, towards their wallets and material possessions. The more you attribute your worth and humanity to those things that are outside of you, the more power you give to those things to control you. And when you are controlled by things external to yourself, you are a slave to those external things, so suffering is the only path available to you. Granted, you can comfortably suffer, but still the agony is within you as long as those attachments remain. 2. Attachment to other people. This is one of the stickiest attachments and it will create a great deal of suffering until you learn to overcome it in your life. I'm not saying it's inappropriate to love another person, value someone else's presence in your life, and celebrate your connection. These are all very positive results of creating unconditional love relationships in your life. I mean wanting or needing to possess another and feel worthless, immobilized and hurt if that person is not part of your life in the way you want. Such feelings are attachments. These are the relationships where you give power and control over your own being to another, and they will always lead to suffering. All human relationships can be happier from a position of detachment. This means loving people enough to allow them to make their own decisions without you criticizing them, even though those decisions may not be consistent with what you think they should be doing. It means having enough confidence in yourself not to be threatened when others don't meet your expectations. In lover/spouse relationships, it means loving the other so much that you forget about your own needs and simply accept and love the other for who they are, which is, after all, what you fell in love with in the first place. In family relationships, it means being detached enough to allow your family members to be who they choose to be and feeling secure enough within yourself not to judge yourself based on what others choose to do in their own lives. It means forgetting about any evaluations you might make and instead listening to and loving other family members for who they are, offering advice when asked, and otherwise sending them unconditional love. In your parenting relationships, it means constantly reminding yourself that your children are in their own ways and that they are not going to live their lives the way you decide they should. It means guiding them, helping them to be self-reliant, and always letting them know that you love them unconditionally, even when they behave counterproductively. Detachment in human relationships does not mean absence of affection. It means worrying so much that you suspend your own value judgments about others and relate to them from a position of love rather than trying to control or judge them. The person who becomes detached in this sense is the one who will avoid all the unnecessary suffering that most people experience in their relationships. Send love, reject the role of victim, and display an endless supply of care for yourself and your loved ones. And you are metaphysically detached. Your detachment allows you to have the dis in unconditional love. Attachment carries a subtle implication that you must somehow please me in order to be loved by me. When you learn to let your loved ones be and love them for what they choose to be, regardless of your opinion of what they choose, you are detached. Once you achieve this state of detachment, you will not want or need to possess or control another human being, especially those who are in a close relationship with you. Paradoxically, the less you try to own and control someone, the closer you become. Detachment actually encourages you to grow closer in your relationships and intensify your love. You reduce the likelihood of suffering in your relationships because you have so much unconditional love for others that your love will show itself even if they choose to leave you. By learning to become less attached, you also learn a fundamental truth about love relationships. Love is to give, not to receive. This is the true essence of detachment in all human relationships. 3. Attachment to the past. Learning to separate from the past and the traditions that are an important part of many people's lives is one way to eliminate some of the suffering that exists in our world. Take a look at all the people fighting wars around the world today, and you will see them suffering and dying in the name of tradition. They are taught that what their ancestors believed is what they should believe. With this logic they perpetuate suffering in their own life and in the lives of their assigned enemies. Many of these battles between ethnic groups have been fought for thousands of years. With the kind of attachment thinking taught in these cultures, the battles will last forever. The minds of those in such cultures are not yours. They live only fit and die by a tradition that guarantees enmity and hatred for generations to come. We engage in attachment to the past when we try to determine for others what their spiritual choices should be, based on what they have taught us to believe. What education we seek, what vocation we choose, who our friends will be, how we vote, what we dress, how we speak, and even how we choose to think are often determined by attachments to traditions that are so overwhelmingly powerful that ignoring them often means ostracism. Total family or neighbors. Say your parents. This is what you were born into and you have no other choice. Such a feeling has no place for the enlightened soul. How is it possible for someone to grow if you always do things the way you always have? As we learn about universal principles, we know in our hearts that we are not our form. Our package may look a certain way and have a certain story, but it is by no means what we really are. It is only the cover of the real self, which is shapeless and does not need labels determined by the actions of the past. Attachments to the history of your form as representative of your ancestors and relatives will only cause an incalculable amount of suffering. Learning to detach from traditions often takes a lot of courage, and for those who detach, there can be a tremendous price to pay. However, the price for staying attached is much higher, and paying it creates much more havoc in your life. The disapproval of those who are addicted to the history of their particular form is much less costly in the long run. Everything you are attached to belongs to you in a fundamental way. It is equivalent to tightening the chains and shackles every day to make sure you don't have a mind of your own. Ralph Waldo Emerson reminded us, "Do not be a slave to your own past, dive into the sublime seas, dive deep and swim far, so that you return with respect for yourself, with new power, with an advanced experience, that explains and goes through high the old." Think about that as you consider eliminating suffering in your life that is related to attachment to the past. We can respect and even appreciate the past and customs of our ancestors. We can love them for choosing to go their own way. But to be attached to having to live and think like others before you, because you showed up looking like them in shape, is to deny yourself enlightenment. This is how people and their institutions have controlled others for thousands of years. Demanding and instructing children to live only by set rules can make them thoughtless servants of anyone in authority. Attachment to a past is responsible for giving young children weapons, turning them into murderers, telling them who their enemies are, and conditioning them into unmistakable conformity. They grow up believing that being detached from the past is dishonorable in God's eyes. It is easy for us to see this extreme example in other lands, and it is a lesson for us to be alert to how we cultivate attachment to the past. 4. Attachment to your form. If you think you are just your body and as it goes you go, then you are inviting a lifetime of suffering. Wrinkles, hair loss, weakening of vision, and all the signs of physical change will create a sense of suffering in direct proportion to your attachment to staying the same. This attachment to your body can create a lifestyle of artificiality and fear that will keep you from being on your way and getting involved in your destiny. Attachment to your body as a means of fulfillment in this life results in endless preoccupation with appearance. It is an attachment to the packaging that contains it, and it disguises the knowledge that your body is a temporary form that you are occupying. Being exclusively involved with external appearance makes it difficult to see that your true essence is a lack of form that resides within the body. The more attached you are to the body and its appearance, the lower your chances of standing behind your form and seeing the divinity that really is you. The addiction to form prevents many from considering the lack of form that constitutes the majority of humanity. Paramahansa Yogananda, writing in the Divine Romance, put it this way. The saints say that this is how the body should be treated, as a temporary residence. Don't get attached to it or be limited by it. Realize the infinite power of light, the immortal consciousness of the soul, that is behind this corpse of sensation. I like that phrase, this feeling corpse. That is your body, a slave to the rules of form, always hampered by the baggage of aches, pains, crumbling bones and exploding pimples. But inside, where you are that formless astral thought, you are pure and devoid of the obstacles that rule in form. Attachment to your body is like having an attachment to suffering and not being willing to let it go. Detachment from your body does not mean a disregard for the perfection of your form. In fact, paradoxically, it almost always results in you taking better care of the sleeves that house your soul. I have found that I take much better care of my body, maintain a healthy weight, exercise, get enough rest, eat less nutritionally empty food, as I am less attached to my appearance. Now I can take a step back and see my body go through its aging mechanisms without feeling that my being, is deteriorating. As I am less attached to this body, I am not alarmed by any of its weaknesses. Consequently, there seems to be very little need for them to surface. As a result of this detachment, I have less and less difficulty with my body. This is how I celebrate my shape and its perfection, and I know that I am more than this body. I have love and respect for my physical self, but I don't identify with it. To be in the world, but not to be of it, as Jesus said. I am in my body, but I am not his, and ironically it helps me to be in my body much more effectively than when it was exclusively his, just a few years ago. 5. Attachment to ideas and success. This is one of the most difficult attachments to dispose of. Being right could be considered a terminal Western disease. I listen to radio talk for several hours every day in cities throughout North America. My observation is that practically everyone who calls a radio station to discuss a current topic is attached to their idea and the notion of making someone wrong. It seems unheard of for someone to listen to another point of view with an open mind. Callers are almost always quiet and friendly for a few moments while the other party is speaking, and then they ignore everything that was said and express their own position. I rarely hear someone say, "You have a good point. I will rethink what I believed before making this call." This attachment to being right generates suffering, because it is almost always a useless device for communicating with other people. If you can't communicate effectively, you're going to suffer in your relationships. People don't want to be told how to think and that they are wrong if they disagree with you. When people come across such a posture, they automatically knock you out of their consciousness and a barrier has been erected. If you are the one being excluded because of your inability to listen, it is because you are so attached to what you already believe that you insist on making everyone who disagrees with you wrong. Attachments like these make love relationships almost impossible to maintain, because limits are continually being erected. For every idea that you absolutely know is correct, there are millions of people who believe you are wrong. This dichotomy between good and evil gets people into a metaphysical mess of trouble. When you meet someone who believes in something very different from you and you try to explain how wrong they are, all you have done is define yourself. Your position is likely to make you more adamant about your beliefs. So encounters of this nature almost always end with each person more firmly convinced than ever of the correctness of their position. To stay detached, you must know that all dichotomies between good and evil are an invention of people. The law does not exist independently of man. The universe is just the way it is based on the principles we have defined, but it continues to function regardless of our opinion about it. Certainly it is okay to have strong opinions on whatever you choose, but the moment you stick to these ideas and therefore define yourself by them, you exclude the possibility of hearing another point of view. This attachment to ideas and making others wrong is the story of the being called human being, and it explains the wars and incalculable miseries since the beginning of recorded history. Rarely do people stop and really listen to what the other person has to say. Rarely, if ever, do we change our minds based on sound ideas put forward by others. And we can practically never have two opposing opinions and beliefs in our minds simultaneously. Yet this is precisely what is required of you to awaken to a new level of human consciousness, an inner awareness that an opposite point of view can be held simultaneously with yours, and there is no need to mislead others. This is something highly enlightened beings talk about. One of America's great novelists, F. Scott Fitzgerald, said, "The first level intelligence test is the ability to have two opposing ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. One should, for example, be able to see that things are hopeless and yet be determined to improve them. This is really what it means to be able to detach, to allow opposing points of view to reside within you at the same time, and to see the exquisite beauty in such an attitude." 6. Attachment to money. This attachment borders on being a full-blown disease in the Western world. It is important to understand that I am not suggesting a dislike for money. I firmly believe that having money is a benefit in life and I have nothing negative to say about money. Money is fine, and working to earn money is an integral part of life in modern times. What I'm writing about here is an attachment to money that becomes the controlling factor in your life. Disengaging from acquiring money is a difficult undertaking. However, it is important if you are going to have a strong sense of authentic decision-making within your life. I have found that those who can do what they love and stay focused on living that way have the amount of money they need in their lives. They seem to keep that money circulating, using it to serve others, rather than letting capital accumulation and the cost of things be the dominant themes in life. They do not suffer from the most common disease that is prevalent in our culture. Separating yourself from money means shifting your focus to doing what you love and what makes you feel determined, and letting money come into your life without being consumed by it. Detachment means the awareness that you are not your bank account. If you feel that you must have money to feel happy and successful, then you are attached to it. Your need for more means that you don't feel whole now, that something is missing. That is something you are calling more money. That missing part will keep your mind focused on getting what you are missing, instead of being here now and doing what you love. And, of course, what you think will expand. Since what you are seeing at this point in your life is precisely the result of what you believe in, you may want to change those beliefs if they don't serve you when it comes to money. Ask yourself, has money brought me the satisfaction I thought it would be? If the answer is no, and you can't seem to change those beliefs, examine what the beliefs are linked to. One way to do this is to focus and/or meditate. Ask and trust your inner self to reveal what that belief is. It may not be an attachment to money at all, and it certainly isn't when you feel dissatisfied despite your money. An analogy would be to believe that you are hungry and that, after eating, you still feel hungry. Believing that food is the solution creates an attachment to food that can never satisfy hunger. Attachment to food or money in this type of situation intensifies a predestined attempt to satisfy a craving. When we are obsessively attached and we would rather not be, because it is not satisfactory, it is a signal to examine what that attachment represents. 7. Attachment to winning. Winning is almost an addiction in our culture, and as long as we are attached to the urge to win, we will experience some suffering as a result. Once again, it is important to emphasize that I am not against winning. I love winning as much as anyone, especially when I participate in athletic competitions. But the test of awakening in this area is the ability to detach from the need to win. When we are attached to winning, it becomes an obsession, and we suffer when we don't come out as winners. A great test of character is how we react when we lose. If we play competitively and our opponent scores more points or wins, what have we really lost? Absolutely nothing. We just go out and play a game. If we really know this, it will be easy for us to congratulate our opponents and feel as good for them as we would have felt if we were victorious. The attachment to winning makes many human beings feel like losers. Maintaining that attachment means feeling like a loser for much of our life, since no one can always win. Winning is a judgment. When we accept it, we agree to the guidelines that other people have decided to determine to win and lose. Seeing it as just the result of the rules set by others can be a way of playing without being attached to winning. We can still enjoy our successful actions and learn from those that are not so good, and just be in the process of participating. Winning or losing can be seen as one more rule that we can choose to agree with or not. The attachment to winning means that we are the score or the performance. Suffering results when we feel like losers. Paradoxically, the more distant we are while playing the game, whatever it is, the greater our probability of winning. In other words, the less focused we are on winning, the greater our chances of achieving it. Read some of the great research on the inner game, archery, Zen, and the like. Top performers don't try to win. Those people are allowing the action to flow, totally in the moment. Your competition is more like a meditation than a competition. They are in harmony with your body and mind. Great dancers simply let it happen, relying on instincts and intuition to allow their forms to flow with the music, and when they are able to be fully in that inner place of perfect harmony, winning is not even on their minds. By the time great gymnasts or platform divers think about scoring, they cannot function to the perfection of which their trained bodies are capable. Winning becomes almost impossible. This is another paradox. If we think about winning and stick with it, we diminish our ability to function to the level that winning demands. The attachment to winning almost always goes hand in hand with the need to fight our opponents. The language of competition is similar to that of war. Fight as a team. Hit them back. Trample them, crush them, annihilate them, bomb them, kill them. When our mind is focused on winning at all costs, our performance level deteriorates. We get tense and nervous, eventually defeating ourselves. Why? Because fighting weakens, while harmony strengthens and empowers. When we are in inner harmony, our bodies function at the highest level. When we are tense inside, we act at a lower level. This is the essence of detachment in the game of winning. Stop making it important. Just allow yourself to be, fully enjoying what you are doing in harmony with body and spirit, and your detachment will take you to the highest levels you have ever reached. Examine each of the above attachments carefully and see if they apply to you. Remember, it is possible to love the things within each of these categories and still be detached from them. Practice letting go and letting everything circulate in a web of harmony and inner peace. As we transcend attachments, we learn to shift our consciousness toward networking and empowerment, and we discover the metaphysical luxury of living peacefully and productively. Networking, a useful means for detachment. Most of us are familiar with organization charts. That chart starts at the top with the CEO, then spreads lower to a number of vice presidents, then to middle management, then to lower-level managers, and finally to employees, secretaries, and other support personnel. People who enter an organization with such a flowchart generally plan to scale gradually. At each level they acquire a little more power and prestige, until they reach the top where they will have the supreme authority and all the traps of success that accompany such a position. This is the way educational, religious, governmental, and charitable groups and even many families are organized. The powerful person is at the top, accumulates as much power and authority as possible within the organization, and delegates that authority throughout the flowchart. This is the model that most of us have been trained to abide by. Such an organization of people is called a bureaucracy. It is the least efficient way of doing things. A lesser known but much more effective system is called networking. I defend this system because I believe that it contributes to a more awake and enlightened society. A network is the exact opposite of a bureaucracy. In a bureaucracy, the purpose is to collect power and distribute it through a subordinate flow chart. In a network, the purpose is to give up power. It works like this: think of a large telephone network without a central power source, but with each terminal connected to the next terminal and on endlessly. The communication network is intended to serve the next terminal, and then passes the services to the next. Nobody on the web is interested in accumulating power, only in transmitting it. Humans can work this way too. Rather than being obsessed with accumulating influence and seeing how many people we can control, we shift our goal to gifting our knowledge and acquisitions to the next person, then the next, and so on. If networks had a flowchart, it would be horizontal instead of vertical. It means sending what we have and what we know to the system, and having it continuously recirculate through the network. It means giving things away without expectations. Again, the paradox arises. Giving and not being attached to that act will increase the flow in your life. I find networking to be the most effective way to get the word out about anything you want to share. I have sent a copy of one of my books, Gifts from a Kiss, to everyone who has written to me over the years, simply as a gift, with no expectations. Also, I have sent it to thousands of people in all walks of life simply as my way of circulating ideas that I strongly believe in. A Kiss gift sales have increased since I started giving it away. The more I give, the more people buy, and the more my mail overflows with the return of those thoughts and ideas from a kiss, elaborated and commented on by readers who keep the book circulating in an affirmative response network. Also, I have received over 1,000 books and tapes from people around the world in response to my sending them a book. A movie will be made based on a kiss, and the book continues to grow in popularity. That old saying, "What goes around comes around," is my working principle. It is easy for a networker to give much more than expected and understands that the way to feel successful and enlightened is to surprise others by giving them more than they bargained for. Those who work in networks never try to accumulate power, they circulate everything they have and encourage others to do the same. Many companies are beginning to network. The essence of the recent trend, described in the best-selling business books, is to develop a win-slash-win approach. Forget about your own fees. Focus exclusively on the best way to serve customers. A growing number of employees and employers are finding that reintroducing exceptional service into their organizations and reconnecting with the spiritual side of themselves and others is a more enjoyable and successful way of doing business. When the organization begins to function at this level, the principle of detachment from networking creates an environment in which the customer and the members of the organization are in a win-win situation. From simply allowing yourself to flow to browsing your attachments and finally networking. This whole universal principle of detachment is problematic for those of us raised in the part of the world that prefers to count the trees rather than gaze at the forest. Therefore, it is important to openly look at any resistance you may have in order to develop a more peaceful and distant vision. Why it can be resistant to detachment. Below are the most common reasons why many people in our Western culture find it difficult to be detached. Detachment means trusting that the universe will provide for us as we make our way to enlightenment. We have not been encouraged to make this kind of commitment to a metaphysical principle. They taught us to get as much as possible, to hold on to it before the other takes it away, and always to strive for more. Examine whether you want your inner life controls to be based on people, things, and events outside of you. Consider what it would feel like to have self-determination for your inner life. We work hard in a certain profession, climb the ladder of success, deny ourselves for most of our years, and look forward to future reward. We believe that suffering in some capacity is what we should do. We have never had a course in applied metaphysics in all of our formal education. Our educational experiences focus on what we know rather than how we feel. I suggest you diligently examine what you believe about success. Is it really accumulation of wealth, property, profits? You may want to drop some long-held beliefs to make detachment a viable philosophy of life. Many people conclude that detachment means having nothing and, consequently, having to sacrifice everything for which they have worked up to now. In short, give up the good life. But detachment means freeing yourself from the need for attachments. It does not mean sacrifice. Success as an internal process cannot be measured by accumulations. When you use external acquisitions to measure your inner worth, it is impossible to feel detached from them. You can incorporate the principle of detachment into your life and continue to enjoy whatever abundance you choose. The thought of being away from loved ones may worry you. You may feel like you are promoting a nonchalant and carefree attitude. But detachment applied to love relationships means the opposite. It means loving people deeply and unconditionally for who they are, without judging them when they choose to be what they want to be. With children, detachment does not mean allowing them to follow their instincts and neglect their responsibilities. Children are happier human beings when they have learned to include respect and responsibility in their lives. But they learn this from adult behavior that shows respect and responsibility. An attitude of detachment will prevent children from manipulating their parents and turning them into emotional slaves of their behavior. Attachment, not detachment, will victimize you and contribute to a breakdown in your relationships. You may think of detachment as an absence of conviction and purpose, and feel that you need to get out there and rattle a few cages to survive. I suggest, in response to this misunderstanding, that those who experience great success are those who know how to flow with life rather than fight it. They experience inner peace instead of inner turmoil. Flowing instead of fighting is a surefire way to avoid a stressful approach to life where you are always struggling to row against the current. If your resistance to the principle of detachment is strong, if you find it difficult to understand, I suggest that you accept without judgment and with love how you feel. Don't try to force yourself to feel what doesn't feel right to you. Don't feel like yourself or others are judging you. This unconditional love for yourself will always lead you in the right direction. You are on your way. Believe it and you will see it. Implementing detachment in your life. Detachment implies a kind of surrender to the force or intelligence that is behind all forms, including yours. Once you fully trust this energy that makes all forms work perfectly, you begin to slow down and work in harmony with this intelligence. The word surrender is a good one to keep in mind. It reminds us that we must stop the struggle that creates a battlefield of life. With surrender, we relax into the natural intelligence and flow of life and can ignore the urge to cling to things and people as they enter and leave our lives. Here are some ideas to help you with the process of surrender, ideas that will make you stronger, as fights and attachments weaken you and gain strength when you flow unhindered. Flow with what you find instead of being critical inwardly. Learn a new way to process or think about everything you find. For example, instead of judging the way the driver in front of you is behaving, send a loving thought and practice believing that what you are encountering is exactly how it is supposed to be. Get away from the idea that a slow driver is wrong somehow and that you are right to be upset. Set aside an hour to flow with everyone you meet. Allow everyone to be who and what they are without getting attached to the idea that this person should be different. Do the same while watching the news on television. Don't pretend to love what you despise, but see if you can let the news flow through your consciousness without being hooked by compulsive judgment. Detachment will give you a sense of peace about what you hear and see. You'll discover the simple but elusive truth that the world works exactly the way it's supposed to. Your attachment to how you think it's supposed to work only makes you a victim. Try to replace some of your competition with cooperation. Instead of seeing yourself as in competition with anyone, try to see others from a universal perspective. See them as part of the human being. See yourself as someone who functions much more effectively and happily when you don't have to defeat anyone to feel good about yourself. Remember that when you need to beat another to feel whole, that other person controls your life. Compete athletically and in business if you wish, but cooperate at the same time by separating yourself from the bottom line. This relaxation process is detachment in action. Let every move you make in a competitive match be something unique in itself, something to fully enjoy and live in that moment. Remember that if you are focused on what the end result will be, your attachment to victory will paradoxically make you less likely to come out with the best score. Detachment works by viewing yourself in cooperation with all of humanity, including your adversaries. Detachment from the need to win frees you to flow with every necessary moment in the competitive process. The enlightenment is not in if you win. It is in seeing yourself as fully human when you are not winning and in treating others with respect, whether you have won or lost. Keep things moving in your life. If you haven't worn something in the last year, no matter how attached you are, pass it on. It has exhausted its usefulness to you. By distributing it to someone who can use it now, you ensure that this process continues. Go through your garage and dispose of as many of your thens as it can handle at this time. Remember that it is impossible to run out of now, so you do not need to save it as a safeguard. Keep everything moving. Letting go of attachments is a rewarding way to feel positive about yourself and to get things flowing into your own life as well. It works, it really does, but you will only see it when you create it. Talk to yourself about your attitude towards the property. How can you have a watch, a diamond, a house, or anything? The best you can get is a temporary lease to enjoy them. Ownership is impossible. Your pleasure is the result of your thinking, not your possessions. An object is just that. Your pleasure and enjoyment comes from how you choose to think about it. Close your eyes. Now the object is gone from your consciousness. Has your happiness and success also disappeared? Things come in and out of our lives with the same frequency that we open and close our eyes. The fewer things you need to convince yourself of your happiness, the greater your consciousness and the less potential you will harbor for any suffering. If you become attached to all of those possessions, you can be sure that you will experience a great deal of suffering as those things wear out or begin to fade from your life. Remember that everything that serves you today, your home, your car, your jewelry, will one day soon be in the service of others. Work every day to simply allow your loved ones to be, without any attachment on your part. The more you separate yourself from any proprietary behavior towards your loved ones, the closer you will be to those people. With your loving partner, practice celebrating the differences between you. Let your partner make mistakes without a long lesson on your part. Respond to your partner with a sense of integrity, rather than judgment. Help people if they ask, guide them if they need reassurance, but don't get upset that they decide to do things that you find silly or unpleasant. Remember that you made mistakes along the way. Run your own life at your own pace on the path you've chosen, but don't expect anyone else to be where you are. This is the essence of detachment. Examine the traditions that you practice and live in your daily life. If they serve you and you enjoy them, honor them by all means. But remember that an attachment to a tradition often involves creating barriers between peoples and excluding those who are not part of the tradition. Control your behavior rather than letting the past behavior of others dictate who you are. If you feel that you must behave the way your ancestors dictated, then you are attached to that tradition and you are not living an enlightened life. Be free enough inside, where you really live, to conduct the affairs of your life without attachment to how it was done before you. Certainly celebrate the traditions that serve you and all of humanity. But if they don't serve you, or if they help create barriers rather than bridges to others, then have the courage to trust your own inner demands. Remember that all traditions began when some human beings decided on them at some point. You are as valuable a human being as those who lived here before you. You also have the right to initiate traditions that are loving and respectful of everyone. Practice looking in the mirror and lovingly acknowledge the signs that your shape is aging. Say out loud, "Go ahead, do whatever you have to do, you are the package that sustains me. I am not just this body." It is important to understand that you are not only your body. You cannot age thoughts. You cannot age spirit. You cannot kill thoughts. You cannot kill higher consciousness. This will help you detach yourself from yourself. Body and continue to fulfill the mission you put yourself here to do in the first place. To be attached to your physical appearance is to ensure a lifetime of suffering as you watch your form perform the movements that began at the moment of your conception. How can you prevent a hair from turning gray, a wrinkle from appearing, a limb from growing to its exact perfect length? The death of your form is also established at that moment of conception. But the higher consciousness part of you, the thinking part, the place where you spend your life, is impervious to these rules of form. Knowing this, you can forget about having an eternally young body. Instead, put your own thought energy on the divinity that is you. You can stop worrying and posturing and get over that form. You can take good care of your shape and still be detached in the sense of not identifying exclusively with your packaging. The irony will reappear. Your body will be better cared for when you focus less on it and more on being an awake person. Spend some time each day specifically to practice not making other people wrong. Instead of lashing out when you find yourself in disagreement, try saying something like, "Tell me more, that's a point of view I've never considered before." Your detachment from the need to be right will calm suffering and antagonisms and help you create a more peaceful inner life. You already know that most people are not going to have the same opinion. By detaching yourself from the need to disagree, you open the lines of communication, and your frustration with people who disagree with you, and find yourself more in balance. It can be done without much struggle. Just open yourself up by offering others your comments and thoughts, rather than diving down their throats with your opinions and your attachment to proving them wrong. Read the following without any attachment to making me wrong. Ready? The money will come to you in sufficient quantity to meet your needs only when you stop needing more. The more you give away without any expectations, the more you will get back. I know this is a radical notion, but it has worked for me. When I gave up my attachment to money, I stopped putting a price on everything I could find and continued doing what I loved to do. I found that money came into my life in incredibly large amounts. Avoid thinking about money a few moments at a time. Think instead of the exquisitely beautiful things in life that no amount of money could buy. Get rid of the need to acquire and accumulate money. Give it away freely to the extent you deem appropriate. Take the price tag off your life and everything you see and do. Enjoy things simply for the beauty they offer, rather than the bargains they offer. Remember that the best way to win is not to have to. Your best performances come when you are relaxed and free inside. Take this kind of pressure off your children and other loved ones as well. Let them do and enjoy, rather than evaluating them based on who they defeat. You can let go of this insidious need and find a much happier person every day. Get in the habit of networking. Send others as gifts what you would like to share. Do this without any expectation that they will have to thank you. The more you connect to others on a network, the more they will get the message across too. The more you give to others everything that you consider valuable, the more you will contribute to harmony in the world. Your sense of purpose will intensify as will your satisfaction. The voiceless people of our world, those who are not part of any huge bureaucracy, have a powerful tool for networking. Connecting with another person who will spread the word to someone else is a monumentally effective way to make a difference in the world. When you give something, anything, the recipient is charged in some way with the energy of your act of giving, and he or she wants to do the same. While the communication channels seem invisible, the impact is empowering. Give it a try the next time you want to continue your old bureaucratic training. Rather than viewing another person as an impediment to your own aspirations, view them as an ally. Give him what you were trying to accumulate for yourself. Let go of the need to accumulate influence and power, and see that individual as someone who is their own center of power, who will pass it on to another and so on in an infinite web of powerful influence. This, then, is detachment, perhaps the most misunderstood universal principle in our culture. Try looking at it from a metaphorical point of view. Imagine listening to a symphony and telling yourself that it is impossible to enjoy any of the musical notes until you have heard them all. As the symphony nears completion, you realize that this music is not a complete picture that you can own. It is one note and then another flowing through your senses. Each note flows and you experience it in its relationship to the other notes and instruments, throughout the symphony. This is the principle of detachment in action that operates in your daily life. You can never put everything in a neat package that you own. Never. You can only let it flow through you, enjoying it in the moment and then experiencing the next. Without ownership, without control, just enjoying without any attachment to the belief that it should be otherwise. Music is an energy that flows through you with each and every note, one at a time. You can't wait to complete all the notes before enjoying it. The energy of music flows out and through you, and the moment you become attached to it in some way, you lose it. One note at a time, in this song that is our universe. Without attachment to any of that, just the endless flow of everything. Every attachment prevents you from enjoying the flow of life. It's a lot like trying to grab that handful of water. Remember that the more you squeeze, the less chance you have of experiencing water. But when you relax, allowing your hand to simply go into the water is there for you to enjoy for as long as you want. Free attachments, in favor of allowing everything to flow, just as music flows one note at a time from instruments through you, and as water flows always available for you to enjoy, as long as you remain detached. Synchronicity. The universe is complete and perfect. There can be no mistakes. Nothing is random. The whole song is exquisitely timed. To understand synchronicity and put it into practice, we must suspend some of our old ideas, abandon our notion of coincidence, of mistakes, our belief that people are imperfect. The principle that every event and every person is connected seems almost too much to accept. Most of us would rather stick to the principle of randomness and error. We seldom consider that everything within our perfectly functioning universe may also be working perfectly. It seems easier to believe that unexplained coincidences happen for no reason. The term synchronicity was first used by Carl Jung. He spent his life trying to unravel the mysterious threads that seem to twist into a pattern that is impossible for us, in shape, to decipher. He described synchronicity as the simultaneous occurrence of two events significantly but not causally connected. He hypothesized that there is a collaboration between people and events that seems to somehow involve fate, and is always operating in the universe. The foundations of the belief in synchronicity are that each life has a deeper meaning and purpose than we are generally aware of. Behind every form is an exquisitely perfect intelligence that works in sync. Everything happens with a purpose, and the pieces of life's puzzle fit together perfectly. When you trust and know these thoughts, you will daily recognize the evidence of your belief in synchronicity. I am convinced that this phenomenon is omnipresent in my life and that there are no accidents of any kind. Carl Jung went on to say, at the same time that we are struggling to maintain a sense of personal autonomy, we are also trapped in vital forces that are much larger than ourselves, so that while we can be the protagonists of our own lives, we are the extras or carriers of sphere in some bigger drama. Or, as we have explored, there is only one dream, God's dream, and we are all characters in it, similar to the characters we create for our individual dreams. Synchronicity in all our lives. For the past several years, I have asked my lecture audience, how many of you have had the experience of thinking of someone and then receiving a letter or phone call from that person the same day it appeared in your thoughts? And have any of you run into someone you haven't thought of in years, right after their name came up in the conversation? Each hand in the audience usually goes up. Attunement, or the connection between seemingly random events and thoughts, appears to be a universal human experience. It happens to all of us quite regularly and tends to recur in a series of inexplicable and attractive events. The fact is that the more we relax and allow ourselves to flow in the energy system of the universe, the more we experience this phenomenon. In the end, we stop being surprised by these coincidences and we recognize them as part of the mysterious perfection of our existence. I bet you've had the experience of knowing absolutely who was on the phone before answering. I am sure you have had what has been labeled as a déjà vu experience, in which you knew that you had been in that same moment and lived that same situation before. I'd also bet you've found yourself doing something you've never done before and couldn't explain why you were doing it until later, when you were able to look back and clearly see why. Let me give you an example of one of those situations in my life. A few years ago, my publisher offered me a sizable advance for a non-fiction book that would be a continuation of Your Erroneous Zones and Pulling Your Own Strings. I thought about the possible content of my new book for months and quite frankly didn't know which way to go. One day I was sitting by the ocean thinking about what to write when I felt a strong urge to get up, get dressed, and get in my car. It was uncharacteristic of me wanting to leave the quiet of the beach at that time of day to get in the car and drive unnecessarily. Yet I drove, not thinking where I was going, and after about 30 minutes I found myself parking at the Pompano Fashion Mall. I was taken aback by my behavior. I generally avoid shopping malls and would never consider spending a beautiful sunny afternoon at one. I walked directly to the bookstore and immediately went to the psychology section. One book stood out from the rest, about to fall off the cluttered shelf. I pulled out that book, flipped through it, went to the checkout and bought it. I drove home, walked back to my spot on the beach, and read the book cover to cover. And he knew exactly what he had to write about. I outlined the book that later became The Sky's the Limit in a matter of a few hours. My theme was self-actualization, or what I called life without limits. I felt a clear sense of being able to make this area of human psychology more understandable and available to the average person. I knew what I should write about was how to become a person who lives life at the highest level and how to cultivate a sense of purpose and meaning. It became clear to me after that strange experience of being prompted to read a new book. The book that practically fell into my hands was Abraham H. Maslow's The Farther Reaches of Human Nature. His previous writings had had a powerful influence on me, but this book was the impetus for writing The Sky's the Limit. When I was stuck, a seemingly coincident force guided me exactly where I needed to go. So I dedicated The Sky's the Limit to Dr. Maslow. I feel a kind of special mission to carry out his work and make his ideas about the potential greatness of humanity available to more people. I'm sure you can recall similar types of creepy events in your life, where you did something totally out of line and suddenly saw, very clearly, why. How can we even begin to explain such things? How did the card get into the seatbelt buckle that led me to my father's grave? How can a thought suddenly connect you to someone or something that seems so disconnected? The word connectivity is vital to understanding the principle of synchronicity. In some mysterious and indefinable way, everything seems to be connected, even though we cannot see the connections. In some strange way, the right person or the right series of events comes up just in time to help us get past the threshold of some troubling problem. Once we understand that everything is connected in some way, even though we cannot see the connectors, this universal principle of synchronicity becomes more credible and ultimately more available to us. There is a rhythm in the universe. When we are able to be quiet enough, we experience how we are part of that perfect rhythm. I keep coming back to the concept of perfection, because for many, there is a strong belief in imperfection. I believe that our world cannot be more than perfect. The precise amount of energy required to heat and maintain our planet comes from the sun, without burning its own energy source. The Earth rotates perfectly on its axis without risking falling. The entire universe has a supporting intelligence, which I call God, and you can call it whatever you want. Salmon that swim upstream back to their spawning ground is mysteriously perfect. Swallows appear on the same day century after century. The spider knows how to build its web without going to web school. The instincts to make the whole song work perfectly are built by an intelligence that permeates all forms. And we know very little about how it works. However, everything is connected in some way, from generation to generation, in all species and to infinity. If we can begin to grasp this process of connection even in a minute way, we will also begin to understand very slightly the principle of synchronicity, to begin to believe in this phenomenal intelligence that sustains all of life so perfectly. To see that there are connectors in the universe that we cannot always see with our eyes and hold in our hands, let me take you on a short excursion into connectivity. The easiest connectors to believe. Obviously, the things we find easiest to believe are the things we can see. Hence the notion "I'll believe it when I see it" permeates our linear culture, in just one way. If you see a child pulling a toy with a long string, you have very little difficulty seeing and believing the connection between that moving toy and the child's actions. There is the rope, I see the connection. When something is connected and we can see, hear, touch, taste or smell that connection, we have no difficulty in believing in its connection. So when we put gasoline in a car, start the engine, and begin to burn the fuel, we see the connection between our actions and our ability to move in a car. We are not in a state of confusion or disbelief about how cars move from one point to another. So the easiest connectors that make things come together are the ones you see with your own eyes, the ones that allow you to say to yourself, I see how that works, and I believe it. More difficult connections, way too hidden way when you turn on the light from a wall switch, you can't see the connection between that switch and the room that suddenly fills with light, but you know there is a connection, know the connectors are hidden within the walls. We don't have to see the connectors, we just have to believe that they are present, even though they are hidden, and then we know how this process works. This category of hidden connectors is a bit more difficult to understand, but not too much, as we have tremendous faith in the fact that the connectors are still in shape. Even if they are out of sight, we can find them if we really want to. Even more difficult connections, shaped to invisible. You are sitting in your living room watching a television show. Instead of getting up to change channels, he reaches for the remote control, which is by no means connected to the television. Press one of its buttons and the channel changes. The TV responds to some kind of invisible signal. How does this work? You cannot see any connectors. You can't smell or hear anything. You can even place a sheet of paper in front of the remote and the connection will still exist. What's going on here? This category of connectors is something we have all become accustomed to. We buy remote-controlled toy cars for our children. A left turn for the toy car 6 meters away is accomplished by pressing a left turn button. Something travels through the air and signals the car to turn left. No cables, no chains, no visible connections, and yet we believe in these connectors, although most of us know next to nothing about how they work. We believe that invisible signals fly through the air because that is what they tell us, but we have never seen those signals. So now we are becoming more aware that a connection between any two objects does not require that the form, as we perceive it with our senses, be present. We believe and live with connections that challenge our senses. We believe in them and they work. After a few years of living with these types of connectors, we even began to take them for granted, even though they are a complete mystery to us. Invisible connections, human form to human form. The next time someone is talking to you across the room and you are listening, stop and ask yourself, how is this happening? That person is 10 feet away, his mouth moving, there is nothing but air between us and yet I instantly hear and process everything he is saying. How can this be? When you stop to consider this ordinary, everyday fact, it becomes mind-boggling. Invisible things called sound waves travel between your mouth and your ear, and you can process them all with your brain. Where are the connectors? I see your mouth move. Are you sending them out of your mouth? I'm not trying to get my ears to pick up these invisible signals, yet they seem to do just that. We unconditionally believe in a whole classification of connections between people that our rational mind simply cannot understand. We know that these invisible waves connect us from one person to another, or even from an object like a radio or a slamming door on a person. We don't bother trying to figure it all out. We simply accept a principle called sound as something that exists, something that is an integral part of our humanity. We never say, it just can't be. If I can't see and touch it, then it must not exist. Our belief in this principle allows us to function as human beings. There are invisible connectors between people and you participate in them every day. Our own connections, our thought to our form. You're dancing with your partner, gliding effortlessly across the dance floor. Your feet do exactly what they are supposed to do. There is a kind of mysterious connection that exists between your thoughts and the neuromuscular activity of your feet. Why do your feet move perfectly in response to a thought that tells you to move? What is the connection? How can this be? Every time you move the limbs and appendages of your form, they respond to a thought. But a thought is invisible and formless, and that lack of form is somehow in command of those actions. You can't see the connection. You can't explain it. However, the fact that you scratch your nose, or walk into the kitchen, or shake your head, or move toward a high swing from a baseball bat and raise your gloved hand to catch it, or do any of the myriad movements that you participate in every day, gives evidence that there are invisible connectors that allow you to move effortlessly in your daily life. Mental energy directs muscular energy. Mental energy is thought. Therefore, thought is a kind of connection between a desire and a physical result. You firmly believe in this connection even if you can't explain it. You accept this automatic connection of response to stimulus as a way of life. You believe in that. You function within it. You never question whether there is such a connection, since millions of daily movements give you absolute proof that there is a connection between formless and the world of form. Keep this in mind as we move into the final areas where those connections exist. Incomprehensible connections, human thought with another human form. My wife is sitting in one part of the house and our baby is in another part of the house, out of hearing range. My wife suddenly says to me, "The baby is crying, do you want to go see how he is?" Indeed, he is crying, however, it was impossible for her to have heard the sound. Every mother who reads these words will nod, knowing that there is an invisible connection between her thoughts and her baby's actions. Now we have gone beyond comprehension. There may be a connection between the thought of one person and the actions of another, without the benefit of any of the five senses. We all know that such an invisible connection can exist. My wife will be 10 miles from the baby and she will tell me, "We have to go home now, the baby is ready to eat." I say, "How can you know that he is hungry? Do you know your schedule that well?" She responds, "My milk just came in and it always comes when it's time for him to eat." What is this connection between your body and that of a baby 10 miles away? Your body knows exactly when to make milk based on your baby's hunger thought, and it works perfectly at all times. The connection is invisible, but it is definitely there for us to observe. If such an invisible connection can exist between a baby and a mother, can it be harnessed and used between any two humans? Can we refine this relationship between our thoughts and the world in someone else's way? While giving a speech recently, in Sacramento, California, a father in the audience was holding his baby, who began to cry. The father became nervous and annoyed at disturbing the rest of the audience and began to walk, obviously still trying to listen to my presentation. I suggested that she relax about her own discomfort and communicate that serenity to her baby. He smiled at me from the audience, relieved I wasn't judging him for having his baby there, and he relaxed noticeably. The baby stopped complaining and for the next 3 hours did not make a peep. There was an invisible connection between her thoughts and the baby's behavior, a connection that defies description. Your own connections, thought to thought. We don't even know what a thought is, and yet we all know and believe that a thought exists and that there is also a connection between any thought and another thought. For example, I sit here writing, thinking about what I am going to write. That thought leads me to another thought that I should probably put it this way or that way. Then I have another thought that allows my fingers to write what those previously connected thoughts led me to. We can sit quietly and have any thoughts, as we are the source of thoughts. Then we can have another thought based on that first thought, and maybe even 10 more thoughts, until we decide to put them in the world of form, or just forget about them. It is not the thought process I am referring to. It is the existence of connections between thoughts. Surely there are connections between two formless things called thoughts within you, the being that you are at this moment. If you can accept that these connectors exist, you are ready for the next level. If you're not ready, I want to hear from you. Tell me, how can there be no connection between thoughts, when one thought leads to another? Synchronicity, human thought with other humans. Thought. This is what I've been addressing. Of course, the connectors are hidden, as they have been in all but the first category. However, he believes in the existence of all other connections. So now, try to open your heart and let in the fact that maybe, just maybe, this invisible connection also exists in our universe, and that once you start to believe in it, you will see it emerge everywhere. The evidence, while hidden from your senses, will appear and overwhelm you if you believe it. Let's see how they appear in your life and mine. The formless connections between human beings. Imagine a container the size of a grapefruit, with a lid on top. Now try to make an educated guess about how many pennies you could store in this container. You might come up with a guess of around 300 cents. If I asked you, how many thoughts could you store in this container with the lid tightly sealed to prevent spillage? You would probably answer, how can you store thoughts in a container? Thoughts have no shape or dimensions. You can't store something without physical specifications or limits in a container. Now ask yourself, what is memory? Finally, you must conclude that memory is nothing more than thoughts. So where are those dimensionless thoughts stored so that we can remember them the way we do? Many people truly believe that memory is stored in the brain, but the brain is a container the size of a grapefruit. It is form. Can you store thoughts, which have no form, in a container that is form? Of course, no. So what is memory and where is it if it is not stored in the brain? Wait and we'll speculate on this. Now let me ask you another question that I hear often, where do we go when we die? Most people try to find some kind of place that fits their orientation just way. But I think most of who we are is outside the rules of form. So my answer to the question is another, where do all those characters that were with you in your dream go when you wake up? The form has a place, you can store it. Non-form, thought, does not require a place, as it is dimensionless. Thought is infinite and therefore it is impossible for us to understand it only from a position of form. Experiencing our universal spirituality requires entering another dimension of being, where beginnings, endings, and storage places are unnecessary. Many religions speak of God creating heaven and earth in the beginning. When asked, when did God begin? They respond, God always was. That answer is acceptable to most of us, and we stop speculating about beginnings and endings. What do you think of when you think of this infinity that most people call God? Is that the shapeless dimension, without beginning or end, always existing that I talk about throughout this book? It doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is to let in the notion of the dimension in which you reside during the 2/3 of your waking life. Thought, for me, is part of that transcendent dimension. There are many labels for that shapeless dimension: spirituality, higher consciousness, inner wisdom, enlightenment, altered states of consciousness, etc. I call it thought, because we are all part of it and it is part of all of us. Here in the universally recognized human activity of thought, there is a place to begin to understand the shapeless dimension. In some Eastern traditions, this higher dimension is called Tao, which translates to unfolding. It has been said that the Tao that is described is not the Tao. This is because the form, in words, whether spoken or written, describes the experience. What we experience with our senses is something very different. Description differs from experience in the dimension of thought. But to write about it, words are used to make it as available as possible. Otherwise, this book would be a series of blank pages. Now if we were as enlightened as we wanted, that would be enough. He would put the book down after careful study and say, really deep. But we haven't arrived yet, at least not me. So, as a writer, I find myself writing about what cannot be described, here in this territory of synchronicity, the dimension of thought. If memory, thoughts, cannot be stored in our brain, then we have to be open to the possibility that they are outside the brain in some way. Mysterious events that seem so inexplicable can somehow fall under the heading of thoughts meeting thoughts. If there are invisible connections between thoughts and form, why not also between thoughts and thoughts? And if thoughts really meet other thoughts, and we are the source of thoughts, then it seems possible that we create synchronous situations. See thought as something we create all the time. We are the source of this creative process through our connection to the divine and the infinite. With this awareness we can discard the coincidence and believe in the divine intelligence that operates in our universe. Of course, once you create it, you will really see it working every day. Synchronicity is not a passive speculative principle. It is here, it works and you are part of it. Strangely enough. See it or not. What are these connectors made of? When we examine the connectors between form and form, we can clearly delineate precisely what constitutes these links. But once we move into the area of formlessness, we must stop relying on our senses and use intuition to tell us how connections link thoughts to form and thoughts to thoughts. 3 possibilities of what constitutes thought are: 1. Energy that resonates in the universe. 2. Invisible waves, which vibrate so fast that we cannot perceive or measure them. 3. Part of magnetic-type morphogenetic fields that surround members of a species. But despite a great deal of speculation and research and many books devoted to analyzing these issues, there is still no agreement on what constitutes thought and how thoughts are transmitted. That is why I suggest that we move from analysis to synthesis. Analysis is a form of intellectual violence in which we break an object of study, look for patterns, try to put it in a scientific way, and give a formula. Synthesis is a way of putting everything together, starting from the obvious. Thoughts have no form. They exist in our universe. We participate in this process. We don't need a formula that tells us that there is a connection between thought and everything we do. We know that we cannot store thoughts in a container. Thoughts are somehow part of the invisible world that exists, although hidden from us. Rashad Field, writing in his thought-provoking novel The Invisible Way, presented this short dialogue. "I understand what you're saying, John," Nur replied. "There was a time when I could see that other world. Each idea had a form that could be understood, rather than seen with the eyes." Rashad Field's words suggest a world to which we have been impervious due to our experience of living almost exclusively in form, the world of ideas, of thought, this formless amorphous matter called thought, which originates from a person and at the same time is that person. Thought is out there and in there at the same time. It is everywhere. Energy? Maybe. An MRI? Maybe. A link in the chain of morphogenetic fields? Maybe. Invisible? Definitely. Something we can never escape from? Definitely. Try not to think even for a few moments and you will see that thought is something to which you are inextricably linked. Once you accept that thought could exist outside of you, you are on your way to understanding synchronicity. The connection between seemingly unrelated events is actually the connection of thoughts, the essence of our universe, this vibrant energy that we cannot see or define. Similarly, the connection between your thoughts and someone else's is easier to consider with the idea that thought is energy flowing unhindered in the universe, not just in an individual. Those seeming coincidences seem elegantly appropriate when we are attuned to the dimension of thought. The answer for me to the question, what are these connectors made of? It is simply, they are thoughts. Thoughts viewed as energy are connected not by coincidence, but because we are both the source of thought and part of universal thought. The ability to be thought and create thought gives us the ability to make practically any connection with thought that we choose. As we realize this probability, the coincidences are no longer surprising. We will come to expect them soon. And then, the transformation, since we are able to create them at will. The recognition of synchronicity in our lives nurtures our divine connection to the invisible and formless world. It allows us to begin the process of awakening and see that we can use our ability to think and be thought to reshape and reorient our entire lives. The process of awakening. Stage 1, your beginnings on the road. Remember when your heart was broken and you felt like you would never get over the trauma? His mind probably seemed to be working against him due to his infinitely painful thoughts of how miserable he was right now and how terrible the future seemed. Perhaps it was a romantic crisis, a divorce, a financial disaster, an illness, or an accident of some kind. He couldn't see it in hindsight. The experience of a crisis immobilizes us for a long period of time. Our minds are focused on the disaster aspects of the situation and we cannot function effectively. We can't sleep or eat, and we don't know how we're going to get through the terrible set of circumstances. We use our minds to focus on what is wrong, how painful it is, and how terrible it will be in the future. Advice from friends and family seems unrelated to our problem and often results in anger and frustration. We cannot see any way out of our misery. This is a typical response for all of us who walk the path of our life with the belief that external signals are all there is in our reality. We cannot imagine that there is a valuable lesson in trauma. We reject any suggestion that we will one day remember this experience as a necessary step in our development. We simply want to wallow in our pain, believing that someone or something outside of us is creating this pain and wishing for those external things to change. I acknowledge having been in this place a part of my life. I remember being immobilized by romantic and family crises, and being so sad and tearful that I functioned ineffectively. My mind seemed to be stuck on a particular problem and I couldn't go more than a few minutes without having those thoughts in my head. I felt possessed by the problem and could not imagine why this was happening to me, nor could I visualize anything positive as a result of these difficulties. All of us at this point in our personal journey of awakening are possessed by our traumas. We truly believe that events are making us unhappy and we have yet to learn that we are stranded in misery from the way we are processing events. J. Krishnamurti, in his commentaries on life, writes about a man who is reacting to the loss of his wife. Before I used to paint, but now I can't touch the brushes or look at the things I've done. During the last 6 months I too seemed to be dead. The other day I picked up the brushes and they were unknown to me. Before, I didn't even know I had a brush in my hand, but now it has weight, it is cumbersome. I have often walked to the river, never wanting to return, but I always did. He couldn't see people, since his face was always there. I sleep, dream and eat with her, but I know that it will never be the same again. I've tried to forget, but I do what I want, it will never be the same again. Before I listened to the birds, but now I want to destroy everything. I can't go on like this, I haven't seen any of our friends since, and without her they mean nothing to me. What I am going to do? The widower dramatically describes how his mind is trapped in suffering. We have all experienced or will experience similar painful emotions. We are unable to consider that there may be a gift in the unfolding drama and that it is our life in the moment. Stage 2, the middle ground. As we wake up more, we use our power to create our world through thought in a much more transcendent way. Looking back, we almost always see the benefit to ourselves. The divorce that we thought we would never get over now seems to be the best thing that ever happened to us. Youth crises that felt threatening at the time now seem like a natural part of our development. The bout with the alcohol addiction that was ruining a life is now considered the most important thing ever experienced. It taught how much force was really at the bottom, even though the days of intoxication seemed to destroy everything that was important at the time. Bankruptcy is seen as the necessary catalyst that caused the change to a more rewarding way of life. Critical illness is recognized as the message to re-examine priorities and slow down. Hindsight provides new eyes to see the opportunity of what was happening in the early stages of life. The second stage is the middle ground of enlightenment because it is the place where we no longer need to look back to see the opportunity. As we approach this stage, we realize the benefit right now as it is happening. We stop focusing on thoughts of what is missing and stop catastrophizing about the future. Instead, we switched to what's in this for me right now? How can I turn this into an opportunity without having to go through years of suffering before seeing how necessary all of this is? This is an important step in the lighting process and helps us see how in sync the song really is. Certainly we still experience pain and suffering, but at the same time we know that there is something magnificent about this as well. We can be kind and accepting of ourselves, and honor and love even the part that is creating this crisis. We probably won't cognitively understand why this pain is occurring right now, but we will have underlying knowledge and a belief in the value of it. I heard Ram Dass describe his feelings during the death of his beloved stepmother. He wondered why he had to suffer so much in the advanced stages of melanoma. He knew in his heart that suffering was part of the journey and that it always led to something greater, but this horrible pain, this beautiful woman that he loved so much, why? As she went through the final stages before her death, he noticed that she was becoming more peaceful, and saw a look of exquisite serenity and joy that washed over her, and she seemed to enter a new realm, a state of bliss, while leaving her form. Suffering is over, as pain is experienced by the fit senses. She was free, and Ram Das, watching this scene unfold, said to himself, yes, and even this also leads to a higher state. She saw that suffering was leading to something greater for her, and she didn't have to wait several years to realize it. When she left, he was at peace with her departure, because he knew that death is a reward, not a punishment. He also had that peace within himself, knowing that suffering contained a blessing. The second stage, then, involves being in the present moment with everything we are experiencing, rather than having to spend long periods of time in suffering before realizing the inherent blessing of the struggle. I realized that I had passed stage 1 on October 15, 1982, in the city of Athens, Greece. I decided to run the original Greek marathon, and after a training program I made the trip to Greece. The distance of more than 26 miles did not threaten me, since I had already completed 4 marathons. But I had no idea what I was going to find when 1,500 of us lined up at the starting line in Marathon, a small fishing village 16 miles and a fraction of the finish line at the Olympic Stadium in Athens. The race was delayed for about an hour due to some technical problems. It was 10:20 a.m. when we finally started, and the temperature was 28 degrees, rising towards the hottest part of the day. The terrain was a gradual uphill run for nearly 17 of the 26 miles. After 15 miles I knew I was in serious trouble. The heat and uphill racing were beginning to take their toll. The runners were leaving. Some were on the side of the road, vomiting, and many, victims of heat exhaustion, were placed in Red Cross ambulances. I felt like I was getting dizzy, and for the first time in my running career I stopped in the middle of a race and had to lie down and give in to nausea and vomiting. I would stay on the ground, drink about a liter of water and then get up and run a few more miles, and then come back to the ground. At the 21-mile mark the first was at a point of physical exhaustion that I had never experienced before. He was shaking and vomiting green bile, but he couldn't imagine that he had flown all the way to Greece to achieve something he had dreamed of for years and couldn't finish the race. I just couldn't let that thought enter my consciousness. I contemplated what it would be like to fly back to the States and then look back at this moment and see what benefit there was for me. I couldn't get that picture while I was lying on the street 5 miles from the city of Athens, with people coming to my aid and telling me to get into the ambulance to go back to the Olympic Stadium. So I stayed in the moment and wondered what blessing or opportunity there was in this. I put my suffering aside and honestly wondered if I really wanted to go home without completing what I had set out to do. Could I somehow search within myself and find the will, through thought, to run 5 more miles? Something came over me in that moment that I can only describe as a miracle. I felt like I was laying there in the heat and throwing up to see if I had the inner courage to do what seemed impossible at the time. 5 more miles at the time seemed like 500. However, I saw with my thoughts that I could use that situation as a blessing and truly grow as a human being by transcending my physical condition. My physical insides literally changed. I went from weak to strength in a moment, the moment when I gave myself permission to see the opportunity to discover how much strength I could harness. I straightened up, told the ambulance attendants to help someone else, and headed for the finish line 5 miles ahead. When I entered Athens, I realized that my problems were not over. The streets had not been blocked, so we were asked to race down the road at the lane markings with cars driving alongside us and police officers trying to keep cars out of the corridors. The fumes were the worst I had ever experienced in my life. Cars were changing lanes right in front of the corridors, drivers ignoring pleas from police trying to direct traffic. It was getting hotter and hotter. However, with each new obstacle, my resolve seemed to intensify and my legs stopped cramping and shaking. I was getting stronger, not weaker. I finished that race. I finished despite having been on the floor for almost 30 minutes. I finished in the top third of the general classification, which was my best result, even though it was my slowest time. But the time was insignificant. So were the cheers and the medals we received. I had learned something very valuable about myself, and I did not have to wait several years to find out what the blessing of suffering was. This short verse from Raymond Eng's Soul Reflections sums up my thoughts nicely. From the mud the beautiful lotus flowers. Outside of testing, something superior competes. When we can tap into that something higher in the moment, we are moving down the path to that third and final stage where pure synchronicity resides and where we take a much more active role in the co-creation of our world. Stage 3, Pure Synchronicity. If stage 1 of enlightenment is noticing, with the benefit of hindsight, that every obstacle is an opportunity, and stage 2 is taking ourselves when the obstacle appears, noticing the blessing as it is happening, you are probably wondering, what else is there? The answer is difficult to understand for those who cannot see anything beyond its form. Because the third and highest stage of enlightenment gives us the option of thought in its purest state. It offers the possibility of experienced thinking without the so-called intermediate, material causes. It is synchronicity in context with the notion that we are thought and that thoughts reside both within and outside of us. At this stage of enlightenment we are able to see obstacles on the horizon as simply events over which we have a choice. At this stage, we don't need to create or get caught in obstacles to have the learning experience. The negative-sounding obstacle is replaced by the more neutral term event. I believe that today, at this point in my development, I don't need to be as ill running a marathon to experience myself in thought as I did in the Greek marathon. I can be with that force or essence or being in thought if I choose. I can get to know that aspect of myself without having to go through an obstacle or event. And yes, in this third stage, the lotus flower can flourish in thought without the need for clay to create it. The divine part of ourselves that I have labeled as thought and God is a force in the universe that we are able to tune into if we believe in it and are willing. In the purest stage of synchronicity, we have the option of experiencing thought in form or in pure thought. We have the intuitive feeling that to act or continue to act in a certain way is to create an impending event. Internal intuition tells us that we are heading towards this situation and we feel that we have a choice as to whether or not we should walk this path again. In pure synchronicity we are able to bypass the experience in the form by having the thought without the need to represent it in the form. It is literally standing in front of him rather than learning from him through hindsight or in the present moment. When we allow thought its synchronized flow, its passage as part of perfection, without resistance or denial, it flows naturally without the need to manifest itself externally. Recently my wife and I were considering buying a new home that was under construction. We liked everything and we planned to sign a contract. So we both had the intuitive feeling that there would be difficulties in the future if we made that commitment. We have come to trust those internal signals, so we decided, simply on the basis of our intuition, not to come to terms with the builder. We have made some decisions earlier in our life together that proved costly. Here we were at least in stage 2, knowing we had lessons to learn. The blessing of those obstacles turned out to be that we learned to trust our internal cues and avoid unpleasant results in the future. That third stage of enlightenment, in which my wife and I are able to get ahead of ourselves and be able to choose about an impending event, occurs regularly when we disagree. We can both see such events coming, and we are willing to look ahead and live, in our thoughts, the consequences of acting in a certain way. A great deal of suffering is eliminated by contacting the obstacle with thought alone and then eliminating the need to translate it into form. Using thought to write the script for ourselves in shape is a wonderful stage to get to in life. Here, in association with our inner selves, we can write the script for our outer selves in the most loving way imaginable. We can live in that elegant dimension of formless thought almost exclusively, programming for form everything that it needs to experience in its self-actualization process. At the same time, having learned some lessons through trauma, we don't need to keep repeating them. In stage 1 we find Krishnamurti's dialogue with the man who was experiencing painful suffering for the loss of his wife. Let's now look at the following segment of that conversation. There must be suffering as long as the ways of the self are not understood, and the ways of the self must only be discovered in the action of the relationship. But my relationship has come to an end. The relationship has no end. There may be the end of a particular relationship, but the relationship can never end. To be is to be related and nothing can live in isolation. Although we try to isolate ourselves through a particular relationship, that isolation will inevitably bring pain. Pain is the process of isolation. Can life go back to what it has been? Can yesterday's joy be repeated today? The desire for repetition arises only when there is no joy today. When today is empty, we look to the past or the future. We have the power to use our mind to make the present joyful, with our ability to use thought. Losing a particular relationship is excruciating when there is no relationship with yourself. This is the magic of synchronicity. Traumas and obstacles are truly the events that allow us to understand, to know the self. Thoughts meet thoughts and you decide whether to transfer them to form or not. As you become more and more attuned to the exquisite force that is your mind, relying on yourself as the source of thoughts, the mystery slowly but surely begins to fade and makes more and more sense to you. Events that seemed so impossible to understand now become nothing more than thoughts meeting thoughts in a universe that is all vibrant thought. Where you once said, "Wow, I just can't believe the remarkable series of coincidences that led to this," you start to say, "I trust everything." Let me share with you more about how this has worked for me. Miracles? I have experienced many synchronous events that seem like miracles to those who cannot understand how it all fits together. For me, they are simply the result of believing in the universal intelligence that supports all forms and that allows it to work in perfect harmony. So when someone says to me, "Come on Wayne, be more realistic," my instant response is, "I'm a realist, I expect miracles." I really do. When I began to see thought and form as one, and see that I am somehow divinely connected to all thought, I saw that thought was something I could use. This became increasingly clear as I began to meditate and apparently left my body for long periods of time. I experienced the world of free-form thinking. At this point, I began to experience the tremendous power inherent in our thinking ability. I soon learned that thoughts were more than mysterious amorphous elements in our heads. I realized that thought is the very substance of the universe. It is energy, like everything else in our universe. It has unique vibrational characteristics, just like other energies, but it is not available to me through my five senses. That sixth sense became a new consciousness for me. Let me give you an example. Several months ago I received a letter from a church in Monterey, California, asking me to speak with their congregation. I photocopied the letter and gave it to my secretary, telling her to call for details. The next day he told me, I called them and they got no answer. In fact, I called several times. I was surprised that one church did not respond, so, unusually, I decided to call. A pleasant-sounding female voice said, "Hi, Wayne. Why are you calling me personally? I spoke to her secretary just yesterday." Now I was beyond confused. In the course of our conversation, she related that she worked in the church bookstore. She said that they would love for me to speak at a future seminar. I told her that coincidentally I was going to be in Monterey on Monday, 2 days later, and that I would be speaking at the Hyatt Regency, and then I would spend 5 days in isolation, writing an article that was out of date. I informed him that no one knew I would be staying in Monterey, but that I would be communicating with her during the week. I stressed that I did not want any media coverage as she would be there strictly to write and research. I immediately called my secretary and asked her why she had told me that no one had answered at this church, when in fact she had spoken to someone there yesterday. Then he realized that he had mistaken that church for one he had called in Southern California. I arrived in Monterey on Monday, gave my speech, and was adjusting to my writing on Tuesday afternoon when I received a phone call from a woman who had a radio show that aired from 3 o'clock to 4 p.m. weekdays before baseball broadcasts. It was now 2:15 p.m. and he wanted me to be his guest in less than an hour. I asked him how he could have known that I was in Monterey. He told me that I had sent him, as part of a large mailing, about 9 months earlier, a free copy of Gifts from a Kiss, and that he was bringing it with him when he visited the church bookstore that same day. She said, "While I was recording my purchases, the cashier noticed my book and mentioned that you were here in town at the Hyatt Regency during the week to complete a little writing and research." My heart started racing at the thought of having you as a surprise guest on my radio show. Would you consider letting me pick you up for the show at 3 o'clock? I debated with myself for several minutes, trying to find some excuse to avoid this interruption. I knew that if I agreed to his request, my writing afternoon would be over. First I said, I can't believe how short this ad is. Then, I did not deliberately tell anyone but a lady in a church bookstore, and here you are calling me. Finally, I relented and said, okay, pick me up in front of the hotel in 20 minutes. I did the show on this little radio station. On the way back to the hotel, I suddenly blurted out, where is that church bookstore? I'd really love to come by and say hi to that cashier. We were a few blocks from the store. When I walked in, the cashier said, I knew you would walk into the store. The show went really well. Could you autograph the few copies of A Kiss gifts that we have in stock? We have had several phone calls. While he was in a corner of the bookstore signing his shares, a huge man, at least 8 feet tall, walked into the store with tears on his face and asked the cashier, where can I get a copy of A Kiss gifts? I must read it. She replied, the author is there. Why don't you go say hi? He came up to me and hugged me intensely. He was crying almost uncontrollably and he told me this story. I have been deeply depressed for months, and this morning I had decided that I was going to end my life today. I made all the necessary arrangements and then took my radio to the park to listen to my last baseball game. As I tuned into the station, I heard him begin to speak and I listened like I had never heard him before. I heard you talk about living life to the fullest and always choosing life. I heard you mention a kiss and the miracles he brings us all, and I decided that I would read this book that you seemed so in love with, and that I was going to start choosing to think about all that I have to be grateful for. I want to thank you for saving my life. I got out to the car, filled with the wonder that I always feel in those moments. There must have been so many events to set in motion what had just happened. My secretary must have made a mistake. I had to make a phone call myself. I had to contact the only person who would inform a stranger to whom I had sent a book, some 9 months earlier, that he was in Monterey. He had to do a show that he didn't want to do. I had to decide to go to a bookstore on the spur of the moment. Another stranger had to decide to listen to his latest ball game and tune into that radio station at precisely that moment. What is all this? A great series of coincidences? Or a universe that works perfectly and gives us the opportunity to make decisions within a perfectly formed and already completed universe? It brought home Jung's paradoxical comment that we are both the protagonists of our own lives and the extras in a larger drama. I choose to believe that a series of events like these are part of this universal principle called synchronicity. A collaboration with destiny, in which each of us makes decisions within a broader context in which everything is perfect. No scientific principle currently available to man can explain such events. However, there is not a person reading this right now who cannot relate a similar mysterious story. Happens all the time. This is really thought met with thought and developed into form. All my doubts and doubts about whether I should do the radio show can be seen in hindsight as meaningless. It has already been done, and the evidence is that it happened. A free will within a complete universe. Of course it is a great paradox, but what is it not when you start to consider those things? Several years ago I was driving home when suddenly the sky opened up and it was raining harder than I had ever seen in my entire life. He could barely see out of the car windows. As I was driving, I saw a woman standing next to her stopped car, hitchhiking in the rain. I obeyed a very strong urge to stop and carry her. When she got into the car, she explained that her car had stopped in the rain and that she needed to be taken to a phone so she could call for help. I decided to take her home instead. When we introduced ourselves, Shirley exclaimed in amazement and surprise that 2 friends had told her that she should contact me about some personal matters in her life. In fact, that day he had been told that he would meet me soon. I dropped her off at her apartment, gave her a copy of Gifts from a Kiss, and encouraged her to contact my wife about some concerns she had told me she had about motherhood. My wife is an expert in this area and I felt that they would become friends. Several weeks later, Shirley came to our home with a videotape that would become the impetus for my exploration of some of the metaphysical principles that are a part of my life today. All due to a chance encounter in a storm. Shirley had several long talks with my wife about the value of using her creative powers to visualize herself giving birth to a baby. She claimed her ability to create such a situation, although she was not married or involved, and she was 38 years old. 2 years later, Shirley's next letter arrived. Dear Marcy and Wayne. Remember me? The wet hitchhiker, friend of a blue car whose driver tapes echoed my health clinic theme? Shirley Lorenzini, here I am, almost 2 years in Los Angeles. Marcy, you'll smile knowing that I'm happily married. My husband just had his vasectomy reversed and fatherhood is looming. Life is wonderful. I am enclosing a small snapshot of us an hour after the wedding festivities. Hence the laid-back look. Joe is everything I had on my list. Thank you for believing and encouraging me to come forward. Wayne, I love seeing you in my Nightingale Conant literature and I quote you often in my health discussions. Last week I told you the story of his stop on the Federal Highway to rescue me from 3 miles of torrential hiking. That incident was providential. I think about it so often to remind myself of the miraculous nature of life. Did I create that incident simply because I listened to your tapes and had a need to meet you? Did God know that he needed moral reinforcement? And then, Marcy, you show up, so genuinely loving and listening. Listening to all my dreams and fantasies. Ensuring that I will be a happy wife and mother. You two are really angels. So, on your next magical appearance in California, call. Hugs to all of you. Shirley. So many truly wonderful things have happened as a direct result of following an urge to carry a woman. Shirley became a catalyst for me and we became a catalyst for her on her own journey. My life took a sharp turn and some of the material she felt compelled to bring me altered my own spiritual journey in ways I couldn't have predicted. Also, Shirley became a great friend to us, and we helped her believe in her own power of co-creation and visualization. We really helped her beat all odds, including reversing a vasectomy and becoming a mother to a beautiful woman. Little soul who was absolutely destined to be with Shirley and Joe. How can we know what seemingly insignificant event is waiting to change the course of our lives? And what role do we play in all this? Synchronicity is the foundation for allowing these forces to meet and work for us in our life, but we must say yes to life. A no answer anywhere along the way stops the flow of energy. This is why I believe so strongly in the notion of positivity. Each positive response in life allows the next to flow, not as a cause and effect, but as a continuation of the energy that is in each of us and everything else in the universe. You, with your own mind as the source of thought, which is the source of energy, which is really the source of life, you can make all the difference in the world. A no answer to that intuitive knowing within you stops everything and you get stuck. But a positive yes, an internal recognition that you choose to follow that flow of energy, and it continues in its perfectly miraculous way. As human beings, we are the very source of thought, that eternal connection with the divine intelligence that is before and behind all forms. Our willingness to say yes, to be positive, without fear to take the next step, to go with our internal intuition, thoughts, gives us the power to co-create with that divine intelligence that is our universal essence. We can make decisions in a complete universe, and our willingness to say yes to life allows it to flow. The stories from my Monterey experience and our chance encounter with Shirley are just 2 on a list that could go on for 100 more pages. They are simply part of the tapestry of my life today. I see them because I believe, and the more I know this inside me, the more proof I have of it every day. A few months ago I was reading a fascinating novel called Winter's Tale by Mark Helprin. Towards the end of the book, the author included a short chapter that was completely separate from the story he was telling. I must have read this chapter, Nothing is Random, 50 times, and I still had great difficulty accepting it as I read it. Today, I know it's true for me, and that's how I see this whole song now. With the permission of the author and publisher, I reproduce it here. Nothing is random, nor will it ever be it a long series of perfectly blue days beginning and ending in a golden gloom, the seemingly most chaotic political acts, the rise of a great city, the crystalline structure of a never-ending jewel. Has seen the light, the distributions of fortune, the time the milkman gets up, the position of the electron, or the occurrence of one astonishingly frigid winter after another. Even electrons, supposedly the paragons of unpredictability, are docile and obliging little creatures that rush at the speed of light, going precisely where they are supposed to go. They make soft whistles that, when squeezed in various combinations, are as pleasant as the wind that flies through a forest, and they do exactly what they are told. Of this one can be sure. And yet there is a wonderful anarchy, in which the milkman chooses when to get up, the rat chooses the tunnel he will plunge into when the subway comes rushing down the track from Borough Hall, and the snowflake will fall as he wishes. How can this be? If nothing is random and everything is predetermined, how can there be free will? The answer to that is simple. Nothing is predetermined, is determined, or was determined, or will be determined. It does not matter, it all happened at once, in less than an instant, and time was invented because we cannot understand at a single glance the huge and detailed canvas that has been given to us, so we follow it, in a linear way, piece by part. However, time can easily be overcome, not chasing the light, but stepping back enough to see it all at once. The universe is still and complete. All that ever was, is, all that will ever be, is, and so on, in all possible combinations. Although upon perceiving it we imagine it to be in motion and unfinished, it is quite finished and strikingly beautiful. In the end, or rather, as things are, any event, no matter how small, is intimately and sensibly linked to all the others. All the rivers are filled to the sea, those who are separated come together, the lost are redeemed, the dead come to life, the perfectly blue days that began and ended in golden gloom continue, motionless and accessible, and, when everything is perceived in such a way that time is obviated, justice becomes apparent not as something that will be, but as something that is. How radically different this point of view can be from the one you have probably assumed throughout your life. How could everything be in sync when at first glance it seems that everything is happening randomly? If you want to start to see how all of this could be possible, I suggest you start a fascinating study of quantum reality by reading Gary Zukav's The Dancing Wu-Li Masters and Fritjof Capra's The Tao of Physics. Both books give an overview of the new physics and how the solid scientific evidence fits in with the metaphysics I have been postulating. Here's a short sample from The Dancing Wu-Li Masters. The amazing discovery that awaits newcomers to physics is that the evidence gathered in the development of quantum mechanics indicates that subatomic particles constantly seem to be making decisions. More than that, the decisions they seem to make are based on decisions made elsewhere. Subatomic particles seem to instantly know what decisions are made elsewhere, and other places may be as far away as another galaxy. The philosophical implications of quantum mechanics is that all things in our universe, including us, that appear to exist independently are actually parts of an all-encompassing organic pattern, and that no part of that pattern is actually separate from it or of each other. For me, this is simply the scientific world starting to catch up with everything that spiritual masters have been counting on for centuries. Subatomic particles are so small that they defy our rational understanding. They, you included, are the very essence of the universe, and they do not behave in the way that Newton and other early scientists formulated. They do not need time as a variable between one point and another. Instantly they are both particles at the same time. As the Dancing Wu-Li Masters notes, a particle from here can communicate with a particle from there, yelling at it, sending it a television picture, waving, etc., but that takes time even if it is only milliseconds. If the two particles are in different galaxies, it could take centuries. For a particle here to know what is happening there while it is happening, it must be there. But if it is there, it cannot be here. If it is in both places at the same time, then it is no longer a particle. This means that the particles are related to other particles in a systematic and intimate way that matches our definition of organic. Subatomic particles that are two places at the same time, defying everything we have come to believe about the nature of our existence and that of the universe. After reading about the new discoveries in physics and the new questions that are being raised, it is clear that our old opinions are no longer valid. Just because we can't see how everything is connected doesn't mean it isn't. Everything we think we know about how life works together is actually some kind of illusion that we have perpetrated on ourselves due to our limited vision. What appear to be inanimate objects, such as stones, turn out not only to be alive in the same way that we are, but also in many infinitesimal ways are affected by stimuli just like humans. The distinction between animate and inanimate simply cannot be made when you enter the world of quantum mechanics and try to determine how those apparent subatomic particles, of which you and everything else in our universe are composed, are all put together. The point is that physics and metaphysics show that there is a pattern in the universe that is beyond our ability to grasp it with our brains. The mere fact that we observe something with our thoughts affects what we are examining, even though we may think that we are at a distance. That is how inextricably everything fits. On this little excursion into the world of new physics, we found that those apparent subatomic particles are so small that one of them in a 14-story empty building representing an atom would be the size of a grain of salt. And don't forget that a glance at our most powerful microscope reveals millions and millions of 14-story buildings, the smallest object we can observe. Armed with this, can you start to believe in the concept of synchronicity? How can you not? The essence of our universe, from the perspective of the smallest particles at the subatomic level outward to the infinity of the void, appears to be composed of a systematic and synchronized pattern of which we too are a part. Each of us is a subatomic particle, both here and elsewhere at the same time, all connected in the inspiring pattern of everything, behaving as unique beings and yet at the same moment connected to all other beings, just as then those subatomic particles. Within an atom, within a molecule, within a cell, within a being, within a universe. It's in sync and it's perfect, and so are we. There are no accidents. The study of quantum physics reveals that the smallest particles all function to some mysterious perfection individually and in concert with all other particles anywhere in the universe at the exact same time. No time lapse is needed. It does not seem difficult then to see that we are subject to the same system, that we are part of the apparently impossible synchronized dance, and that although it seems that we are making many decisions in the development of our daily life, at the same time, and I mean exactly the same time, we are also part of the bigger picture of all, which is already complete and perfect. Accidents and random events are simply out of the question. Everything that has happened had to happen. Everything that must happen cannot be stopped. Think about the examples I gave you about Shirley Lorenzini and the man from the Monterey bookstore. Each and every one of the events in my life before then was necessary to be able to drive on the Federal Highway at that time or to enter the bookstore when I did. If something had been different, I would have been different, and something else would have had to happen. But you know that nothing else could have happened except what happened. So whether I think it could have altered it or not, the fact is, it came out exactly the way it did, and nothing can change that. The belief that we have a choice as things happen is reason enough for this to be true for me. I see both contexts very clearly now, and one does not exclude the other. As paradoxical as it may sound, we are all condemned to make decisions. Just as those subatomic particles can literally be in two places at the same time, instantly connected in different places, so can I. It is simply an obstacle. I know that I am always making decisions, and that each decision leads to the next, and that as long as it does not interfere with the flow of energy that is the universe, I am going in the right direction. I know that when I say yes to life, I trust my intuition, which I cannot define, and keep moving in a direction of harmony and love for myself and for others, everything is balanced and perfect. I also know that I have the power to interfere with harmony by acting jarring and aggressive. My ability to think aligns me in the universe as much as subatomic particles are aligned, although everything we observe with our senses tells us that everything is random. I know that a closer and more thoughtful view reveals that nothing is random, including me and all my choices. You can use this alarming discovery to benefit your life every day. Once you know that everything you encounter, everything you think and feel, everything you do, is part of the synchronicity of this universe, and in the same precise moment that you are directing it as well, you will have removed the shackles of your life. You will begin to see that all the steps in your life are in sync. You can stand behind yourself, in your mind, and see where your form is headed. You can detach yourself from any need to aggressively interfere with anyone, and be more receptive to everything around you, as well as everything around you. You can stop the endless analysis of everything and instead flow more peacefully, knowing that the divine intelligence that sustains your form is working perfectly, and always will. How could I not? How is it possible that something so immense, so balanced, so perfect, cannot be trusted to continue like this ad infinitum? Trust this. Know that everything hangs in perfect harmony. Know that you too are part of that perfection, and that every act, thought, intuition, and location in any place is also part of that perfection. Once you accept this synchronization of the universe, seemingly impossible coincidences are met with a nod and inner knowing, rather than a shock wave of disbelief over a series of events. But before you can begin to make this principle work at all times, you must put aside some old beliefs. These are some of the reasons why it may be difficult for you to begin applying the principle of synchronicity in your life. Examine them carefully to test your willingness to allow these miracles to enter your life. Why you may find him hard to hug. Synchronicity. We have been taught not to believe in something until we see it with our own eyes. Since we cannot see synchronicity or experience it directly with our own senses, we become skeptical about it. Our Western culture teaches that all mysterious connections are really just a fluke, and it is easier to believe in these coincidences than in something that escapes our senses. We strongly believe in our separation from the rest of humanity, as well as our individuality. We view synchronicity as a conflict with our need to be our own unique individual, separate from the rest of humanity. If everything is in sync and perfect, then somehow fate is playing a huge role in our lives. If everything is in the hands of destiny, then we do not have the ability to make individual decisions and exercise free will. Many people find it extremely difficult to embrace both the concept of free will and that of a greater intelligence in the universe that is total and complete. If we believe that one principle excludes the other, we will find it difficult to embrace the universal principle of synchronicity. Form, more than thought, is the guiding principle of our lives. If we uniquely identify with our form and are unable to imagine a dimension of being beyond our form, we will have tremendous difficulties with the whole synchronicity business. The formless world can make us uncomfortable, as everything seems to center on our faith and very little else. For those who work in the business world, where facts and profits are the true bottom line, skepticism about universal synchronicity is not only understandable but expected. Although the evidence for synchronicity is clearer by the day, even to the most hardened linear scientists in our academic and business communities, we can find this universal principle of synchronicity in conflict with our traditional religious upbringing. If we have been trained to believe that God watches over everything, keeping track of our sins and is ready to punish those who have disobeyed the rules of our particular church, then the belief in a universal intelligence that is part of us will be necessary. Angry. Furthermore, the idea that everything is perfectly in sync may not fit with beliefs that man is imperfect and that he must spend a lifetime suffering to repair his imperfection. When we know that we are in a perfect universe, and that God is not only outside, but is also a very divine part of us, and that everything fits together perfectly, there is very little need for someone with an interest to dictate it. In keeping ourselves and our lives in check. If our traditional religious practices teach anything else, then we are destined to find ourselves in conflict over timing. Finally, it is difficult to begin to understand the enormous magnitude of this universe and how everything could be perfectly synchronized. Try to imagine the behavior of subatomic particles so small that there are trillions of them in the smallest speck imaginable, and then see that they all behave in ways that indicate that each one is making decisions, and that those decisions are made based on decisions taken elsewhere. It may be well beyond our capabilities. So, imagine that each of us as a human being is nothing more than an energy system, made up of these infinite subatomic particles, and that if they are capable of such magic by behaving based on decisions made elsewhere, then why not us? Also, it is equally difficult. And that's just one look inward at the smallest thing imaginable, and we stopped looking further inward due to the limitations of our measuring devices. It is conceivable, I suppose, that a subatomic particle has trillions of subatomic particles, and inwards to infinity. Then looking outward through the telescope, knowing that the universe is infinite, which makes us subatomic particles in a context of forever, and then trying to imagine ourselves behaving like those particles, is really overwhelming. However, everything is possible, quite probable, quite definite, if you give yourself permission to obtain this fabulous perspective. Your resistance may stem from the need to stick with what is familiar and leave all this speculation to others. Some ideas to put the synchronicity to work. Tell yourself that you don't have to give up being the lead in the drama of your own life. You don't have to give up faith in your ability to make decisions and possess free will. All you need to do is accept the paradox that we live in form and without form simultaneously at all times, and the rules for each dimension are quite opposite, although they are operating at the same time for us. Once you know that you have free will within a perfect universe, you can stop the stressful thinking that occupies so much of life. As you begin to stress about one thing or another, kindly remind yourself that everything is perfect, that it couldn't have changed one iota, and that there is a wonderful lesson to be learned no matter what happens. This attitude of knowing that everything happens as it is supposed to, that there are no accidents and that we are precisely where we are supposed to be, doing what we are supposed to do, takes tremendous pressure off and eliminates our need to judge. Just try to go back in your mind and imagine how wonderful it is to be a part of this living pattern of perfection. See everything as a magnificent tapestry that unfolds before and through everyone, and stop doubting it all. This will not lull you to complacency. Rather, it will vitalize you with the energy of someone who is immediately participating in this enormous drama as an extra in God's dream, while simultaneously creating whatever He chooses within that dream. His amazement will allow you to flow with Him, instead of judging or questioning any of it. Take responsibility for your role in the bigger drama at all times. Don't consider that apparent accident as if you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. See it as something you can learn from and something you have created. When you know that you create your own reality within a perfectly synchronized universe, and you refuse to blame anyone or anything for your experiences, and when you know that what you expose to the world is what flows to you in a perfect way. Energy pattern, then you will see a change in your luck. You won't find the same negative events endlessly when you are willing to absorb the lessons inherent in the event. And once you are willing to learn from your misfortune, you don't need to keep repeating it. When you receive that traffic ticket and know in your heart that this is a message to slow down and drive more cautiously, you will have learned your lesson. If you just complain endlessly, you may have to engage in something more drastic. That is, you will continue to drive carelessly until you create that accident, or lose your driving privileges, or whatever. Knowing within yourself that there cannot be accidents, that even the smallest subatomic particles are working on purpose, and you too, can really change your life. Try it. Try it for a few months. If you would like to see something different, even if it is just a change in your luck, try to believe something new, and I can assure you that you will begin to manifest in your life what you believe. I know this is true for me and I am absolutely sure that you can do it yourself. Stop worrying. What do you have to worry about in this perfectly synchronized universe? There is no point in worrying about those things that you think you have no control over. And there is no point in worrying about the things that you have control over, because if you have control over them, there is no reason to worry. Moral of the story, there is nothing to worry about. Everything is already handled by you. So flow with it, instead of fighting anything. Calm your mind to experience the perfect rhythm of the universe. When you step in and allow yourself the freedom to be at peace without judgment, simply by meditating and experiencing the oneness of it all, you soon begin to connect with that energy that I have been alluding to throughout this book. That calm state of mind, if practiced long enough, will convince you of the perfection of everything. I have created what others would call miracles in moments of quiet meditation. I stepped into the incredible light that is part of my meditation and felt myself become pure thought, yet still aware of having a body. When I return to this form, it is as if it recharges me with incredible energy. I know what dimension is like beyond form, because I can experience it at will, and I urge you to put aside your resistance to this notion and just give it a try. If you are patient with yourself and are willing to stay with it, I assure you positive results. It is no accident that the most enlightened spiritual people who have ever walked among us take some kind of daily excursion into transformation or meditation. You can surely see that you too are divine enough to participate in this magnificent practice, if you are willing to stop identifying yourself exclusively as a form for a few minutes each day. Review the 3 stages of enlightenment and ask yourself which one you currently reside in. If you are in stage 1 and still have to wait for time to pass before seeing the lesson in your traumas, then do your best to be there with the problem and try to extract something positive from it while it is happening. This means stopping your anger and frustration at the situation for a few moments, and shifting to a different attitude. Okay, I created this mess for myself in some way, although I don't quite understand how. What can I learn from that now? This exercise takes away what is missing or what is wrong and puts it back to its purpose. If you are in stage 2 and are looking for the lesson in it as it unfolds, then see if you can reproduce everything in your mind, really seeing the consequences and thinking and then working to eliminate the need to represent them in the form, where suffering is destined to take place. Just stop the trauma in its tracks with your powerful mind, and then follow your instincts on how to let it go, as you've already seen what the results will be if you continue, and you know deep down in your heart that you do. It is no longer necessary to go there. If you are in stage 3 and are able to sidestep those traumas, or at least minimize them by putting yourself in front of them in your mind, then by all means help those around you to do the same. Share your gift with others and let them see the beauty of someone who transforms. Work to get rid of the idea that invisible connectors are not real. I have shown you many of these connectors that you use every day of your life. Once you know that thoughts can connect both form and thoughts, and that everything without exception in our universe is vibrant energy, then you can understand how everything is in sync and perfect. With this insight, you can begin to work on creating synchronous events and events for yourself. You can use the great power of your mind to focus on your healing, strengthen your relationships with others, and bring a sense of balance and harmony within yourself. It is all accomplished by concentrating on what you want to create and the belief that you can co-create, along with the intelligence behind your form, whatever you want for yourself without restriction. But first you must know that your ability to think is the vehicle to achieve this transformative process in your life. With thought and thought you only achieve the miracles that until now may be eluding you. Practice trusting your intuition or that feeling within you. That very intuitive process is your higher consciousness at work, and if you ignore it, you are responding again out of habit and to what you have been told your entire life. If you feel it inside and know that this is the way to go, remember, this is the same process as if you wait for it, parse it to death and then choose the most logical option. An intuitive inner feeling is a thought. It is divine. You are and you are. Trust him, it's your basic human/divine early warning system at work. If you are afraid of it, or want to know about someone else first, then you are actually inhibiting that system and teaching yourself to ignore it. In a short time, due to disuse and mistrust, that early warning system of thought or intuition will stop working and you will be responding to life according to the wishes and demands of others. While playing a game of tennis, you don't stop to think and analyze each answer. You allow your form to respond simultaneously with your thoughts. The more you allow it, the more effectively it will work for you. Respond automatically with your intuition, trusting that the synchronicity of this perfect universe will flow through you. Remember that analysis is a violent intellectual act, which breaks thought and divides the universe. When you have to divide something and take a closer look at each component, you are literally using your mind to divide everything. It is an act of violence because it prevents you from seeing the whole and keeps you focused on the process of breaking up. You are doing yourself a disservice metaphysically by dividing yourself, your relationships, your life activities, and trying to find the hidden meaning in each individual behavior. Remember that synthesis is the opposite of analysis. It can go from analyzing to synthesizing and, at the same time, going from intellectual violence to intellectual harmony. Synthesizing means putting everything together, seeing how it fits with everything. You can view your behavior and everyone else's in terms of how it relates to your entire universe. You can look for ways to bring yourself to a more centered whole and, concomitantly, bring yourself into harmony with all who make up the human being. It is almost second nature in our Western culture to analyze, think only of ourselves and forget about others, and even divide ourselves into more and more parts, in our personality, emotions, thoughts, form, athleticism, cultural heritage, and soon. To transcend this intellectual violence that inhibits us from seeing the perfect synchronized whole, we can move on to the process of synthesizing, seeing ourselves as connected to everyone and also as a connector. We can stop thinking about how everything affects only us. Instead, we can change our perspective to serve others. I look for how we all fit into practically everything I read, see, and do. I refuse to see myself as anyone's enemy, regardless of what the current crop of politicians says. I think globally of all my intellectual activities. I know that a world that spends $25 million a minute on weapons and allows 40 children on our planet to starve to death every minute is one that expends too much intellectual energy dividing the planet and focusing on how different we all are. I know that I can resist my temptation to believe that anyone anywhere on our planet is separate and distinct from me. Every time I see other human beings, of whatever color or persuasion, no matter where they come from, I know that I share something with them, my everyday experience of humanity. They know what it's like to be human, to be hungry, to love children, to digest food, to feel stomach cramps, to think. We all share that with each other. The more we think of synthetic rather than exclusively analytical forms, the more likely we are to put it all together. And the more likely we are to stop the terminal emphasis on what separates us. Remember every day as you look at your world and see millions and millions of flowers opening, that God does everything without using any force. Everything is done with synthesized perfection. And speaking of flowers, I was recently told a story about a bouquet that turned out to be much more special than its donors knew. A couple from New Jersey had a large greenhouse attached to their home and they kept it full of flowers, including nasturtiums, which are rarely grown in a greenhouse. One snowy night in January, the husband and wife went to a rehearsal for an amateur orchestra in a nearby town where they had once lived. They decided to take a large bouquet of nasturtiums to give away at the rehearsal, because they felt that the sunny colors orange, yellow, red would warm up that cold night. When they reached the city, the husband took a path along the river. The snow was falling, the area was deserted, but an old woman was walking alone. They recognized her as the mother of their former next-door neighbor and stopped to ask if they could take her. She seemed confused, but eventually she told them where she was going and they took her there. As they left her, they offered her the bouquet of flowers. 3 days later, they received a note from her, thanking them for the walk and the flowers and telling them what their gesture had meant to her. She had been a practical nurse her entire working life, but that day she had realized that she was too old and ill to continue her work. He did not want to be a burden to his family, so he had decided to throw himself into the river, unless God gave him a sign that he did not want him to. That bouquet had literally saved his life. How many opportunities were involved in this incident? If that couple had not decided to bring flowers to a rehearsal, if the husband had not taken a ring road, if they had not reached the river just as the old woman was approaching, if he had not recognized her gift as a sign, he would have lost the last years of her life and her family would have been deprived of the happiness of caring for her. Let me end this chapter with a final story. It happened to me in February 1959, when I was 19 years old. On a particularly cold night, I was hitchhiking home to Michigan from the Patuxent River Naval Air Station in Lexington Park, Maryland. My older brother would also be visiting and I would see him for the first time in 2 years. He had come to an isolated rest stop somewhere in the middle of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The temperature was around 25 degrees below zero, and the wind was blowing so hard that I could get hooked on the edge of the entrance ramp for only 10 minutes or so at a time. It was around 3 o'clock in the morning and I was leaving for another hitchhiking season when I ran into another sailor returning to warm up at the gas station. It was too dark to see anything but the outline of his uniform, but since we were both in uniform we exchanged words briefly. "Be careful out there, buddy," the frozen sailor told me. "It's so cold you can only stay out there for a few minutes." "Thank you," I said, "I appreciate it." That was it. I went outside to see if I could catch a ride and the sailor returned to the comfort of the rest area. After 15 minutes of standing there with no luck, I had to go back to the rest area. As I entered the warm room, I saw the sailor I had just spoken to in the dark. It was my older brother, Jim, who was traveling home from Norfolk, Virginia, to be with his family and see me. How many variables did it take to bring us together in the middle of nowhere, talking to each other in the dark, caught in an icy windstorm? I don't pretend to know the answer, but I do know that there are no accidents in a perfectly synchronized universe. You will see it only when you create it. Sorry. To forgive, you must have blamed. Achieving a waking life is practically impossible until we put the universal principle of forgiveness into practice in our daily lives. I include a chapter on forgiveness because I know that the inability to truly forgive is the cause of many people's suffering. Working with thousands of people over the years, I have come to the conclusion that unforgiveness equates to being imprisoned in an unawakened life. It is just as important to learn and practice as all the other principles. We cannot wake up and truly live an enlightened life while believing that we are restricted to form. As we have seen, enlightenment and abundance go hand in hand. For an awakened life, we must transcend our bodies, we must learn to detach and tune ourselves more finely to the synchronicity of the universe. But if we have not learned to forgive, we can master all the other principles and remain prisoners. To genuinely feel forgiveness is to understand and apply everything you have read in this book. Forgiveness is the ultimate test for the person who is willing and able to live an enlightened life. In the introduction to this book I included a story about visiting my father's grave in 1974. That story is a story of forgiveness. And that act was, without a doubt, the catalyst to lead me to a new life of abundance and love. It was the most liberating and loving thing I had ever done. Once I got rid of the hatred and anger that I had been storing within me for this man I didn't even know, I had an inner space to be receptive to a whole new way of living and perceiving my world. That new worldview, devoid of judgment and hatred, became the turning point in my life. If you want to walk the path of higher consciousness, you must carefully analyze your own will to forgive. Most of us are just not very good at it. Most of us cling to our judgments and hatreds. Most of us are very good at blaming others for the shortcomings in our own lives. Forgiveness, I mean true 100% forgiveness, involves a dramatic change. Here we go again, back to the very substance of the universe, and the very substance of our existence. Thought. Not forgiving is not understanding how the universe works and how you fit into it. The universe does not forgive because it does not blame. Life is a series of events that we have created and drawn to ourselves. The universe is also a series of events, all of which occur regardless of our opinions about them. Everything just is, and is perfect. The stars are all in their proper place. Each falling snowflake falls exactly where it is supposed to. The temperature of each day is exactly what it is supposed to be. In fact, even assigning a number on a thermometer is a kind of judgment when you think about it. Storms, floods, droughts, the position of rivers and mountains, the orbit of the planets, everything is simply. The universe is presented to us in all its perfection. There is nothing to forgive, because there is nothing to judge and no one to blame. When we know that we create everything we need for our existence, then we are in a position to know that we create all the hatred and anger that we have towards others. We have even created others in our life with the purpose of having someone to blame. Our need to forgive is a monumental mistake. The belief that others should not have treated us the way they did is, of course, the most absurd. The universe always works as it is supposed to, and so does everything in it, even the things we have deemed wrong, improper, cruel, and painful to ourselves and others. Our desire to improve those things is also part of the perfect universe. How is it possible that others have not treated us as they did? Instead of being angry at the way we were treated, regardless of how horrible we have evaluated it, we must learn to see that treatment from another perspective. They did what they knew how to do, given the conditions of their lives. The rest of the things we carry with us is ours. We own everything. If it is hatred and judgment, then that is what we have chosen to carry with us, and that is what we will have to give to others. You have literally given control of your life to those whom you judged to have wronged you. Learning to forgive involves learning to correct the misperceptions that you have created with your own thoughts. Once you have your thoughts clear, you will take full responsibility for yourself, including how you are treated, and it will get to the point where forgiveness is no longer something you should practice. You will have corrected all your misperceptions and eliminated the three sources of your discontent that create the need to forgive in the first place. Understanding these thought distortions will lead to practicing forgiveness and ultimately the freedom to forgive. Free yourself from guilt, revenge, judgment. I believe that my arrival at this place in my life has to do with having freed myself for the most part from these three great destructive practices. As long as I had a trace of them in my life, the principle of forgiveness became entangled with them and I was unable to live naturally and unhindered. Now that I live without them, forgiveness just never emerges for me, except as something I share with others who are hurting so badly from their desire to hold on to those ways of thinking. As long as we continue to think this way, we have to strive to forgive. When we transcend this type of thinking, forgiveness is no longer a problem. To blame. If we are unable to forgive those we perceive to have hurt us at some point in the past, we must consider the decision to blame them for our unhappiness. Guilt runs rampant in our culture, and it is very likely that it is just as out of control in your life. The explosion in lawsuits is testament to the unwillingness of most people to take responsibility for their own lives. Instead, they sue as many people as possible, regardless of personal negligence, and ultimately make someone else pay for a misfortune. Advertisements offering legal assistance proclaim, "It is not your fault, regardless of the circumstances. I should think about suing for damages now." This mentality of assigning responsibility to others for the circumstances and misfortunes of our life is the product of an attitude of guilt. The more you have exercised it in your life, the more likely it is that it will be difficult for you to practice guilt. Sorry. You have to be completely honest with yourself if you ever want to completely rid yourself of guilt. The way to start is to take full responsibility for everything you are in your life right now. That's how it is. Say to yourself, "I am the sum total of my choices so far." Their enculturation can make this a difficult precept to accept. If you want, you can say, "I couldn't help it," or "it was someone else's fault," or "I was in the wrong place at the wrong time," or "they gave me a dirty deal," or "family circumstances created my misfortune," or any other excuse you have developed to absolve yourself of your responsibility. Discard all of that and look at your life from a different perspective. Everything that happened to you is a lesson you can be thankful for. Everyone who came into your life was a teacher, regardless of how much you choose to hate and blame them. There really are no accidents. This universe is working perfectly, including all the subatomic particles that make you up and that you blame. Everything is as it is supposed to be. Nothing more and nothing less. All of those situations, even when you were a young child, contain immensely valuable lessons that you can absorb and take advantage of, lessons that are blocked by feelings of hatred and guilt. Evaluate how resistant you are to this principle of taking full responsibility for your life and believing that there really are no accidents in this perfect universe. Follow this logic. Someone has hurt you in some way in your past. You feel hurt and angry, and that anger eventually turns to hatred. This is your hate. You take it with you wherever you go. It's yours. You are and you are. Hate is all thought and it is with you wherever you go. You have given someone permission to not only hurt you once, but to continue to control your inner life. Hate infects your life while the other person is still on their way doing exactly what they know how to do, regardless of your current miserable state. The absurdity of guilt is that it gives other people control over us at the time of their vile act and continues to give them control over how we interact with others. We become hopeless prisoners of achieving a greater sense of awakening and happiness for ourselves. This is how guilt works in us and why it is a useless and destructive activity. As long as we blame others for what we feel today, we will have to wait for them to change before we can break out of our current immobilized state. Forgiveness is a tool used to transcend the negative effects of guilt. Once we have forgiven another, we no longer need to blame him. When we have forgiveness for all, there will be no one left to blame for anything. Ironically, then we won't have a need to forgive anymore, and that's the real lesson of this chapter. Forgiveness means changing your misperceptions. When we forgive another for whatever they have done to us, we are really saying, I no longer give you the power to control who I am, how I think, and how I will behave in the future. I take responsibility for all of that now. Therefore, we really have nothing to forgive as we create our own reality by the way we choose to process the behavior of others. We process it in a way that hurt us when we chose to blame. We could have chosen not to have hatred inside of us and just let it go. Once we change our perceptions of life's hurts and pains and see that we create everything we need for this dream, including scoundrels, we no longer need to blame nobody for nothing. This is the most liberating stage you can imagine. Being totally blameless and taking full responsibility for life requires a lot of discipline. It is a discipline of self-love rather than self-loathing. When we love ourselves, we refuse to allow others to manage our emotions from afar. Forgiveness is our means to that end. When we choose this option, it eventually becomes an automatic reaction to those who treat us with contempt, and then of course, forgiveness is no longer required. Forgiveness is an act of self-love, rather than wholly altruistic behavior. It gives us control over our inner life and thoughts. Knowing that nothing is random and that all of life has a purpose, even people who seem so destructively different from us, allows us to accept these accidents and those scoundrels as events with some meaning to us. I can assure you that once you no longer need the lessons in your life that unpleasant events offer, you will no longer have these events. If forgiveness is something you need to practice, it will continue to attract opportunities to practice it. If your reaction is anger, hatred, and defiance, then those kinds of people and weird unfortunate breakups will keep popping up in your life. I rarely come across these things in my life. I look for the good in everyone, and I take responsibility for everything that comes my way, and I mean it. Consequently, I see what I believe, over and over again. You are also seeing what you believe, and if you are blaming and hateful, that is what you believe and, of course, that is what you also see. Revenge. We live in a world that endorses anger and revenge. It is a world whose people are almost always at war in one way or another. War is our extreme tool for handling disagreements. War is between nations by those within nations who are not at peace with themselves. Wars are even fought as an attempt to solve human problems, wars against poverty, drugs, illiteracy, and hunger. We pray to those who support forgiveness, we say we love and respect the great spiritual teachers and their teachings, but when it comes to enacting forgiveness, we choose revenge and war. The shootings in Bethlehem on Christmas Day and in Jerusalem on Easter Sunday are sad reminders that forgiveness is often something we pay attention to as we crucify designated enemies. Revenge is acting out guilty thoughts. Guilt is in the mind and revenge manifests itself in form. The performance immobilizes those who choose revenge as a way of life and violates the most sacred sacrament that we have at our disposal: you shall not kill. Yet we kill, in quantities too great to comprehend, and we are building weapons so massive in their destructive capacity that entire cities can turn to ashes along with all their inhabitants. While all of this is part of the perfect form of things that is so paradoxical, so is the desire to end it that peace-loving people feel in their hearts. So as this violence continues and escalates, we must all ask ourselves, what is the lesson that we, as the whole body of humanity, are struggling to learn in this situation? The existence of ourselves and future generations depends on our finding that answer. Every day we hear about people who have been harmed in some way, injured, killed, mutilated, raped and robbed, and the desire to get revenge on the perpetrators. The families of the victims are filled with anger and motivated by revenge. Hatred flourishes alongside demands for punishment similar to pain inflicted on loved ones. However, even when that sentence is carried out, the victims continue to feel pain, suffering and hatred. They poison their souls with debilitating anger and cannot continue their lives free from this unwanted pain. They are victimized not only by the criminal, but by their need for revenge. I remember a case that Earl Nightingale told me about. I was really impressed with the importance of forgiveness. A woman lost her only daughter in a violent criminal act. For the next 18 years, the woman was consumed by a desire for revenge, which she believed remained unfulfilled only because the death penalty had subsequently been outlawed in the state where the killer had been sentenced to death. For 18 years, the mother could not function satisfactorily, as she once wanted. Over the years, he sought help for his unhappiness from various sources. Ultimately, it was the act of forgiveness that set her free. When she visited and forgave her daughter's killer, still on death row 18 years later, she described it as a spiritual experience of love for herself, her daughter, and the killer. Blaming others for the condition of your life fuels anger. There are many everyday people and professionals who endorse anger as a healthy response to the world. To the extent that anger is one of the many feelings, thoughts, that we as human beings are capable of, I agree. It would seem as improbable for us to never have anger as it would seem that the sky would never have clouds. The problem occurs when we hold on to it deliberately or helplessly, and find that we have the guilt, revenge, and judgment that we are unable or unwilling to let go of. I do not condone hitting children to teach them not to hit others, or I believe that expressing anger is always therapeutic. I also don't believe in blaming others for my emotional state. I recommend being kind to yourself and loving yourself no matter how others in the universe respond. Try not to get attached to any belief that others should not be what they are and instead understand that they are in their own way and that your opinion of them has nothing to do with their behavior. Fill yourself with love even towards those who would harm you, which is what all the spiritual leaders have said, and see if you still have anger and revenge. This is difficult only if you are attached to the world being different than it is. If you can accept even what you don't want it to be and send love where you sent hate before, you will no longer need to have angry thoughts. You will not have to get even. Instead, you will find yourself unable to hold on to anger or to freeze with those thoughts. When you teach yourself to be the thoughts that are harmonious, rather than the ones that are discordant and divisive, you will find that anger is an option that you no longer choose. Once you stop blaming and take responsibility for your entire inner world, anger dissipates as well. When you finally reject anger completely, you will no longer have your life distorted by the need for revenge. You will not choose to relinquish control of your life to those you perceive to have hurt you. You will find a sense of peace through your act of forgiveness and you will stay on the path of enlightenment. If enough people integrate the awareness of forgiveness into their lives, perhaps one day we will make this our policy towards other nations as well. Young people today die to avenge their ancestors. They are fighting in the Holy Land, where Jesus walked preaching forgiveness. They wage war endlessly. What proof? Where does it lead? To peace? Never. The vanquished respond with vengeance and increase the number of human casualties in battles over ancient enmities. Everything can begin to change with you, if you learn the universal principle of forgiveness. You learn to transcend hatred in response to hatred and to give peace in its place. It is not weak to forgive, it is a gallant and courageous act. The fight weakens everyone who participates. Everything you are against weakens you in some way. As Paul pleaded with us in Romans 12:21, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. You simply need to forgive and never allow yourself to behave in a way that you despise yourself. An ancient Chinese proverb tells us, he who seeks revenge must dig 2 graves. Judgment. Guilt can be removed. Revenge that you can send out of your life. But the best thing you can do with judgment is to reduce the amount in your daily life. Judging means seeing the world as you are, rather than as it is. It is impossible to avoid judgment entirely, because virtually every thought has some judgment in it. Telling yourself that this is a beautiful day is judgment. Sending love to someone is a judgment. Evaluating someone or something is a judgment. Therefore, you can only avoid judgment when you avoid thinking altogether, and that would be absurd. But you can significantly reduce the amount of negative judgments you make, and this is a type of forgiveness that will help you dramatically improve the quality of your life. The first thing to remember about judgments is that they do not alter anything or anyone in the universe. The fact that you don't like someone or react negatively to some behavior does not change the person or behavior you are judging. I remind you again to keep in mind that when you judge another, you do not define that person, you define yourself. Your judgments only say something about you. They describe what you like and what you don't like. They do not define the person who is being judged. That person is defined by their own thoughts and actions. Once you recognize this, you begin to replace your inclination to judge with acceptance, and this is forgiveness in action. When you accept others, you no longer experience the pain that comes with judging them. When someone acts in a way that you find unpleasant, understand that your pain, anger, fear, or any strong emotion is how you have chosen to process that person's behavior. If you are unable or unwilling to notice that emotion and subsequently let it go, then it is yourself that needs attention. That person's behavior has collided with something unfinished or unrecognized in their life. Anguish over the person's behavior is your way of avoiding something within yourself. A fine distinction, perhaps, but a very significant one. Your thoughts on how others behave are yours. You own them. You carry the results of those thoughts. If you do not judge those around you, but accept them precisely because of where they are in their own way, eliminating your need to be angry at them, you have put forgiveness into practice. Forgiveness is really just correcting our own misperceptions. You really have nothing to forgive yourself for, other than yourself for having judged or blamed yourself in the first place. These 3 qualities, guilt, revenge, and judgment, are deeply ingrained habits of thought. They thrive in a culture that prides itself on blaming others for everything that happens and demanding endlessly to invoke justice. They are the result of having thoughts of revenge hammered into your head as a child, and justifying everything as just right, patriotic, or fair. However, all of this behavior is extremely counterproductive and irresponsible, not to mention the unenlightened. And it's very stupid to use judgment. Whenever you find yourself caught up in this style of behavior, remember that you are the ultimate victim here. You are allowing your entire life to be controlled by the behavior of others, and no matter how much you can justify it, you are still a slave to the whims of others when you act this way. As Maslow reminded us, there is no such thing as a well-adapted slave. Such behavior also keeps you in a state of non-awakening. You cannot come to a sense of purpose and live a life of harmony and balance while simultaneously allowing another person to dictate your thoughts and actions. You cannot let your purpose find you, live a loving, spiritual existence, and at the same time blame and judge others, or be motivated by revenge. Enlightenment demands that you take responsibility for your life. Responsibility literally means responding with skill. Obviously, this is impossible when you are incapacitated by hatred, guilt, and revenge. Take a look at the lives of many of the most admired in history. Those who were obsessed with revenge led us to war after war, killing indiscriminately, destroying everything in their path, all in the name of guilt and anger. How can someone make a positive contribution and tune into the power of love when they are preoccupied with revenge? Impossible. Listen to the words of those you admire, and instead of labeling yourself a Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist or whatever, instead make a commitment to be like Christ, God, Buddha, and Muhammad. We, and the whole world, will be much better off with that commitment, and will begin to live forgiveness every day, instead of just talking about it in church, and then going back to our daily lives to help build more weapons, sue our neighbors, and judge those who are not in geographic proximity to us. Sorry. One of the most memorable covers of a national magazine appeared several years ago. It was an image of Pope John Paul II, sitting in a dungeon with the man who tried to assassinate him. That portrait of forgiveness left a lasting impression on me. People we consider holy, spiritual, or models of decency are always capable of forgiving without reservation or hesitation. They do not cloud their conscience with thoughts of anger, hatred, and revenge towards those who have tried to harm them. Rather, they provide us with a model of forgiveness that we can use in our daily lives. Perhaps the image of Christ forgiving those who are in the process of torturing and killing him is the most powerful statement from this spiritual master. Father, forgive them because they don't know what they are doing. This is the very essence of Christianity, and yet very few can live up to these words. It is important that each of us consider the meaning of those words. They don't know what they're doing. People who inflict harm on others do not really know what they are doing to others. They are always acting out of their own anger, hatred, guilt, or revenge. What they direct to others says nothing about others. Yet it says something very powerful about them. This is what you should learn about forgiveness. Those people who have behaved with you in any way that you find unpleasant or hurtful do not really know what they have done to you. Why? You might reasonably ask. Because they can't see that we are all connected. They live from their separation. They see themselves separated from others. They are like that cancer cell in the body that has no reference to everything. Because they are composed of disharmony, they act on their adjacent human counterparts in the same way that the cancer cell devours the adjacent cell, ultimately killing the body and itself in the process. You wouldn't blame a cancer cell for being a cancer cell, would you? Obviously, you would expect it to do precisely what it has to do, given its makeup. This is true for those who behave in a way that you don't like. They cannot know what they are doing to others, because they do not feel any reference to others. They are sending their disharmony towards you because that is what they have to give away. Hating them for their behavior is similar to hating moss for growing on a tree and destroying the tree's appearance. Moss only knows how to be moss, and regardless of your opinion on how it shouldn't behave so similarly to moss, it will continue to do everything it does. Perpetrators are also acting on the basis of everything they know, and the only way you can help them stop behaving that way is to help them turn their disharmony into self-acceptance and self-love, so that eventually that happens. Be all they have to give away. This in no way implies that the perpetrators should not be fully responsible for their actions. But it is you that I am talking to here, not the abuser. Compassion for others is impossible when you are filled with the belief that you are separate and distinct from other human beings. Once you know, truly know in your heart, that you are connected to everyone else, even those who behave in an evil way, then you will have a reference to the entire being called human being. With this new awareness comes the ability to forgive, and that is why spiritual teachers speak of the ability to forgive as a guiding principle in life. They know that those who send hate are only acting from where they are and how they have been thinking up to this point. The enlightened person is confident enough of his own divinity that he does not judge himself negatively because of the actions of others. In fact, forgiveness is the highest achievement of man, because it shows true enlightenment in action. It illustrates that one is in harmony with the very substance of the universe, that is, with the energy of love. It is the ability to give this love in the most difficult circumstances. Our role models remind us that people who choose the path of harm to others do not know what they are doing. Because it's so true in everything I know about human beings that we can't give away what we don't have, and we only give away what we have. If we give away hate or harm in any way, it is because that is what we have. It is impossible for someone who only has love inside to give away hate. That is why your ability to forgive will come automatically when you really wake up. Mark Twain said it very well when he wrote, "Forgiveness is the fragrance that the violet pours on the heel that has crushed it." A great image indeed, and one to keep in mind as you work on this universal principle of forgiveness. My own journey of forgiveness. While standing by my father's grave in 1974, I was not aware of the changes and challenges that awaited me, but I knew that I was participating in a very powerful drama. As I spoke to my father, tears streaming down my face, I felt something was changing for me, and when I left Mississippi, I knew I was a new man. I knew somehow, some inexplicable way, that I had been sent to that grave for a reason. Forgiveness, that is, correcting my misperceptions about why I was carrying all that hatred for so many years, freed me to do the things that awaited me. I created a life of excitement, abundance in every sense of the word, and love that I knew nothing about before. I have dedicated myself to writing, speaking, taping, and doing a great deal of media advertising over the years. He made regular appearances on national television, spoke to large groups, and made more money than I had ever imagined. Then one day, I got something in the mail that was supposed to test my newfound ecstasy. A certified letter came from a lawyer informing me that I was going to be sued. Although I felt that the lawsuit was unfounded, I was in shock. No one had ever threatened me with a lawsuit, and I didn't even know a lawyer. After thousands of dollars and almost 2 years spent in legal battles, I realized that I had returned to the old ways of revenge. The anger I felt filled me with a rage that was destroying me. He was not eating well. I lost a lot of weight. I felt terrible all the time, and the anger kept building in me. I felt like the last victim. Not a day would go by without me thinking angrily, why is this happening? Why doesn't it go away? Then one night, after giving a speech to a large group of people and relating the story of how I had forgiven my father in his grave, and of all the mysterious events that had occurred so that I could find his grave, a beautiful light exploded inside me. I finally realized that forgiveness is the key. Not hate and anger, but forgiveness. At that point it was all over for me in regards to that unfair lawsuit. That night I had the first good night's sleep in a long time. I thought of the people who were suing me and sent my forgiveness to all of them. The next morning I fully completed my act of forgiveness. He was no longer going to participate in this absurdity. I let go of thoughts about any issues that might come my way and instead focused all my thinking on the people involved. My heart opened to them and I stopped the angry thoughts. That morning I sent them flowers and a selection of books to read. I notified my attorney that I had finished paying the legal bills for this and that he should just wait and not respond to anything else related to this case. My thoughts that were previously filled with anger turned to love almost instantly. I knew in my heart that I could handle any contingency that might arise from this case, and that everything was going to be okay. 3 days later, I received a notice from the spokesperson for the group that they were dropping the case and apologizing for the trouble they had caused. They had signed a statement. It was over. Although I had spent thousands of dollars and lived through a nightmare for 2 years, I had finally learned the lesson of forgiveness that had been presented to me in Biloxi. I had to recreate a miserable existence to get the message really clear this time, and everything I spent and everything I went through was done for a powerful reason. To teach me the lesson of love over hate. To get it firmly rooted this time. That the only answer to hatred is love, everything else will bring you down again. I don't regret a penny I spent on the experience. The moment I switched from anger to forgiveness, it was all over for me. I was free in that quick and simple instant, and the rest simply had to be played in form. After that brush with the legal system disappeared from my life, I promised myself that I would put forgiveness fully into practice. I got in touch with everyone in my life towards whom I had any hostile or even mildly annoyed feelings. I decided to clean them all with forgiveness. I wanted to be absolutely certain that if I died in the next moment, not a single person on this planet would have any leftover animosity towards me that I would not have tried to rectify, although it was obvious to me that none of that could possibly have been my fault. Didn't we all feel that way? There were several people who had borrowed money from me and obviously weren't going to pay me back. I hadn't spoken to them in years, and the fact that they hadn't paid the debts had damaged our relationships. I sent each of these people autographed copies of my books, some tapes I had produced, and some flowers, with a note saying I wished them well, sent them love, and hoped they would be happy and joyful. No, I mentioned the debt. In my heart I had let it go by deciding that it was okay not to be paid. It was over, and not only had I forgiven, but I had sent them expressions of love instead of annoyance and bitterness. In all other areas of my life, I made an internal commitment to forgive, no matter how small the events. It only took a few hours and everything was behind us. There is no enemy left. No one to direct any hatred to on the entire planet. No family member to blame for anything that had happened years and years before. No former colleagues or bosses with whom I had disagreements. Now I was on the train of forgiveness and it was working spectacularly. My relationship with all those people was clean, and I was not only sending love, but also receiving it. Several of the debts came in, and while some have never been paid, that's okay. I love you all, and now, today, as I write this book, I can't think of a single person on this planet that I have any other bad feelings about. Also, I now know that I really don't have anyone to forgive, and I never did. I simply had to correct my misperception that others were making me miserable, that they were the cause of my discontent. Paradoxically, through the act of forgiving, I have reached the place where forgiveness never comes to me. I have learned to accept others as they are and never pretend that I love something that I do not love. But I also know that I no longer need the immobilizing emotional reactions that used to accompany my encounters with people who were behaving in ways that I did not like. Consequently, acceptance has allowed me to see them for what they are and where they are, and to remind myself of the same in myself. Any hostile or negative reaction in me, as a result of the behavior of others, really lets me know where I am or am not, and no longer requires any forgiveness. I have reached the point of not needing to forgive, forgiving. One more paradox. Putting forgiveness into action. It's obvious to me, and I'm sure you are too, that we all resist forgiveness when we prefer to use guilt. We seek revenge when we live in a world that practices it in every corner of the planet. We consider forgiveness to be a plausible principle when we read our holy books, but it is extremely difficult to follow, because it violates that need to get revenge and correct the score. We also fail to look realistically at what the inability to forgive does to the person who is carrying anger and hatred. The first time we read about someone committing an absolutely horrendous act of violence against another person, our innate reaction is, I hope they kill the bastard. When someone hurts us in some way, we tend to forget these important words about forgiveness and say to ourselves, I'll take revenge or I hope he gets his own. The whole business of putting forgiveness into action on a daily basis involves accepting the other 6 universal principles in your life. The forgiveness part will come automatically when you walk through the door, when you befriend your own personal transformation and honor the intelligence behind your form and every form. When you use your power of thought to be in harmony instead of fighting the flow of energy that is our universe. When you stop dividing your world and live in unity with all human beings, knowing that we are all connected by that divine intelligence, everyone, even those who do not think and behave as you prefer. When you know in your heart that what you think expands and you stay focused on what you love and are grateful for. When you free yourself from all attachments and let yourself live fully. When you have the knowledge that everything is in sync and working perfectly in this song. When you begin to live this way and think this way and allow others to do the same, forgiveness will come automatically. You will not have any hatred or disharmony left inside to give away. Forgiveness will come so naturally and automatically when Nureyev performs a jump pirouette after thousands of hours of practice, or when Isaiah Thomas goes round and round to make a layup. No one can tell these two geniuses how to perform their apparent miracles. They do it from intuition after practice, practice, practice. Forgiveness is a lot like that. After practicing the higher consciousness lessons, you will find that forgiveness is the easiest of all universal principles to put into your daily life. It will happen automatically. If it is not happening automatically now, then you have more practice to do in the other areas of your life. Don't bemoan your inability to truly forgive. Just work on living the principles of higher harmonious consciousness, and in no time you will find it effortless. When you see others practicing acts of guilt, anger, and revenge, forgive them and be willing to support them in changing their decisions to hurt themselves and others. You will begin to dedicate yourself to helping others eliminate their relentless and vindictive thoughts, and then you will know that it has happened to you too. It will be as if you are on automatic pilot, reacting with your thoughts in the same way that you react automatically, without consciously thinking, when you do something that you have practiced many times. But until that automatic act of forgiveness clicks, here are ways to speed up that process. Giving is the key to forgiving. This is one of the best lessons I have ever learned. If you can master this without any cynicism, you will find that forgiveness is a way of life for you. Giving is the answer to why am I here? Since you cannot possess anything, and all your attachments prevent abundance from coming into your life, then all you can do is give of yourself and all those things that continue to circulate in your life. Most of us are so caught up in hoarding everything we can get for ourselves and our families that we forget the need to keep it going. In our rush to acquire, we find ourselves creating angry relationships, even with strangers, while setting up defenses in anticipation of something being taken away from us. Keep in mind that it is impossible to create bitterness or hatred towards others when your main goal is to be a generous human being. Forgiveness comes almost automatically when you move away from the need to get something and instead focus on reaching out to others. The irony is that the less you are obsessed with getting and the more willing you are to give, the more you seem to get. What you think expands. So, if your thoughts are on getting all you can and hitting the other guy who thinks he's trying to cheat on you, then you are constantly thinking, worrying, and planning on the notion of cheating. Your thoughts are focused on the other boy's dishonesty and the callousness of the world. That is what will expand in your life, because that is what you are thinking about. As a result, you will become increasingly fearful of being scammed, of insuring yourself against the possibility, of hiring lawyers to protect you, and of being filled with adversaries. You literally put yourself in an adversarial relationship with just about everyone you meet. And, sure enough, you find that this kind of thing continues to expand. Now take a look at the opposite approach to your life. Your thoughts, now shift to a new perspective. You are not thinking about your own quotas, your own acquisitions, your financial picture, at all. Instead, you are giving away what you have inside. That is, harmony and acceptance. Since you do not seek to get anything from anyone, you have nothing to fear. Suppose someone enters your life who might be determined to deceive you, and that person finds in you someone who really cares about him as a human being. The likelihood of cheating behavior will be drastically reduced when it is not expected to occur. Seeking harmony and cooperation and giving it to others will likely result in you receiving the same type of treatment. You will not attract enemies, because you are not putting yourself in an adversary position with anyone, regardless of what someone sends you. Giving becomes the key to creating relationships in which forgiveness is unnecessary. This really works. Bear with me before you allow your enculturated skepticism to creep in here. Of course, I am aware that there are people who behave dishonestly, in the world. I know that horrible criminal acts happen regularly. I know a lot of people believe that we should keep building more and more prisons and lock up those kinds of people forever. But building more prisons to lock up more and more people just doesn't work. We have doubled and quadrupled the number of prisons in the last decade, and they are still overcrowded. The answer will come when we discover why we have so many people who want to take from others and we work to correct that approach to life. Raising our own consciousness is the only way we can begin that journey. I have found that the quickest way to disarm anyone who focuses solely on what I can take away is to kindly let them know that I don't live that way. I recently purchased a car and found out after closing that the dealership had added a charge of almost $200 to the contract, in addition to the price we had agreed to. I did not discover this until I returned home and reviewed the final documents more carefully. For me, this was a perfect opportunity to practice everything that I have been writing in this book. Years ago, I probably would have gotten mad, felt cheated, and had a nasty trade with the car dealer. Not this time. I simply called and expressed my opinion to the seller about what had happened, and explained that I did not feel that I had acted with integrity in closing. I also spoke with the owner, and again expressed what I felt about it, without any anger or bitterness. We had a nice exchange and the merchant apologized but felt he couldn't refund the money as we had signed the papers and a deal is a deal after all. I told him that I did not respect this particular business practice and then I let it pass. She didn't need to forgive him, as she didn't have any anger about the situation. I promised that I would take a closer look at the contracts before closing them in the future. That was the end. Until the next letter arrived about 10 days later. Dear Wayne. After further reflecting on our conversation on the phone, I have decided to refund the $188.50 in question. I feel like it was a misunderstanding and not an attempt to deceive. However, the positive sentiment of our customers towards us is very important and I hope this refund is proof of that. If I can be of any other help, please let me know. Thank you. I donated the money I received to the End World Hunger cause, and 5 days later I received a check from Argentina for $988.50, for royalties for something I had written 15 years ago. Of that money I gave $600 to help some relatives, and 6 days later I received a check from Mexico for $6,269.50, also totally unexpected, for something I had done many years ago. For me, speaking from my heart, I really know that there is truth in the maxim what goes around, comes around. You know that there are certain principles that work within you to keep you alive and functioning, like salivation, digestion, elimination, and the like. Also know that the principles of abundance, synchronicity, detachment, and unity operate in the universe. All you have to do is tune into them and let them work through you exactly as the principles that maintain your physical perfection do. When you are in harmony yourself, you want to give away that inner bliss, and that is the focus of your life. Since you are energy, and everything else in the universe is also energy, all you want to do is keep it flowing. No blockages, just flow. When you send it, it will keep coming back. Remember to give for the sake of giving, and keep it circulating as it flows back, and you will soon see it at work in your life. If you doubt this principle, it will not work in your life. Your doubt is the blockage. But everyone I know who has really put it to the test finds that it works wonders. For me, I am beyond belief. I just know it's true. Therefore, I rarely come across people who can cheat on me. When I do, I act out of love rather than anger, with the understanding that they cannot experience what I am talking about while obsessed with receiving rather than giving. The quality of their lives is affected by their thoughts of scarcity and trying to get from others, and they believe that they will never have enough. I believe that I will always have enough, no matter my circumstances. Consequently, I can give, and it keeps coming back almost magically. I keep it all circulating, since I don't want to be attached to any of it. People just don't steal from me. This understanding of giving hit me hard a few years ago when I started giving away a large quantity of my gifts from a kiss book. The more I gave, the better I felt and the more abundance came back to my life. I realized that giving and receiving were exactly the same. No difference. Every gift I made gave me something back. I discovered that a profound change was taking place while I was practicing giving. This was not a conscious choice to be more philanthropic. I still resist when someone tells me what to get. It was an automatic response to the changes that were taking place in my consciousness. Giving was truly enriching my life in ways I had not anticipated. In a meditation one night, I saw that we are really only here to give, and that love is the most important thing to give, regardless of the circumstances. However, I still have great difficulty suspending anger when I see evidence of man's inhumanity to man. The newspaper photo of the angry young man who just murdered 2 innocent people is a very harsh evidence. Sometimes I stare at that photo, which we have all seen, and I ask myself, am I capable of giving love to him too? I try to see that person as a tiny baby. seeing his innocence and the fact that he too, regardless of his crimes, is worthy of love. It is true that it is difficult to get to this place, especially when you or a loved one has been the victim. Our judgment about him does not define him, it is already defined by his own thoughts and actions. Joel Goldsmith, writing in parentheses in eternity, says, "To love our neighbor as ourselves, then, is to give our neighbor the same recognition of godliness that we give ourselves, regardless of the appearance of the moment. That neighbor may be the woman caught in adultery or the thief on the cross, but we have nothing to do with it. What we have to do is love our neighbor knowing their true nature, just as we would love ourselves if we made them know our true nature, despite outward appearance that may temporarily be apparent. We can start by sending love and compassion to the part of ourselves that is struggling with pain, sadness, and anger. When we can truly be there for ourselves, we can be part of that universal energy, that higher consciousness, that godliness that is in each and every one of us, and we can give it even to those who harm us. Because it is what we have within ourselves. It really is in each of us to be love, if we allow it. Giving, in whatever capacity you can muster, without any expectation of reward for your efforts, is the biggest step you can take to bring abundance into your life and eliminate the need to forgive. Paradoxically, as long as you do not wait for it, you will also receive more and more. In the end, you will discover that giving and receiving are the same. Forgiving yourself, and why not? When you live the principles discussed in this book, you will find that you are kinder to yourself. This is the act of forgiving yourself, which shows that you are living a waking life. I have a beautiful pillow in my office that says, "I'm allowed." My sister-in-law did it many years ago. For me it is a reminder that I am allowed to live my life as I please, make mistakes, learn from those mistakes, and so on. Many live their lives believing that they are not allowed. The critical adults managed to convince them that there are irrevocable rules that establish what you can say or not say, that they order you never to be late, not to drink or smoke, to hate the enemies they assign you, never to masturbate, to ignore everything. Religions except the one you were born into, to rule out those who seem different from you, to never get divorced, etc. At some point in his life, he adopted these rules and made them a code of conduct for life. However, he also discovered that it was impossible to measure up to all of them all the time. Consequently, he was filled with guilt for failing to live up to the code of judgment that was imposed on him. This feeling of guilt is something that inhibits your own awakening, and the only way to escape is by forgiving yourself for everything you have done. Once again, the absurdity of the need to forgive emerges. You really have nothing to forgive yourself for, and yet if you don't, you still wallow in your own guilt. The more you learn the lessons of higher consciousness and live your life from this perspective, the less inclined you are even to think about the need to forgive yourself. Look at each and every belief that you carry with you in terms of how well they serve you in living a life of harmony and purpose. If you behave in a way that violates those supposedly irrevocable rules, you have really done nothing wrong. You have simply done something. And it's done. However, if you are plagued with remorse and guilt, then judging the action as wrong seems appropriate to prevent it from happening again. Does it? Probably not. So instead, learn from it by deciding if it's something you want to repeat based on your values, and then leave it behind. It takes an effort to determine if you are still operating with the controls imposed by others. The effort is well worth it if you don't take responsibility for your own mind. It is allowed, plain and simple. You don't need to be forgiven by anyone else, just yourself, and even that is really unnecessary once you fully accept yourself. You will know when you have mastered the art of self-forgiveness. When you no longer judge others, you have forgiven yourself and are on your way to enlightenment. Releasing the judgment of another is actually releasing the judgment of oneself. Your need to categorize others defines you, not them. When you stop doing this, you have forgiven yourself for whatever aspect of yourself you see in them. The more comfortable you are with the behavior of others, even if you would not act that way yourself, the more comfortable you will feel with yourself. The more you continue to react with intellectually violent responses to the behavior of others, the more you will know that you have work to do in self-forgiveness. Say to yourself, I'm allowed. Not because they tell you that you are, or because your parents are no longer in charge of you, or because some authority figure gave you permission, but simply because you are lovingly there for you. No guilt, no anger, no self-flagellation for things you consider mistakes. A simple understanding that you don't fail in life, you only produce results and you have the right to learn and grow from whatever results you produce. The word failure is itself a judgment, and if you label yourself a failure in any context, you are judging rather than accepting yourself. Self-acceptance will turn into self-love, and when you are filled with self-love, that is what you will have to give away. Consequently, the will to forgive yourself is the necessary step to be in harmony with all universal principles. It gives you permission to be whatever you choose. And it gives you the right to self-determination. Everything you've done is over, regardless of your opinion on it. It just is. Try to be simply. The past is over, and everything you did brought you to the point where you are right now. Everything had to happen exactly as it happened, with no exceptions, so that you could be here, reading these words in the exact place where you are right now. You needed to do it all, and all you have to do, to really learn this lesson in forgiveness, is allow that thought and forgive yourself with love. Take the lesson and be in harmony with yourself and with everyone you meet. The more peaceful you are with that idea and the more willing you are to be kind to yourself, even if you slip, the more forgiveness you will find in your way of life. Which means that more acceptance you will find, which is the absence of the need to forgive, as your way of life. You will notice that many others violate the values and beliefs that you have. Refuse to judge them. Seek help when asked, and know that along the way you can choose not to be affected by your behavior. The more you know that you are thinking and acting in harmony with what the universe may be, the less you will be inclined to judge others. And you will have stopped judging yourself too, and that is a glorious aspect of this process. You are treating yourself the way you really want to be treated, as the divine being that you are. You have the intelligence that supports all the forms that go through you at all times. You are important enough to know that and divine enough to give it away. Delivery, the last act. I am closing this book, this wonderful labor of love for me, with the final concept that I call surrender. This in no way implies handing over control of your life to another person, organization, or set of ideas. By surrender I mean simply to trust the forces and principles that are always at work in this perfect universe, just as you surrender each day to the principles that make you a hard-working and loving unit, without questioning, fighting, demanding or even asking. Fully understand them all. And just as you also surrender to the great principles that govern the universe and all living beings contained in it. The act of forgiveness is easier when you give up. When you know that we are all on our own path, doing exactly what we know how to do right now, given the conditions of our lives, then you can put aside any malice towards others by acting according to your own destiny. You also know that you brought each person and their behavior into your life in some way and for some reason. With surrender, you feel like there is a powerful lesson for you as a result of that person being in your life, even if they caused you havoc and pain. Forgiveness comes with surrendering everything to perfection. Giving up replaces wondering why some things are so painful and difficult to understand. Giving up goes beyond forgiveness and can easily carry the burden of not just this particular chapter, but the entire book as well. Inherent in the business of delivery is the notion of trust. With surrender, you trust in the perfection and beauty of everything, and at the same time you know the paradox that all the suffering that seems to be present on our entire planet is part of that perfection, as is your own strong desire to end it. Death is not a punishment, but a transition. The only thing that dies is the form, while the thought is the eternal energy. You are that thought and you can never die. Give up completely and stop fighting everything. When you have this confidence you will wonder why you did not give yourself a long time ago, for the peace and serenity that you will feel. One way to move toward surrender is to make a personal commitment to forgive each person with whom you have had a conflict. Send each a gift and a note wishing them well, and when you are tempted to shake off those old thoughts of bitterness and anguish, remind yourself that that relationship has been healed with the balm of forgiveness. It's like he knew he was going to die tomorrow, and he also knew that he wouldn't be able to transition if he left behind people he hated. Imagine that heaven requires love for everyone, without exceptions, and that you have the ability to make that happen. In many ways, heaven on earth requires exactly that, love that is not conditional, that is free from demands, that gives the loved one the right to be whatever they want without losing their love. This is the kind of delivery I'm talking about, a kind of confidence that everything works perfectly in the universe, including yourself. As I got closer to writing this paper, I gave up. I accepted that the principles I was writing about are true and ubiquitous in the universe. I trusted that completely, as I do now. As I proceeded to write, I allowed myself to flow through this entire project, without tension, without worry, without fear of not being able to complete my undertaking. I gave myself to the idea that this book would be written and that I had nothing to fight for in the production of this work. I would sit down and just outline the ideas that I have had as a result of my own life experiences, my research and reading, my listening to great spiritual teachers. Everything he needed seemed to come at the right time. While working on a particular chapter, I received a tape in the mail from someone who had heard me speak, telling me that this would clear up some of the points. It was always like this. At other times, someone would send me a book in the mail telling me that I just had to read it. That book would be the one he needed on that particular day. Many times when I wanted to use a special quote, I would look through the huge pile of books and brochures on my huge glass table, and my hands would pull out a book. As I sat at the typewriter, I would open that particular book to a page, and there it was, perfect. Just what he wanted to embellish the point he was making. Never before have I had this experience of effortless perfection for such a long period of time. I gave myself to him in my writing and let it flow unhindered through me to you. No worries, no stress, no fighting anything, just knowing that everything works perfectly. I am not advocating a lack of planning or concern. In fact, you'll feel even more worried and prepared than ever. What I am describing is the process of knowing that everything will work out because you are in inner harmony. You only have love and serenity to give away. In the process of carrying out your life's work, have that inner knowing that everything is going to be as it should be. This is what delivery is all about. Inner knowledge. Inner contentment that takes hold of you when you trust that the force of the universe will be in harmony with yourself. Know that abundance is your birthright and that everything flows to and through you when you are no longer challenging anything. It is like having a guardian angel or a loving observer as part of your consciousness, a partner with whom you always have compassionate and silent conversations, a consciousness behind your form. That part is always perfect. There is no struggle or suffering in that part of you. That is your transcendent dimension of thought. A sensitive Norwegian poet, Rolf Jacobson, wrote a beautiful poem entitled Guardian Angel. It deserves to be read slowly and lovingly. I am the bird that calls at your window in the morning and your companion, whom you cannot meet, the flowers that illuminate the blind. I am the crest of the glacier above the forests, the dazzling one and the bronze voices from the cathedral towers. The thought that suddenly takes over you at noon and fills you with a singular joy. I am the one you have loved a long time ago. I walked by your side during the day and I stare at you and put my mouth on your heart but you don't know. I am your third arm and your second shadow, the white one. For whom you don't have the heart. And who will never be able to forget you. We all have our own connection to that invisible part of us. There is much more to life than simply living our days as form and then disappearing into an abyss of infinite nothing. Our thoughts are a magical part of us and can take us to places that have no borders or limitations. In this dimensionless world of thought, anything is possible. It does not demand anything of you, this waking life, only that you fill yourself with the vital energy that makes the dynamics work, and that you celebrate both the invisible and the visible part of you. Let these ideas in and just see where they lead you. Like you do. Remember, you don't have to fight. You don't have to fight. You don't have to win. You just have to know. Namaste. I celebrate the place in you where we are all one. It is very good to copy what you see, but it is better to draw what you see in your mind. Then your memory and your imagination are freed from the tyranny imposed by nature. Edgar Degas. And you will see it when you create it. The path to your personal transformation. Wayne Dyer.